For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George. Copyright 1992 by Elizabeth George. This recording of the full-length reading of For the Sake of Elena was published by arrangement with Bantam Audio Publishing, a division of Bantam Doubleday Dell Publishing Group, Incorporated, and was produced in 1993 by Books on Tape, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape, Incorporated. This book is read by Donada Peters. Please observe the following procedures as you listen to these tapes. If you have borrowed this book from your local library, please return it to them at the end of the agreed period. If you are one of our will reserve the book for 30 days from date of receipt by you, but after that time we charge additional rental of 25 cents per day. Dates are checked by postmark. Please return this book at the earliest possible time so another subscriber can have the use of this recording. To return cassettes to us, simply make sure they are all packaged in their plastic cassette cases and in proper order in the mailing container. Kindly seal the mailing container for return. Postage is already paid. Drop in any mailbox for return to Books on Tape. Should a cassette fail to play properly, hold it flat in the palm of your hand and slap it smartly against a hard, flat surface. If this does not work, or if you cannot otherwise free the reels, and if you are a library customer, please ask your local library to contact Books on Tape for a replacement cassette. If you are one of our rental customers, please call us at our regular customer service number. Give us the name of the book and number of the cassette. We will immediately send you a replacement at no charge. Discard the broken cassette. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George. This book consists of 24 chapters and is 388 pages long. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. With her 4 previous novels, including the award-winning A Great Deliverance, Elizabeth George joined the distinguished ranks of P.D. James and Ruth Rendell as an accomplished serious novelist writing about crime and detection. Now, the acclaimed author of Well Schooled in Murder, Payment in Blood, and A Suitable Vengeance gives us her most satisfying story yet, a complex tapestry of murder and forbidden, flawed human relationships. Elena Weaver was a surprise to anyone meeting her for the first time. In her clingy dresses and dangling earrings, she exuded a sexuality at odds with the innocence projected by the unicorn posters on her walls. While her embittered mother fretted about her welfare from her home in London, in Cambridge, where Elena was a student at St. Stephen's College, her father and his second wife each had their own very different image of the girl. As for Elena, she lived a life of casual and intense physical and emotional relationships, with scores to settle and goals to achieve, until someone, lying in wait along the route she ran every morning, bludgeoned her to death. Unwilling to turn the killing over to the local police, the university calls in New Scotland Yard. Thus, Detective Inspector Thomas Linley and his partner, Detective Sergeant Barbara Havers, enter the rarefied world of Cambridge University, where academic gowns often hide murderous intentions. For both officers, the true identity of Elena Weaver proves elusive. Each relationship the girl left behind casts new light, both on Elena and on those people who appear to know her best, from an unsavoury Swedish-born Shakespearean professor to the brooding head of the Deaf Students' Union. What's more, Elena's father, a Cambridge professor and a consideration for a prestigious post, is a man with his own dark secrets. While his past sins make him neurotically dedicated to Elena and blind to her blacker side, present demons drive him toward betrayal. Examining the powerful and often dangerous desires of the human heart, For the Sake of Elena is the work of a masterful storyteller at the height of her powers. Elizabeth George, a resident of Huntington Beach, California, was awarded the Anthony and Agatha Awards for Best First Novel, as well as France's Grand Prix de Littérature Policière and Germany's Mimi. She has completed her 6th novel, Missing Joseph, and is working on her 7th, Playing for the Ashes. The dedication reads, "For Mom and Dad, who encouraged the passion and tried to understand everything else." The book is prefaced by a quotation from a poem by Sylvia Plath. "Dawn snuffs out stars' spent wick, even as love's dear fools cry evergreen, and a languor of wax congeals the vein, no matter how fiercely lit." Author's note. Those familiar with the city of Cambridge and with Cambridge University will recognise that there is little enough space between Trinity College and Trinity Hall in the first place, let alone enough space to hold the 7 courts and 400 years of architecture which comprise my fictional St. Stephen's College. I am indebted in any number of ways to a fine group of people who did their best to unlock for me the mysteries of Cambridge University from the standpoint of the senior fellows. Dr. Elena Shire of Robinson College, Professor Lionel Elvin of Trinity Hall, Dr. Mark Bailey of Gonville and Caius College, Mr. Graham Miles and Mr. Alan Bamford of Homerton College. I am additionally grateful to the undergraduates and postgraduates who did their best to school me in the finer points of life as a junior fellow, Sandy Schaffenick and Nick Blaine of Queen's College, Eleanor Peters of Homerton College, and David Derbyshire of Clare College. Most especially I am deeply indebted to Ruth Schuster of Homerton College, who orchestrated my visits to supervisions and lectures, who arranged for my attendance at formal dinner, who did additional photographic research for me, and who patiently and heroically answered countless questions about the city, the colleges, the faculties, and the university. Without Ruth, I would have been a lost soul indeed. I thank Inspector Pip Lane of Cambridge Constabulary for his assistance and suggestions in details of plot, Beryl Polly of Trinity Hall for introducing me to her boys on L staircase, and Mr. John East of CE Computing Services in London for all the information about the C-phone. And especially I thank Tony Mott for patiently listening to a brief and enthusiastic description of a murder site and recognizing it and giving it a name. In the United States I owe debts of gratitude to Blair Maffris, who always fields my questions on any aspect of art, to painter Carlos Ramos, who allowed me to spend a day with him in his studio in Pasadena, to Alan Hallback, who provided me with a beginner's course in understanding jazz, to my husband, Ira Toybin, whose patience, support, and encouragement are the most important mainstays in my life, to Julie Mayer, who never gets tired of reading rough drafts, to Kate Michiak and Deborah Schneider, editor and literary agent, who continue to believe in the literary mystery. If this book is at all accurate, it is owing to the good-natured involvement of this generous group. Any missteps and errors are mine alone. Chapter 1. Elena Weaver awakened when the second light went on in her bed sitting-room. The first light, 12 feet away on her desk, managed only to rouse her moderately. The second light, however, positioned to shine directly in her face from an angle lamp on the bedside table, acted as efficiently as a blast of music or a jangling alarm. When it broke into her dream, an unwelcome interloper considering the subject matter her subconscious had been pursuing, she bolted upright in bed. She hadn't started out the previous night in this bed, or even in this room, so for a moment she blinked, perplexed, wondering when the plain red curtains had been changed for that hideous print of yellow chrysanthemums and green leaves lounging on a field of what appeared to be bracken. They were drawn across a window which was itself in the wrong place, as was the desk. In fact, there shouldn't have been a desk in here at all, nor should it have been strewn with papers, notebooks, several open volumes, and a large word processor. This last item, as well as the telephone beside it, brought everything sharply into focus. She was in her own room, alone. She'd come in just before 2, torn off her clothes, dropped exhausted into bed, and managed about 4 hours' sleep. 4 hours! Elena groaned. No wonder she'd thought she was elsewhere. Rolling out of bed, she thrust her feet into fuzzy slippers and quickly drew on the green woolen bathrobe that lay in a heap next to her jeans on the floor. The material was old, worn down to a feathery softness. Her father had presented her with a fine silk dressing-gown upon her matriculation into Cambridge a year ago. Indeed, he had presented her with an entire wardrobe, which she had mostly discarded. But she had left it at his house on one of her frequent weekend visits, and while she wore it in his presence to appease the anxiety with which he seemed to watch her every move, she never wore it at any other time. Certainly not at home in London with her mother, and never here in college. The old green one was better. It felt like velvet against her bare skin. She padded across the room to her desk and pulled open the curtains. It was still dark outside, and the fog, which had lain upon the city like an oppressive miasma for the past 5 days, seemed even thicker this morning, pressing against the casement windows and streaking them with a lacework of moisture. On the wide sill stood a cage, with a small bottle of water hanging on its side, an exercise wheel in its centre, and an athletic sock-turned nest in its far right-hand corner. Curled into this was a dollop of fur the size of a tablespoon and the colour of sherry. Elena tapped her fingers against the icy bars of the cage. She brought her face up to it, caught the mixed smells of shredded newspaper, cedar shavings, and pungent mouse-droppings, and blew her breath softly in the direction of the nest. "Mouse," she said. Again she tapped against the bars of the cage. "Mouse." Within the small mound of fur a bright brown eye opened. The mouse lifted his head. His nose tested the air. "Tippet?" Elena smiled in delight as his whiskers twitched. "Mornin', Mouse." The mouse scampered from his nest and came to inspect her fingers, clearly expecting a morning treat. Elena opened the cage door and picked him up, scarcely 3 inches of lively curiosity in the palm of her hand. She perched him on her shoulder, where he immediately began an investigation into the possibilities presented by her hair. This was quite long and quite straight, its colour identical to the mouse's fur. These facts seemed to offer the promise of camouflage, for he snuggled happily between the collar of Elena's robe and her neck, where he anchored himself onto the material and began to wash his face. Elena did the same, opening the cupboard that housed the basin and switching on the light above it. She went on to brush her teeth, to bind her hair back with a bit of ribboned elastic, and to rustle through her clothes cupboard for her track-suit and a jersey. She pulled on the trousers and went next door to the gyp room. She flipped on the light and examined the shelf above the stainless steel sink. Cocoa Puffs, Weetabix, cornflakes. The sight of all of them made her stomach roll uneasily, so she opened the refrigerator, pulled out a carton of orange juice, and drank directly from it. Her mouse put an end to his morning ablutions and scuttled back onto her shoulder in anticipation. As she continued to drink, Elena rubbed her index finger on the top of his head. His tiny teeth gnawed at the edge of her fingernail. Enough of affection. He was getting impatient. "All right," Elena said. She rooted through the refrigerator, grimacing at the rank smell of milk gone bad, and found the jar of peanut butter. A fingertip of this was the mouse's daily treat, and he set upon it happily when she presented it to him. He was still working the residue out of his fur when Elena returned to her room and placed him on her desk. She threw off her robe, pulled on a jersey, and began to stretch. She knew the importance of warming up before her daily run. Her father had drummed it into her head with monotonous regularity ever since she had joined the university's Hare and Hounds Club in her first term. Still, she found it horrifically boring, and the only way she managed to complete the series of stretches was to combine them with something else, such as fantasizing, making toast, gazing out the window, or reading a bit of literature she'd been avoiding for ages. This morning she combined the exercising with toast and window-gazing. While the bread was browning in the toaster on her bookshelf, she worked on loosening leg and thigh muscles, her eyes on the window. Outside, the fog was creating a billowing whirlpool round the lamp-post in the centre of North Court, holding out the guarantee of an unpleasant run. Out of the corner of her eye, Elena saw the mouse scooting back and forth across the top of her desk, pausing to raise himself on hind legs and sniff the air. He was nobody's fool. Several million years of olfactory evolution told him that more food was in the offing, and he wanted his share. She glanced at the bookshelf to see the toast had popped up. She broke off a piece for the mouse and tossed it in his cage. He scrambled immediately in that direction, his tiny ears catching the light like diaphanous wax. "Hey!" she said, catching the little animal in his progress across 2 volumes of poetry and 3 Shakespearean criticisms. "Say good-bye, Tibbet." Fondly she rubbed her cheek against his fur before replacing him in the cage. The piece of toast was nearly his size, but he managed to drag it industriously towards his nest. Elena smiled, tapped her fingers on the cage top, grabbed the rest of the toast, and left the room. As the corridor's glass fire door whooshed closed behind her, she put on the jacket of her tracksuit and pulled up its hood. She ran down the first flight of L staircase and swung round the landing by grasping the wrought-iron banister and landing lightly in a crouch, taking the pressure of her weight in her legs and ankles rather than in her knees. She took the second flight at a quicker pace, dashed across the entry, and flung open the door. The cold air hit her like water. Her muscles stiffened in reaction. She forced them to relax, running in place for a moment as she shook her arms. She breathed in deeply. The air, with the fog taking its origin in the river and the fens, tasted of humus and wood smoke, and it covered her skin quickly with a watery down. She jogged across the south end of New Court, sprinting through the 2 passageways to Principal Court. No one was about. No lights were on in rooms. It was wonderful, exhilarating. She felt inordinately free. And she had less than 15 minutes to live. 5 days of fog, dripped off buildings and trees, made wet lattice on windows, created pools on the pavement. Outside St. Stephen's College, a lorry's hazard lights flashed in the mist, 2 small orange beacons like blinking cat's eyes. In Senate House Passage, Victorian lamp-posts reached long fingers of yellow light through the fog, and the Gothic spires of King's College first rose against, then disappeared altogether into, a backdrop of gloom the colour of grey doves. Beyond that, the sky still wore the guise of a mid-November night. Full dawn was yet an hour away. Elena pounded from Senate House Passage into King's Parade. The pressure of her feet against the pavement sent an answering quiver up the muscles and bones of her legs and into her stomach. She pressed her palms against her hips, just where his had been last night. But unlike last night, her breathing was steady, not rapid and urgent and centred single-mindedly on that frantic rise to pleasure. Still, she could almost see his head thrown back. She could almost see him concentrating on the heat, the friction, and the slick profusion of her body's desire. She could almost see his mouth form the words, "Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God," as his hips thrust up and his hands pulled her down harder and harder against him, and then her name on his lips, and the wild beating of his heart against his chest, and his breathing, like a runner. She liked to think of it. She'd even been dreaming of it when the lights went on in her room this morning. She powered along King's Parade towards Trumpington, weaving in and out of the patchy light. Somewhere not far away a breakfast was cooking, for the air held the faint scent of bacon and coffee. Her throat began to close uneasily in response, and she increased her speed to escape the odour, splashing through a puddle that sent icy water seeping through her left sock. At Mill Lane she made the turn towards the river. The blood was beginning to pound in her veins, and in spite of the cold she had started to perspire. A line of sweat beneath her breasts was trickling towards her waist. "Perspiration is the sign that your body is working," her father would tell her. Perspiration, naturally. He would never say sweat. The air seemed fresher as she approached the river, dodging 2 dust carts that were manned by the first living creature she had seen out on the streets this morning, a workman wearing a lime-green anorak. He heaved a haversack onto the push-bar of one of the carts and lifted a thermos as if to toast her as she passed. At the end of the lane she darted onto the pedestrian bridge that spanned the River Cam. The bricks beneath her feet were slick. She ran in place for a moment, fumbling with the wrist of her track jacket to get a look at her watch. When she realized she had left it back in her room, she cursed softly and jogged back across the bridge to have a quick look down Laundress Lane. Damn, damn, double damn! Where is she?" Elena squinted through the fog. She blew out a quick gust of breath in irritation. This wasn't the first time she'd had to wait, and if her father had his way, it wouldn't be the last. "I won't have you running alone, Elena, not at that hour of the morning, not along the river. We won't have any discussion about this. If you'd care to choose another route—" But she knew it wouldn't matter. Another route, and he'd only come up with another objection. She should never have let him know that she was running in the first place. At the time it had seemed an innocuous enough piece of information. "I've joined Hare and Hounds, Daddy." But he managed to turn it into yet another display of his devotion to her, just as he did when he got hold of her essays prior to supervisions. He'd read them, brow furrowed, his posture and expression both declaring, "Look how concerned I am! See how much I love you! Note how I treasure having you back in my life! I'll never leave you again, my darling!" And then he'd critique them, guiding her through introductions and conclusions and points to be clarified, bringing her stepmother in for further assistance, sitting back in his leather chair with his eyes shining earnestly. "See what a happy family we are!" It made her skin crawl. Her breath steamed the air. She'd waited more than a minute. Still no one emerged from the grey soup of Laundress Lane. "Stuff it," she thought, and ran back to the bridge. On the mill pool beyond her, swans and ducks etched out their shapes in the gauzy air, while on the southwest bank of the pool itself a willow wept branches into the water. Elena gave one final glance over her shoulder, but no one was running to meet her, so she herself ran on. Descending the slope of the weir, she misjudged the angle and felt the slight pull of a muscle in her leg. She winced, but kept going. Her time was shot to hell. Not that she knew what her time was in the first place. But she might be able to make up a few seconds once she reached the causeway. She picked up her pace. The pavement narrowed to a strip of tarmac, with the river on its left and the wide, mist-shrouded expanse of sheep's green to its right. Here the hulking silhouettes of trees rose out of the fog, and the handrails of footbridges made horizontal slashes of white, where the occasional lights from across the river managed to cut through the gloom. As she ran, ducks plopped silently from the bank into the water, and Elena reached into her pocket for the last wedge of morning toast, which she crumbled and tossed their way. Her toes were driving steadily into the front of her running shoes. Her ears were starting to ache in the cold. She tightened the drawstring of her hood beneath her chin, and from her jacket pocket she took a pair of mittens and pulled them on, blowing into her hands and pressing them against her chilled face. Ahead, the river separated into two parts, main body and murky stream, as it flowed sluggishly round Robinson Crusoe's island, a small mass of land, thickly overgrown on its south end with trees and brush, and its north end given to the repair of the college's sculls, canoes, rowboats, and punts. A bonfire had been lit in the area recently, for Elena could smell its remains in the air. Somebody had probably camped illegally on the north section of the island during the night, leaving behind a residue of charred wood, hastily extinguished by water. It smelled different from a fire that has died a natural death. Curious, Elena looked through the trees as she dashed along the north end of the island. Canoes and punts piled one on top of another, their wood slick and glistening and dripping with the fog. But no one was there. The path began the rise toward Fen Causeway, which marked the end of the first leg of her run. As always, she met the gradual acclivity with a fresh burst of energy, breathing steadily but feeling the building pressure in her chest. She was just beginning to adjust to the new speed when she saw them. Two figures appeared ahead of her on the pavement, one crouched and the other stretched across the width of the path. They were shadowy and largely amorphous, and they seemed to tremble like uncertain holograms, backlit by the wavering filtered light from the causeway about 20 yards ahead. Perhaps hearing Elena's approach, the crouched figure turned towards her, lifted a hand. The other didn't move. Elena squinted through the fog. Her eyes went from one figure to the other. She saw the size. She saw the dimensions. Towny, she thought, and rushed forward. The crouched figure stood, backed off at Elena's approach, and seemed to disappear into the heavier mist near the footbridge that joined the path with the island. Elena stumbled to a stop and fell to her knees. She reached out, touched, and found herself frantically examining what amounted to nothing more than an old coat stuffed with rags. In confusion she turned, one hand on the ground, pushing herself to her feet. She drew in breath to speak. As she did so, the heavy air splintered before her. A movement flashed on her left. The first blow fell. It hit her squarely between the eyes. Lightning shot through her field of vision. Her body flew backwards. The second blow crashed against her nose and cheek, cutting completely through the flesh and shattering the zygomatic bone like a piece of glass. If there was a third blow, she did not feel it. It was just after 7 when Sarah Gordon pulled her escort onto the wide section of pavement right next to the University Department of Engineering. In spite of the fog and the morning traffic, she'd made the drive from her home in less than 5 minutes, charging over Fen Causeway as if pursued by a legion of ghouls. She set the emergency brake, clambered out into the damp morning, and slammed the door. She marched to the boot of the car, where she began pulling out her equipment: a camp stool, a sketch pad, a wooden case, an easel, 2 canvases. When these objects lay on the ground at her feet, she stared into the boot, asking herself if she had forgotten anything. She concentrated on details, charcoal, temperers, and pencils in the case, and tried to ignore her increasing nausea and the fact that tremors weakened her legs. She stood for a moment with her head resting against the grimy open lid of the boot, and schooled herself to think only of the painting. It was something she'd contemplated, begun, developed, and completed times beyond counting ever since her childhood, so all the elements should have been old friends. The subject, the location, the light, the composition, the choice of media demanded her full concentration. She made an attempt to give it to them. The world of possibility was opening. This morning represented a sacred renaissance. 7 weeks ago she'd marked this day on her calendar, the 13th of November. She'd written, "Do it," across that small white square of hope. And now she was here to put an end to 8 months of paralyzed inactivity, utilizing the only means she knew to find her way back to the passion with which she'd once greeted her work. If only she could muster up the courage to overcome a minor setback. She slammed home the boot lid and picked up her equipment. Each object found its natural position in her hands and under her arms. There wasn't even a panic-filled moment of wondering how she'd managed to carry everything in the past. And the very fact that some behaviours did seem to be automatic, like riding a bicycle, buoyed her for an instant. She walked back over Fen Causeway and descended the slope towards Robinson Crusoe's island, telling herself that the past was dead, telling herself that she'd come here to bury it. For too long she had stood numbly in front of an easel, incapable of thinking of the healing propensities inherent to the simple act of creating. All these months she had created nothing except the means of her own destruction, collecting 6 prescriptions for pills, cleaning and oiling her old shotgun, preparing her gas oven, making a rope from her scarves, and all the time believing that the artistic force within her had died. But all that was ended, as were the 7 weeks of growing dread as the 13th of November approached. She paused on the little bridge spanning the narrow stream that separated Robinson Crusoe's island from the rest of Sheep's Green. Although it was daylight, the mist was heavy, and it lay against her field of vision like a bank of clouds. Through it, the rattling song of an adult male wren shot out from one of the trees above her, and the causeway traffic passed with the muted rise and fall of engines. A duck whack-whacked somewhere nearby on the river. A bicycle bell jingled from across the green. To her left, the boat repair sheds were still closed and shuttered. Ahead of her, 10 iron steps climbed up to Crusoe's bridge and descended to Cove Fen on the east bank of the river. She saw that the bridge itself had been repainted, a fact she had not noticed before. Where once it had been green and orange and patchy with rust, now it was brown and cream, the cream a series of criss-crossing balusters that glistened luminescently through the mist. The bridge itself looked suspended over nothing, and everything round it was altered and hidden by the fog. In spite of her determination, she sighed. It was impossible. No light, no hope, and no inspiration in this bleak, cold place. Be damned to Whistler's Night Studies of the Thames. To hell with what Turner could have made from this dawn. No one would ever believe she had come to paint this. Still, this was the day she had chosen. Events had dictated that she come to this island to draw. Draw she would. She plunged across the rest of the footbridge and pushed open the creaking wrought-iron gate, determined to ignore the chill that seemed to be inching its way through every organ of her body. Inside the gate she felt the squish and ooze of mud sucking noisily against her plimsolls, and she shuddered. It was cold, but it was only the cold, and she picked her way into the copse created by alder, crack willow, and beech. Condensation dripped from the trees. Drops splattered with a sound like slow bubbling porridge onto the sorrel tarpaulin of autumn leaves. A thick fallen branch undulated across the ground before her, and just beyond it a small clearing beyond a poplar offered a view. Sarah made for this. She leaned her easel and canvases against the tree, snapped open her camp stool, and propped her wooden case next to it. The sketch-pad she clutched to her chest. Paint, draw, paint, sketch. She felt her heart thud. Her fingers seemed brittle. Her very nails ached. She despised her weakness. She forced her body onto the camp stool to face the river, and she stared at the bridge. She made an assessment of every detail, trying to see each as a line or an angle, a simple problem in composition which needed to be solved. Like a reflex response, her mind began to evaluate what her eyes took in. With their late autumn leaves tipped by beads of moisture that managed to catch and reflect what little light there was, 3 alder branches acted as a frame for the bridge. They formed diagonal lines that first stretched above the structure, then descended in a perfect parallel to the stairs which led down to Cove Fen, where through a swirling mass of fog the distant lights from Peterhouse glimmered. A duck and 2 swans were misty forms on the river, which was itself so grey, a duplication of the air above it, that the birds floated as if suspended in space. Quick strokes, she thought, big, bold impressions. Use a smudge of charcoal to suggest greater depth. She made her first pass against the sketch-pad, then a second, and a third, before her fingers slipped, losing their grip on the charcoal, which slid across the paper and into her lap. She stared at the mess she had made of the drawing. She ripped it from the pad and began a second time. As she drew, she felt her bowels begin to loosen. She felt nausea begin its process of gripping her throat. "Oh, please," she whispered, and glanced about, knowing she had no time to get home, knowing also that she couldn't allow herself to be sick here and now. She looked down at her sketch, saw the inadequate pedestrian lines, and crumpled it up. She began a third drawing, forcing all her concentration on keeping her right hand steady. Seeking to hold her panic at bay, she tried to duplicate the angle of the alder branches. She tried to copy the criss-crossing of the bridge balusters. She tried to suggest the pattern of the foliage. The charcoal snapped in two. She pushed herself to her feet. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The creative power was supposed to take over. Time and place were supposed to disappear. The desire itself was supposed to return. But it hadn't. It was gone. "You can," she thought fiercely. "You can and you will. Nothing can stop you. No one stands in your way." She thrust the sketch-pad under her arm, grabbed her camp stool, and struck out southward on the island until she came to a small spit of land. It was overgrown with nettles, but it provided a different view of the bridge. This was the spot. The ground was loamy, matted by leaves. Trees and bushes formed a web of vegetation, behind which, at a distance, the stone bridge of Fen Causeway rose. Sarah snapped open the camp stool here. She dropped it to the ground. She took a step back, and lost her footing on what seemed to be a branch that was hidden beneath a pile of leaves. Considering the location, she should have been more than prepared, but the sensation still unnerved her. "Damn it," she said, and kicked the object to one side. The leaves fell from it. Sarah felt her stomach heave. The object wasn't a branch, but a human arm. Chapter 2. Mercifully, the arm was attached to a body. In his 29 years with the Cambridge Constabulary, Superintendent Daniel Sheehan had never had a dismemberment occur upon his patch, and he didn't want that dubious investigatory distinction now. Upon receiving the telephone call from the station house at 7:20, he'd come barrelling down from Arbury with lights flashing and sirens sounding, grateful for an excuse to leave the breakfast table, where the 10th straight day of grapefruit wedges, 1 boiled egg, and 1 thin slice of unbuttered toast provoked him into snarling at his teen-aged son and daughter about their clothing and their hair, as if they were not both wearing school uniforms, as if their heads were not well groomed and tidy. Stephen glanced at his mother. Linda did the same, and the 3 of them tucked into their own breakfasts with the martyred air of a family too long exposed to the unexpected mood swings of the chronic dieter. The traffic had been locked at the Newnham Road roundabout, and only by driving half on the pavement was Sheehan able to reach the bridge of Fen Causeway at something other than the hedgehog speed at which the rest of the cars were moving. He could envision the clogged mess which every southern artery into the city had probably become by now, and when he braked his car behind the constabulary's scenes of crime van and heaved himself into the damp, cold air, he told the constable stationed on the bridge to radio the dispatcher for more men to help move traffic along. He hated rubberneckers and thrill-seekers equally. Accidents and murders brought out the worst in people. Tucking his navy scarf more securely into his overcoat, Sheehan ducked under the yellow ribbon of the established police line. On the bridge, a half-dozen undergraduates leaned over the parapet, trying to get a look at the activity below. Sheehan growled and waved the constable over to deal with them. If the victim was a member of one of the colleges, he wasn't about to let the word out any sooner than he had to. An uneasy peace had reigned between the local constabulary and the university since a cocked-up investigation at Emmanuel last term. He didn't particularly want anything to disturb it. He crossed the footbridge to the island, where a female constable was hovering, over a woman whose face and lips were the colour of unbleached linen. She was sitting on one of the bottom iron steps of Crusoe's bridge, one arm curved round her stomach, and one fist bearing the weight of her head. She wore an old blue overcoat that looked as if it would dangle to her ankles, the front of it crusted with brown and yellow specks. Apparently she'd been sick on herself. "She found the body?" Sheehan asked the constable, who nodded in reply. "Who's made it so far?" "Everyone but Pleasance. Drake kept him at the lab." Sheehan snorted. "Just another little tiff in forensic, no doubt?" He raised his chin sharply at the woman in the overcoat. "Get her a blanket. Keep her here." He went back to the gate and entered the southern section of the island. Depending upon how one looked at it, the place was either a dream come true or a crime-scene nightmare. Evidence abounded, everything from disintegrating newspapers to partially filled and discarded plastic sacks. The whole area looked like a common dumping ground, with at least a dozen good and obviously different footprints pressed into the soggy earth. "Hell!" Sheehan muttered. Wooden planks had been laid down by the scenes of crime team. They started at the gate and travelled south, disappearing into the fog. He picked his way along these, avoiding the regular splattering of water from the trees overhead. Fog drops, his daughter Linda would have called them, with that passion for linguistic accuracy which always surprised him into thinking that his real daughter had somehow been left behind at the hospital 16 years ago, and a pixie-faced poet left in her place. He paused by a clearing where 2 canvases and an easel leaned against a poplar, and a wooden case gaped open, collecting a skin of condensation on a neat row of pastels and 8 hand-lettered tubes of paint. He frowned at this, looking from the river to the bridge to the great puffs of fog rising like a gas from the fen. As the subject for a painting, it reminded him of that French stuff he'd seen at the Courtauld Institute years ago, dots and swirls and dashes of colour that you could only figure out if you stood 40 feet away and squinted like the devil and thought about how things might look if you needed specs. Further along, the planks veered to the left, and he came upon his police photographer and the forensic biologist. They were bundled against the cold in overcoats and knitted caps, and they pranced about like 2 Russian dancers, hopping from foot to foot to keep the circulation going. The photographer looked as pale as he usually did prior to having to document a killing. The forensic biologist looked peeved. She hugged her arms to her chest, shifted from one foot to the other in a bobbling fashion, and glanced repeatedly and restlessly in the direction of the causeway, as if in the belief that the killer lingered beyond them in the fog, and only by plunging through it immediately could they hope to apprehend him. As Sheehan reached them and began to ask his customary question, "What do we have this time?" he saw the reason for the forensic biologist's impatience. A tall figure was emerging from the mist beneath the crack willows, walking carefully with his eyes on the ground. In spite of the cold, his cashmere greatcoat was slung indifferently round his shoulders like a cape, and he wore no scarf to detract from the crisp, clean lines of his Italian suit. Drake, the head of Sheehan's forensic department, one half of a bickering duo of scientists that had been aggravating him for the last 5 months. He was indulging in his flair for costume this morning, Sheehan noted. "Anything?" he asked the scientist. Drake paused to light a cigarette. He pinched the match with his gloved fingers and deposited it in a small jar which he took from his pocket. Sheehan refrained from comment. The bloody man never went anywhere unprepared. "We appear to be missing a weapon," he said. "I should think we're going to have to drag the river for a look." Wonderful, Sheehan thought, and counted up the men and the hours it would take to complete the operation. He went to have a look at the body. "Female," the biologist said. "Just a kid." As Sheehan gazed down at the girl, he reflected upon the fact that there was none of the hush which one would expect to attend a death. Horns bellowed from the causeway, idling engines bawled, brakes squealed, voices called. Birds chirruped in the trees, and a dog yelped sharply in pain or play. Life was continuing, despite the proximity and the evidence of violence. That the girl's death had been violent was unquestionable. Although much of her had been deliberately covered with fallen leaves, enough of her body was exposed to allow Sheehan to see the worst. Someone had beaten in her face. The tie of her track jacket's hood was wound round her neck. Whether she had died from head wounds or from strangulation would ultimately have to be determined by the pathologist. But one thing was clear. No one would be able to identify her from a simple glance at her face. It was battered. Sheehan squatted for a careful, closer look. She lay on her right side, her face turned into the earth, and her long hair falling forward and coiling on the ground. Her arms were in front of her, wrists together but unbound. Her knees were bent. He gnawed thoughtfully at his lower lip, glanced at the river 5 feet away, looked back at the body. She was wearing a stained brown tracksuit and white athletic shoes with dirty laces. She looked trim. She looked fit. She looked like the political nightmare he had hoped she wouldn't be. He lifted her arm to see if there was any insignia on her jacket. His breath puffed out of him in a sigh of despair when he saw that a shield, surmounted by the words St. Stephen's College, had been sewn onto the material that covered her left breast. "God damn!" he muttered. He replaced her arm and nodded at the photographer. "Shoot her," he said, and moved away. He looked across Cove Fen. The fog seemed to be lifting, but it might have been the effect of growing daylight, a momentary illusion, or wishful thinking. Still, it didn't matter if the fog was there or not, for Sheehan was Cambridge-born and bred, and he knew what lay beyond that opaque veil of shifting mist. Peterhouse, across the street Pembroke, to Pembroke's left Corpus Christi. From there to the north, the west, and the east sprang college after college. Surrounding them, servicing them, owing its very existence to the presence of the university, was the city itself. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena, by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 1, Side 2. Across the street, Pembroke. To Pembroke's left, Corpus Christi. From there to the north, the west, and the east sprang college after college. Surrounding them, servicing them, owing its very existence to the presence of the university, was the city itself. And all of it, colleges, faculties, libraries, businesses, homes, and inhabitants, represented more than 600 years of uneasy symbiosis. A movement behind him, and Sheehan turned to look into Drake's moody grey eyes. Obviously the forensic scientist had known what to expect. He'd long been anticipating the opportunity to put the thumbscrews to his subordinate back in the lab. "Unless she beat in her own face and made the weapon disappear, I doubt anyone will argue this is a suicide," he said. In his London office, New Scotland Yard Superintendent Malcolm Webberley mashed out his third cigar in as many hours and surveyed his divisional DIs, wondering how merciful they would be about ignoring the egg which he was about to splatter upon his own face. Considering the length and volume of his diatribe only 2 weeks ago, he knew he could probably expect the worst. He certainly deserved it. He had expostulated with his team for at least 30 minutes about what he had caustically referred to as the cross-country crusaders, and now he was about to ask one of his men to join them. He evaluated the possibilities. They were sitting round the central table in his office. As usual, Hale was giving way to nervous energy, playing with a pile of paper clips, which he appeared to be fashioning into a form of lightweight mail, perhaps with the anticipation of doing battle with someone armed with toothpicks. Stewart, the divisional compulsive, was using the pause in conversation to work on a report, a behaviour that was typical to him. Rumour had it that Stewart had somehow managed to perfect making love to his wife and filling out police reports simultaneously, and with just about the same degree of enthusiasm. Next to him, Macpherson was cleaning his fingernails with a broken-tipped penknife, this too shall pass expression on his face, while on his left Linley polished his reading spectacles with a snow-coloured handkerchief, on which the heavily embroidered letter A adorned one corner. Webberley had to smile at the irony of the situation. A fortnight ago he had been expounding on the country's current penchant for peripatetic policing, using as fodder a piece in the Times, which consisted of an exposé on the amount of public funds being poured into the unnatural workings of the criminal justice system. "Look at this," he had snarled, bunching the newspaper in his hand in such a way that made looking at it impossible. "We've got the Greater Manchester Force investigating Sheffield on suspicion of bribery because of that Hillsborough football cock-up. We've got Yorkshire in Manchester looking at complaints against some senior officers. We've got West Yorkshire peeping at the serious crime squad in Birmingham, Avon and Somerset dabbling round the Guildford Four in Surrey, and Cambridgeshire mucking out Northern Ireland looking for dust under the beds of the RUC. No one's patrolling his own patch any longer, and it's time that stopped." His men had nodded in thoughtful agreement, although Webberley wondered if any of them had really been listening. Their hours were long, their burdens tremendous. The 30 minutes given to their superintendent's political maundering were 30 minutes they could ill afford. That latter thought came to him later, however. At the moment the craving for debate was upon him. His audience was captive. He was compelled to continue. "This is miserable rubbish. What's happened to us? CCs are running like bashful milkmaids at the first sign of trouble from the press. They ask anyone and everyone to investigate their men, rather than run their own force, conduct their own investigation, and tell the media to eat cow dung in the meantime. Who are these idiots, that they don't have the gumption to wash their own dirty laundry?" If anyone took umbrage with the superintendent's display of mixed metaphors, no one commented upon it. Instead, they bowed to the rhetorical nature of his question, and waited patiently for him to answer it, which he did, in an oblique fashion. "Just let them ask me to become part of this nonsense. I'll give them a real piece of what for." And now he had come to it, with a special request from 2 separate parties, direction from Webberley's own superior officer, and neither time nor opportunity to give anyone what for. Webberley pushed himself back from the table and lumbered to his desk, where he pressed the intercom for his secretary. In response, the slender box chattered with static and conversation. The former he was used to. The intercom had not worked properly since the hurricane of 1987. The latter, unfortunately, he was used to as well. Dorothea Harriman, waxing warmly eloquent on the object of her not inconsiderable admiration. "They're dyed, I tell you. Have been for years. That way there's no mascara to smudge up her eyes in pictures and such." An interruption of static. "Can't tell me Fergie's anything." "I don't care how many more babies she decides." "Harriman," Webberley interrupted. White tights would look the best, when she used to favour those god-awful spots. Thank God she's given them a rest. Harriman! Darling hat she had on at Royal Ascot this summer, did you see? Laura Ashley? No, I wouldn't be seen dead. Speaking of death, Weberley thought, and resigned himself to a more primitive, stentorian, and decidedly effective manner of getting his secretary's attention. He strode to the door, yanked it open, and shouted her name. Dorothea Harriman popped into the doorway as he returned to the table. She'd had her hair cut recently, quite short in the back and on the sides, a long glossy bit of blonde mane in the front that swept across her brow in a glitter of artificial gold highlighting. She wore a red wool dress, matching pumps, and white tights. Unfortunately, red favoured her as little as it did the princess. But like the princess, she had remarkable ankles. "Superintendent Weberley?" she asked, with a nod at the officers sitting round the table. It was a butter-wouldn't-melt look. All business, it declared. Every moment of her day was spent with her nose pressed directly upon the grindstone of her job. "If you can tear yourself away from your current evaluation of the princess," Weberley said. His secretary's expression was a study in guilelessness. "Princess who?" was telegraphed across her innocent face. He knew better than to engage her in indirect combat. 6 years of her adulation of the Princess of Wales had taught him he would lose in any attempt to shame her away from wallowing in it. He resigned himself to saying, "There's a fax due from Cambridge. See about it." "Now. If you get any calls from Kensington Palace, I'll keep them on hold." Harriman pressed the very front of her lips together, but an imp's smile curled both corners of her mouth. "Fax," she said. "Cambridge, right. In a tick, Superintendent." And she added as a parting shot, "Charles went there, you know." John Stewart looked up, tapping the top of his pen reflectively against his teeth. "Charles?" he asked in some confusion, as if wondering whether the attention he had been giving to his report had somehow caused him to lose the drift of the conversation. "Wales," Weberley said. "Wales in Cambridge?" Stewart asked. "What sort of whales? Where? Have they opened an aquarium?" "Wales as in princes of," Philip Hale barked. "The Prince of Wales is in Cambridge?" Stewart asked. "But that should be handled by Special Branch, not by us." "Jesus!" Weberley took Stewart's report from him and used it to gesture with as he spoke. Stewart winced when Weberley rolled it into a tube. "No Prince, no Wales, just Cambridge. Got it?" "Sir?" "Thank you." Weberley noted with gratitude that Macpherson had put away his pocket-knife, and that Linley was regarding him evenly with those unreadable dark eyes that were so much at odds with his perfectly clipped blonde hair. "There's been a killing up in Cambridge that we've been asked to take on," Weberley said, and brushed away both their objections and their comments with a quick vertical chopping motion of his hand. "I know, don't remind me. I'm eating my own words. I don't much like it." "Hillier?" Hale asked astutely. Sir David Hillier was Weberley's chief superintendent. If a request for the involvement of Weberley's men came from him, it was no request at all. It was law. "Not altogether. Hillier approves. He knows about the case. But the request came directly to me." 3 of the DIs looked at each other curiously. The 4th, Linley, kept his eyes on Weberley. "I temporized," Weberley said. "I know your plates are full at the moment, so I can get one of the other divisions to take this. But I'd rather not do that." He returned Stewart his report and watched as the DI assiduously smoothed the pages against the tabletop to remove the curled edges. He continued speaking. "A student's been murdered, a girl. She was an undergraduate at St. Stephen's College." All 4 men reacted to that. A movement in the chair, a question cut off quickly, a sharp look in Weberley's direction to read his face for signs of worry. All of them knew that the superintendent's own daughter was a junior member of St. Stephen's College. Her photograph, giggling as she inexpertly punted both parents in an endless circle on the River Cam, stood on one of the filing cabinets in the room. Weberley saw the concern on their faces. "It's nothing to do with Miranda," he reassured them. "But she knew the girl. That's part of the reason I got the call." "But not the only reason," Stewart said. "Right. The calls, there were 2 of them, didn't come from Cambridge CID. They came from the Master of St. Stephen's College and the University's Vice-Chancellor. It's a tricky situation as far as the local police are concerned. The killing didn't occur in the college, so Cambridge CID have the right to pursue it on their own. But since the victim's a college girl, they need the university's cooperation to investigate. The university won't get? Macpherson sounded incredulous. They prefer an outside agency. From what I understand, they got their feathers ruffled over the way the local CID handled a suicide last Easter term. Gross insensitivity towards everyone concerned, the Vice-Chancellor said, not to mention some sort of leaking of information to the press. And since this girl is apparently the daughter of one of the Cambridge professors, they want everything handled with delicacy and tact. Detective Inspector Empathy, Hale said with a curl of his lip. It was, they all knew, a poorly veiled attempt to imply antagonism and lack of objectivity. None of them were unaware of Hale's marital troubles. The last thing he wanted at the moment was to be sent out of the city on a lengthy case. Weberley ignored him. Cambridge CID aren't happy about the situation. It's their patch, they prefer to handle it. So whoever goes can't expect them to start killing the fatted calf. But I've spoken briefly to their superintendent, a bloke called Sheehan. He seems a decent sort, and they'll cooperate. He sees the university implying this is a town-and-gown situation, and he's miffed about the idea that his team might be accused of prejudice against the students. But he knows that without the university's cooperation, any man he sends in will spend the next 6 months sifting through sawdust in order to find sand. The sound of her light footsteps heralded Harriman. She presented Weberley with several sheets of paper on which the words Cambridgeshire Constabulary were printed along the top, and in the right-hand corner a badge surmounted by a crown. She frowned at the collection of plastic coffee cups and foul-smelling ashtrays that sat on the table amid folders and documents. She clucked, tossed the cups into the waste-bin by the door, and carried the ashtrays at arm's length from the room. As Weberley read the report, he passed on the pertinent information to his men. "Not much to work with so far," he said. 20 years old, Elena Weaver. He gave the girl's Christian name a Mediterranean pronunciation. "A foreign student?" Stewart asked. "Not from what I gathered from the master of the college this morning. The mother lives in London, and as I've said, the dad's a professor at the university, a bloke shortlisted for something called the Penford Chair of History, whatever the hell that is. He's a senior fellow at St. Stephen's, a major reputation in his field, I was told." "Thus the red carpet treatment," Hale interjected. Weberley continued. "They've done no autopsy yet, but they're giving us an initial rough estimate of the time of death between midnight last night and 7 this morning. Face beaten in with a heavy blunt instrument. Isn't it always?" Hale asked. "After which, according to the preliminaries, she was strangled." "Rape?" Stewart asked. "No indication of that yet." "Midnight and 7?" Hale asked. "But you said she wasn't found in college." Weberley shook his head. "She was found by the river." He frowned as he read the rest of the information Cambridge Constabulary had sent. "She was wearing a track-suit and athletic shoes, so they assume she was out running when somebody jumped her. The body was covered with leaves. Some sketch artist stumbled on her round 7:15 this morning, and, according to Sheehan, got sick on the spot." "Knee on the body, I hope," Macpherson said. "That certainly plays hell with trace evidence," Hale noted. The others laughed quietly in response. Weberley didn't mind the levity. Years of exposure to murder hardened the softest of his men. He said, "According to Sheehan, they had enough evidence at the scene to keep 2 or 3 crime scene teams busy for weeks." "How's that?" Stewart asked. "She was found on an island, and it's used as a general trysting place, evidently. So they've at least half a dozen sacks of rubbish to analyze, along with their tests on the body itself." He tossed the report onto the table. "That's the limit of what we know right now. No autopsy, no record of interviews. Whoever takes the case will be working from the bottom." "That's a nice little murder, nonetheless," Macpherson said. Linley stirred, reaching out for the report. He put on his spectacles, read it over, and having done so, he spoke for the first time. "I'll take it," he said. "I thought you were working on that rent boy case in Maida Vale," Weberly said. "We tied it up last night, this morning, rather. Brought the killer in at 2:30. "Good God, laddie, take a breather sometime," Macpherson said. Linley smiled and rose. "Have any of you seen Havers?" Detective Sergeant Barbara Havers sat at one of the green computers in the information room on the ground floor of New Scotland Yard. She stared at the screen. She was supposed to be scanning the PNC for information on missing persons, at least 5 years missing if the forensic anthropologist was to be believed, in an attempt to narrow down the possibilities on a set of bones found beneath the basement foundation of a building being torn down on the Isle of Dogs. It was a favour for a mate at the Manchester Road police station, but her mind wasn't up to assimilating the facts on the screen, let alone comparing them to a list of dimensions of radius, ulnar, femur, tibia, and fibula. Roughly, she rubbed her index finger and thumb through both eyebrows and glanced at the telephone on a nearby desk. She ought to phone home. She needed to get her mother on the line, or at least to speak with Mrs. Gustafson and see if everything was under control in Acton. But punching in those 7 numbers, and waiting with mounting anxiety for the phone to be answered, and then facing the possible knowledge that things weren't working out any better than they had been for the last week, she couldn't do it. Barbara told herself that there was no point to phoning Acton anyway. Mrs. Gustafson was nearly deaf. Her mother existed in her own cloudy world of long-term dementia. The chance of Mrs. Gustafson hearing the phone was as remote as her mother's ability to understand that the shrill double ringing coming from the kitchen meant that someone somewhere wanted to speak through that peculiar black instrument that hung from the wall. Hearing the noise, she was as likely to open the oven or go to the front door as she was to pick up the telephone receiver. And even if she managed that much, it was doubtful she'd recognize Barbara's voice, or even remember who she was without endless, frustrating, hair-pulling prodding. Her mother was 63 years old. Her health was excellent. It was only her mind that was dying. Employing Mrs. Gustafson to stay with Mrs. Havers during the day was, Barbara knew, only at best a temporary and unsatisfactory measure. 72 years old herself, Mrs. Gustafson had neither the energy nor the resources to care for a woman whose day had to be programmed and monitored as carefully as a toddler's. 3 times already Barbara had come face to face with the impediments inherent to giving Mrs. Gustafson even limited guardianship over her mother. Twice she had arrived home later than usual to find Mrs. Gustafson sound asleep in the sitting-room. While the television shrieked out a programme's laugh track, her mother floated in a mental fugue, once wandering at the bottom of the back garden, once swaying aimlessly outside on the front steps. But the third incident, just 2 days ago, had rocked Barbara severely. An interview connected to the Maida Vale rent boy case had brought her close to her own neighbourhood, and she had gone home unexpectedly to see how things were going. The house was empty. At first she felt no panic, assuming Mrs. Gustafson had taken her mother for a walk, and in fact feeling quite grateful that the older woman was even up to the challenge of controlling Mrs. Havers in the street. Gratitude disintegrated with Mrs. Gustafson's appearance on the front steps less than 5 minutes later. She'd just popped home to feed her fish, she said, and added, "Mum's all right, isn't she?" For a moment, Barbara refused to believe what Mrs. Gustafson's question implied. "She isn't with you?" she asked. Mrs. Gustafson raised one liver-spotted hand to her throat. A tremor shook the grey curls of her wig. "Just popped home to feed the fish," she said. "No more'n a minute or 2, Barbie." Barbara's eyes flew to the clock. She felt panic sweeping over her, and with it came the wild scattering of a dozen different scenarios comprising her mother lying dead in the Uxbridge Road, her mother floundering through the crowds on the tube, her mother trying to find her way to South Ealing Cemetery, where both her son and her husband were buried, her mother thinking she were 20 years younger with an appointment at the beauty parlour to keep, her mother being assaulted, being robbed, being raped. Barbara rushed from the house, leaving Mrs. Gustafson wringing her hands and wailing, "It was just a fish," as if that could somehow excuse her negligence. She gunned her Minnie and roared in the direction of the Uxbridge Road. She tore down streets and crisscrossed alleys. She stopped people. She ran into local stores. And she finally found her on the grounds of the local primary school, where both Barbara and her long-dead younger brother had once been pupils. The headmaster had already phoned the police. 2 uniformed constables, one male and one female, were talking with her mother when Barbara arrived. Against the windows of the school building itself, Barbara could see curious faces pressed. And why not, she thought. Her mother certainly presented a spectacle, wearing a thin summer house dress and slippers, and nothing else at all save her spectacles, which were not on her nose, but for some reason perched on the top of her head. Her hair was uncombed, her body smelled unwashed. She babbled, protested, and argued like a madwoman. When the female constable reached out for her, she dodged away adroitly and began running towards the school, calling for her children. That had been just 2 days ago, yet another indication that Mrs. Gustafson was not the answer. In the 8 months since her father's death, Barbara had tried a variety of solutions to the problem of her mother. At first she'd taken her to an adult daycare centre, the very latest thing in dealing with the aged. But the centre couldn't keep their clients after 7 at night, and the calls of police work made her hours irregular. Had he known of her need to fetch her mother by 7, Barbara's superior officer would have insisted that she take the time to do so. But that would have placed an unfair burden upon his shoulders, and Barbara valued her job and her partnership with Thomas Linley too highly to jeopardize either by giving her personal problems priority. She'd tried a variety of paid companions after that, 4 in succession, who lasted a total of 12 weeks. She'd worked with a church group. She'd employed a series of visiting social workers. She'd contacted social services and arranged for home help. And at the last she'd fallen back upon Mrs. Gustafson, their neighbour. Against the monetary recommendation of her own daughter, Mrs. Gustafson had stepped in as a temporary measure. But the fuse on Mrs. Gustafson's ability to deal with Mrs. Havers was a short one, and the fuse on Barbara's willingness to put up with Mrs. Gustafson's lapses was even shorter. It was only a matter of days before something blew. Barbara knew the answer was an institution, but she couldn't live with the thought of placing her mother in a public hospital, rife with inadequacies associated with the national health. At the same time, she couldn't afford a private hospital, unless she won the football pools like a female Freddie Clegg. She felt in her jacket pocket for the business card she'd placed there this morning. Hawthorne Lodge, it said. Unida Drive, Greenford. A single call to Florence McGentry, and her problems would be solved. "Mrs. Flo," Mrs. McGentry had said when she answered the door to Barbara's knock at 9:30 that morning. "That's what my dears call me, Mrs. Flo." She lived in a 2-story, semi-detached piece of uninspired post-war housing, which she optimistically called Hawthorne Lodge. Grey stucco relieved by a brick facade on the ground floor, the house featured woodwork the colour of oxblood, and a 5-paned bow window looking out on a front garden filled with trolls. The front door opened directly into a stairway. To the right of this, a door revealed a sitting-room, into which Mrs. Flo led Barbara, chatting continually about the amenables which the house offered the dears who came to visit. "I call it a visit," Mrs. Flo said, patting Barbara's arm with a hand that was soft and white and surprisingly warm. "Seems less permanent that way, doesn't it? Let me show you round." Barbara knew she was looking for features that she could proclaim ideal. She ticked the items off in her mind. Comfortable furniture in the sitting-room, worn but well made, along with a television, a stereo, 2 shelves of books, and a collection of large and colourful magazines. Fresh paint and wallpaper and gay prints on the walls. Tidy kitchen, and a dinette whose windows overlooked the back garden. 4 bedrooms upstairs, 1 for Mrs. Flo, and the other 3 for the dears. 2 loos, 1 up and 1 down, both glistening white with fixtures shining like silver. And Mrs. Flo herself, with her large framed spectacles and her modern wedge-cut hair, and her neat shirt-waister with a pansy brooch pinned at its throat. She looked like a smart matron, and she smelled of lemons. "You've phoned up at just the right time," Mrs. Flo said. "We lost our dear Mrs. Tilbird last week. 93 she was, sharp as a pin. Went off in her sleep, bless her. Just as peaceful as ever you'd want someone's passing to be. She'd been with me a month short of 10 years. Mrs. Flo's eyes became misty in her plump-cheeked face. "Well, no one lives forever, and that's a fact, isn't it? Would you like to meet the dears?" The residents of Hawthorn Lodge were taking a bit of morning sun in the back garden. There were only two of them, one an 84-year-old blind woman, who smiled and nodded at Barbara's greeting, after which she immediately fell asleep, and the other a frightened-looking woman somewhere in her 50s, who clutched Mrs. Flo's hands and cowered back in her chair. Barbara recognized the symptoms. "Can you cope with two?" she asked frankly. Mrs. Flo smoothed down the hair of the hand-clutcher. "They're no trouble to me, dear. God gives everyone a burden, doesn't he? But no one's burden is more than he can bear." Barbara thought of that now, with her fingers still touching the card in her jacket pocket. Is that what she was trying to do? To slough off a burden that from laziness or perverse selfishness she didn't want to bear? She avoided the question by evaluating everything that made the placement of her mother at Hawthorn Lodge right. She enumerated the positives, the proximity to Greenford Station, and the fact that she would only have to change trains once, at Tottenham Court Road, if she placed her mother in this situation and herself took the small studio she'd managed to find in Chalk Farm, the greengrocer's stand right inside Greenford Station, where she could buy her mother fresh fruit on the way to a visit, the common just a street away, with its central walk lined with hawthorns, which led to a play area of swings, seesaw, roundabout, and benches where they could sit and watch the neighbourhood children romp, the string of businesses nearby, a chemist, a supermarket, a wine shop, a bakery, and even a Chinese takeaway, her mother's favourite food. Yet even as she listed every feature that encouraged her to phone Mrs. Flo while she still had a vacancy, Barbara knew she was deliberately avoiding a few of the qualities of Hawthorn Lodge which she hadn't been able to ignore. She told herself that nothing could be done about the unremitting noise from the A40, or about the fact that Greenford itself was a sandwich of a community, squeezed between the railway and the motorway. Then there were the 3 broken trolls in the front garden. Why on earth should she even think of them, except that there was something so pathetic about the chipped nose on one, the broken hat on another, the armlessness of a third? And there was something chilling about the shiny patches on the sofa, where oily old heads had pressed against its back for too long, and the crumbs in the corner of the blind woman's mouth. Minor things, she told herself, little hooks digging into the skin of her guilt. One couldn't expect perfection anywhere. Besides, all of these minor points of discomfiture were inconsequential when one compared them with the circumstances of their lives in Acton and the condition of the house in which they now lived. The reality, however, was that this decision went far beyond Acton versus Greenford, and far beyond keeping her mother at home or sending her away. The entire decision went right to the core of what Barbara herself wanted, which was simple enough: a life away from Acton, away from her mother, away from the burdens which, unlike Mrs. Flo, she did not believe she was equipped to bear. Selling the house in Acton would give her the money to support her mother in Mrs. Flo's house. She would have the funds to set herself up in Chalk Farm as well. No matter that the Chalk Farm studio was little more than 25 feet long and 12 feet wide, little more than a converted potting shed with a terracotta chimney and missing slates on the roof. It had possibilities, and that's all Barbara asked of life any longer, just the promise of possibility. Behind her the door opened as someone slipped an identification card through its locking device. She glanced over her shoulder as Linley entered, looking quite rested, despite their late night with the Maida Vale killer. "Any luck?" he asked her. "Next time I offer to do a bloke a favour, punch my lights, will you? This screen makes me blind." "Nothing, then, I take it?" "Nothing. But I haven't exactly been giving it my all." She sighed, made a note of the last entry she'd read, and exited the programme. She rubbed her neck. "How was Hawthorn Lodge?" Linley asked her. He swung a chair over and joined her at the terminal. She did her best to avoid his eyes. "Nice enough, I suppose. But Greenford's a bit out on the central line. I don't know how Mum would make the adjustment. She's used to Acton. The house, you know what I mean. She likes having her things about her." She felt him watching her, but knew that he would not offer advice. Their positions in life were far too different for him to presume to make a suggestion. Still, Barbara knew he was only too aware of her mother's condition and the decisions she herself now faced because of it. "I feel like a criminal," she said hollowly. "Why?" "She gave you life." "I didn't ask for it." "No, but one always feels a responsibility to the giver. What's the best course to take, we ask? And is the best course the right one, or is it just a convenient escape?" "God doesn't give burdens we cannot bear," Barbara heard herself mouth. "That's a particularly ridiculous platitude, Havers. It's worse than saying things always work out for the best. What nonsense! Things work out for the worst more often than not, and God, if he exists, distributes unbearable burdens all the time. You of all people ought to know that." "Why?" "You're a cop." He pushed himself to his feet. "We've a job out of town. It'll be a few days. I'll go on ahead. You come when you can." His offer irked her, filled as it was with the implicit understanding of her situation. She knew he wouldn't take another officer. He'd do this work and her own until she could join him. How utterly like him! She hated his easy generosity. It made her his debtor, and she did not possess, would never possess, the coin with which he might be repaid. "No," she said. "I'll get things set up at home. I'll be ready in— How much time do I have? An hour? 2? "Havers, I'll go." "Havers, it's Cambridge." She jerked her head up, saw the undisguised satisfaction in his warm brown eyes. She shook her head darkly. "You're a real fool, Inspector." He nodded, grinned. "But only for love." Chapter 3. Anthony Weaver pulled his Citroën to a halt on the wide gravel drive of his home in Adams Road. He stared through the windscreen at the winter jasmine that grew, neat and restrained, on the trellis to the left of the front door. For the last 8 hours he'd been living in the region that lies just between a nightmare and hell, and now he was numb. It was shock, his intellect told him. Certainly he'd begin feeling something again just as soon as this period of disbelief had passed. He made no move to get out of the car. Instead he waited for his former wife to speak. But, stolidly sitting next to him in the passenger seat, Glyn Weaver maintained the silence with which she had greeted him at the Cambridge railway station. She hadn't allowed him to drive to London to fetch her, to carry her suitcase, or to open a door, nor had she allowed him to witness her grief. He understood. He'd already accepted the blame for their daughter's death. He'd taken on that responsibility the moment he'd identified Elena's body. Glyn had no need to hurl accusations at him. He would have agreed with every one. He saw her eyes sweep over the front of the house, and he wondered if she would remark upon it. She hadn't been to Cambridge since helping Elena get settled into St. Stephen's in her first term, and even then she'd not set foot in Adams Road. She would, he knew, see the house as indication of the combined elements of remarriage, inheritance, and professional egocentricity, a veritable showpiece of his success. Brick, 3 stories, white woodwork, decorative tiled cladding from second story to roofline, a glass-enclosed morning room with a roof terrace atop it. This was a far cry from their claustrophobic newly-wed digs, 3 rooms on Hope Street more than 20 years ago. This house was set alone at the end of a curved drive, not butted up to a neighbour's dwelling and squatting less than 5 feet from the street. This was the house of a tenured professor, a respected member of the history faculty. This was no ill-lit tenement of dying dreams. To the right of the house, a copper beech hedge, brilliant with the sunset colours of autumn, walled off the back garden. Through an opening in the bushes, an Irish setter bounded joyfully towards the car. Seeing the animal, Glyn spoke for the first time, her voice low, without apparent emotion. "This is her dog?" "Yes." "We couldn't keep one in London. The flat was too small. She always wanted a dog. She talked about a spaniel. She—" Breaking off, Glyn got out of the car. The dog took 2 hesitant steps forward, tongue hanging out in a slapdash canine grin. Glyn observed the animal, but made no overt attempt to greet him. He took another 2 steps and snuffled round her feet. With a rapid blink she looked back at the house. She said, "Justine's made you a lovely place in the world, Anthony." Between brick pilasters the front door opened, its polished oak panels catching what little of the quickly fading afternoon light managed to seep through the fog. Anthony's wife, Justine, stood with one hand on the doorknob. She said, "Glyn, come in. Please, I've made tea." After which she backed once again into the house, wisely offering no condolences where they would not be welcome. Anthony followed Glyn into the house, carrying her suitcase up to the guest-room, and returning to find her and Justine standing in the sitting-room, Glyn at the window, overlooking the front lawn with its careful arrangement of white wrought-iron furniture glistening through the fog, and Justine by the sofa with the tips of her fingers pressed together in front of her. His first and second wives could not have been more dissimilar. Glyn, at 46, was making no attempt to resist the encroachments of middle age. Her face was worn, with crow's feet at her eyes, deep lines like trenches from nose to chin, tiny indentations shooting out from her lips, jawline losing definition from the pull of flesh beginning to sag. Grey streaked her hair, which she wore long, drawn back from her face in a severe chignon. Her body was thickening at the waist and hips, and she covered it with tweed and wool and flesh-coloured stockings and flat walking shoes. In contrast, Justine, at 35, still managed to suggest the fresh bloom of youth. Blessed with a sort of facial structure that would only enhance her looks as she grew older, she was attractive without being beautiful, with smooth skin, blue eyes, knife-edged cheekbones, a firm jaw. She was tall and lanky, with a cascade of dusty blonde hair that hung, as it had from adolescence, loosely round her shoulders. Trim and fit, she wore the same clothes now in which she had gone off to work this morning, a tailored grey suit with a wide black belt, grey stockings, black pumps, a silver pin on her lapel. She was perfect, as always. Anthony looked beyond her to the dining-room where she had laid the table for afternoon tea. It served as demonstration of how Justine had spent the hours since he had telephoned her at the University Press to tell her of his daughter's death. While he had been to the morgue, to the police station, to the college, to his office, to the railway station, while he had identified the body and answered questions and accepted incredulous condolences and contacted his former wife, Justine had made her own preparations for the coming days of their mourning. The results of her efforts were spread across the burl-topped dining table. On a linen cloth sat the entire tea service from their wedding china, a pattern of gilt-edged roses and curling leaves. Among the plates and cups and silver and crisp white napkins and vases of flowers lay a poppy-seed cake, a platter of delicate afternoon sandwiches, another of thinly sliced bread and butter, fresh scones, strawberry jam, and clotted cream. Anthony looked at his wife. Justine smiled fleetingly, saying again with an airy motion at the table, "I've made tea." "Thank you, darling," he said. The words felt unnatural, badly rehearsed. "Glyn?" Justine waited for the other woman to turn. "May I offer you something?" Glyn's eyes slid to the table, from there to Anthony. "Thank you, no. I couldn't possibly eat." Justine turned to her husband. "Anthony?" He saw the trap. For a moment he felt suspended in the air like the rope in an endless tug-of-war. Then he went to the table. He chose a sandwich, a scone, a slice of cake. The food tasted like sand. Justine came to his side and poured the tea. Its steam rose in the air with the fruity scent of the modern herbal blend she preferred. The two of them stood there with the food spread out before them, the silver gleaming and the flowers fresh. Glyn remained by the window in the other room. No one moved towards a chair. "What did the police tell you?" Glyn asked. "They never phoned me." "I told them not to." "Why?" "I thought I should be the one to—" "You?" Anthony saw Justine set down her teacup. He saw that her eyes remained on its rim. "What happened to her, Anthony?" "Glyn, sit down, please. I want to know what happened." Anthony set his plate down next to the cup of tea which he had not tasted. He returned to the sitting-room. Justine followed. He sat on the sofa, motioned his wife down next to him, and waited to see if Glyn would move from the window. She did not do so. Next to him, Justine began twisting her wedding band. Anthony recited the facts for Glynn. Elena was out running, someone killed her, she was beaten and strangled. "I want to see the body." "No, Glynn, you don't." Glynn's voice wavered for the first time. "She was my daughter. I want to see the body. Not as she is now. Later, when the morticians... I'll see her, Anthony." He could hear the tight elevation in her voice and knew from experience where it would lead. He headed her off with, "One side of her face is bashed in. The bones are showing. She doesn't have a nose. Is that what you want to see?" Glynn fumbled in her handbag and brought out a tissue. "Damn you," she whispered. Then, "How did it happen? You told me, you promised me she wouldn't run alone." "She phoned Justine last night. She said she wasn't going to run this morning." "She phoned?" Glynn's glance moved from Anthony to his wife. "You ran with Elena?" Justine stopped twisting her wedding band, but she kept her fingers on it as if it were a talisman. "Anthony asked me to. He didn't like her running along the river when it was dark, so I ran as well. Last night she phoned and said she wouldn't be running, but evidently for some reason she changed her mind." "How long has this been going on?" Glynn asked, her attention going back to her former husband. "You said Elena wouldn't be running alone, but you never said that Justine—" She abruptly shifted gears. "How could you do that, Anthony? How could you entrust your daughter's well-being to—" "Glynn," Anthony interposed. "She wouldn't be concerned. She wouldn't watch over her. She wouldn't take care to see that she was safe." "Glynn, for God's sake! It's true. She's never had a child, so how could she know what it's like to watch and wait and worry and wonder, to have dreams, 1,001 dreams that won't come to anything because she didn't run with Elena this morning?" Justine hadn't moved on the sofa. Her expression was fixed, a glazed mask of good breeding. "Let me take you to your room," she said, and got to her feet. "You must be exhausted. We've put you in the yellow room at the back of the house. It's quiet there. You'll be able to rest." "I want Elena's room." "Well, yes, of course. That's no trouble at all. I'll just see to the sheets." Her voice drifting off, Justine left the room. Glynn said at once, "Why did you give her Elena?" "What are you saying? Justine is my wife." "That's the real point, isn't it? How much do you care that Elena's dead? You've got someone right here to cook up another." Anthony got to his feet. Against her words he summoned up the image of Elena as he last had seen her from the window of the morning-room, offering him a grin and a final wave from her bicycle as she pedalled off to a supervision after their lunch together. It had been just the two of them, eating their sandwiches, chatting about the dog, sharing an hour of love. He felt anguish swell. Recreate Elena? Fashion another? He himself had died with her. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George continued. Cassette 2, Side 1. It had been just the two of them, eating their sandwiches, chatting about the dog, sharing an hour of love. He felt anguish swell. Recreate Elena, fashion another? There was only one. He himself had died with her. Blindly he pushed past his ex-wife. He could still hear her low, harsh words continue as he left the house, even though he couldn't distinguish one from another. He stumbled to his car, fumbled the keys into the ignition. He was reversing down the driveway when Justine ran outside. She called his name. He saw her caught for a moment in the headlamps before he plunged his foot onto the accelerator and with a sputter of gravel clattered into Adams Road. He felt his chest heaving, his throat aching as he drove. He began to weep, dry, hot, tearless sobs for his daughter and his wives and the mess he'd made of every part of his life. He was on Grange Road and then on Barton Road, and then, blessedly, out of Cambridge itself. It had grown quite dark, and the fog was thick, especially in this area of fallow, open fields and winter-dying hedges. But he drove without caution, and when the countryside gave way to a village, he parked and threw himself out of the car, only to find that the temperature had fallen further, encouraged by the bitter East Anglian wind. He'd left his overcoat at home. All he wore was a suit jacket. But that was of no account. He turned up its collar and began to walk, past a kissing gate, past half a dozen thatched cottages, stopping only when he came to her house. He crossed the street then to get some distance from the building, but even through the fog he could see in the window. She was there, moving across the sitting-room with a mug in her hand. She was small, so slender. If he held her, she would be practically nothing in his arms, just a fragile heartbeat and a glowing life that consumed him, fired him, and at once made him whole. He wanted to go to her. He needed to talk to her. He wanted to be held. He stepped off the curb. As he did so, a car skidded by, horn honking in warning, a stifled shout from inside. It brought him back to his senses. He watched her go to the fireplace, where she fed wood into the flames, as he once had done, turning from the fire to find her eyes on him, her smile a benediction, her hand held out. "Tonio," she'd murmur, his name underscored with love, and he'd answer her even as he did this moment. "Tigresse." Just a whisper. "Tigresse. La tigresse." Linley arrived in Cambridge at 5:30 and drove directly to Bulstrode Gardens, where he parked the Bentley in front of a house that reminded him of Jane Austen's home in Chawton. Here was the same symmetry of design, 2 casement windows and a white front door below, 3 evenly spaced windows in the same positions above. Possessing a pan-tiled roof and several plain chimneys, the house was a rectangular, solid, uninteresting piece of architecture. Linley didn't, however, feel the same disappointment upon seeing it that he had felt in Chawton. One expected Jane Austen to have lived in a snug, whimsically atmospheric thatched cottage, surrounded by a garden filled with flower beds and trees. One didn't expect a struggling lecturer from the divinity faculty to maintain a wife and 3 children in that kind of wattle and daub heaven. He got out of the car and shrugged into his overcoat. The fog, he noted, managed to obscure and romanticize features of the house that spoke of a growing indifference and neglect. In lieu of a garden, a semicircular driveway of leaf-strewn pebbles curved round the front door, and the inner part of the semicircle comprised an overgrown flower-bed, which was separated from the street by a low brick wall. Here nothing had been done to prepare the ground for autumn or winter, so the remains of summer plants were lying blackened and dying against a solid sheet of unturned soil. A large hibiscus was fast overpowering the garden wall, trailing among the yellowed leaves of narcissi, which should long ago have been cleared away. To the left of the front door, an actinidia had worked its way up to the roof and was sending out tendrils to cover one of the lower windows, while to the right of the door the same species of plant was creating an inert mound of disease-spotted leaves. As a result, the front of the house bore a lopsided appearance, at odds with the symmetry of its design. Linley passed beneath a birch at the edge of the drive. From a neighbouring house he could hear faint music, and somewhere in the fog a door slammed like the crack of a pistol shot. Sidestepping an overturned large-wheeled tricycle, he mounted the single step to the porch and rang the bell. Its noise was answered by the shouting of 2 children, who raced to the front door with the accompanying clatter of some sort of popping toy. Hands which could not yet successfully manage the doorknob pounded frantically instead on the wood. "Auntie Lean!" Either the boy or the girl was doing the shouting. It was difficult to tell. A light went on in the room to the right of the front door, sending an insubstantial oblong of illumination onto the driveway through the mist. A baby began crying. A woman's voice called out, "Just a moment." "Auntie Lean! Door! I know, Christian." Above his head the porch light went on, and Linley heard the sound of the deadbolt turning. "Step back, darling," the woman said as she opened the door. The 4 of them were framed by the architrave and held in a sideways diffusion of gold light from the sitting-room that would have done credit to Rembrandt. Indeed, just for a moment they looked very much like a painting. The woman in a rose cowl-necked sweater, against which she held an infant wrapped in a cranberry shawl, while 2 toddlers clutched the legs of her black wool trousers, a boy with a misshapen bruise beneath his eye, and a girl with the handle of some sort of wheeled toy in her hand. This, apparently, was the source of the popping sound Linley had heard, for the toy was domed in transparent plastic, and when the child pushed it along the floor, coloured balls flew up and hit the dome like noisy bubbles. "Tommy!" Lady Helen Clyde said. She took a step back from the door and urged the 2 children to do the same. They moved like a unit. "You're in Cambridge." "Yes." She looked over his shoulder as if in the expectation of seeing someone with him. "You're alone?" "Alone." "What a surprise! Come in." The house smelled strongly of wet wool, sour milk, talcum powder, and nappies, the odours of children. It was filled with the detritus of children as well, in the form of toys strewn across the sitting-room floor, storybooks with torn pages gaping open on the sofa and chairs, discarded jumpers and play-suits heaped on the hearth. A stained blue blanket was bunched onto the seat of a miniature rocking-chair, and as Linley followed Lady Helen through the sitting-room into the kitchen at the rear of the house, the little boy ran to this, grabbed it, and clutched it. He peered at Linley with defiant curiosity. "Who's he, Auntie Lean?" he demanded. His sister remained at Lady Helen's side, her left hand fixed like an extra appendage to her aunt's trousers, while her right hand made the climb to her face and her thumb found its way into her mouth. "Stop that, Perdita," the boy said. "Mummy says not to suck, you baby." "Christian," Lady Helen said in gentle admonition. She guided Perdita to a child-sized table beneath the window, where the little girl began to rock in the tiny ladder-back chair, her thumb in her mouth, her large dark eyes fixed with what looked like desperation on her aunt. "They're not dealing with a new baby sister very well," Lady Helen said quietly to Linley, shifting the crying infant to her other shoulder. "I was just taking her up to be fed." "How's Pen doing?" Lady Helen glanced at the children. The simple look said it all. No better. She said, "Let me take the baby up. I'll be back in a moment." She smiled. "Can you manage?" "Does he bite?" "Only girls." "That's a comforting thought." She laughed and went back through the sitting-room. He heard her footsteps on the stairs and the sound of her voice as she murmured to the baby, gentling its cries. He turned back to the children. They were twins, he knew, just over 4 years old, Christian and Perdita. The girl was older by 15 minutes, but the boy was larger, more aggressive, and, from what Linley could see, unlikely to respond to friendly overtures from strangers. That was just as well, considering the times in which they lived. None the less, it didn't make for a comfortable situation. He had never been at his best with toddlers. "Mummy's sick." Christian accompanied this announcement by bashing his foot into the door of a kitchen cupboard. 1, 2, 3 savage little kicks, whereupon he discarded his blanket on the floor, opened the cupboard, and began pulling out a set of copper-bottomed pots. "The baby made her sick." "That happens sometimes," Linley said. "She'll get better soon." "I don't care." Christian pounded a pan against the floor. "Perdita cries. She wet the bed last night." Linley glanced at the little girl. Curly hair tumbling into her eyes, she rocked without speaking. Her cheeks worked in and out round her thumb. She didn't mean to, I imagine. "Daddy won't come home." Christian selected a second pan, which he banged unmercifully into the first. The noise was teeth-jarring, but it didn't seem to bother either one of the children. "Daddy doesn't like the baby. He's cross with Mummy." "What makes you think that?" "I like Auntie Lean. She smells good." Here, at least, was a subject about which they could converse. "She does indeed." "You like Auntie Lean?" "I like her very much." Christian seemed to feel this planted the seeds of friendship between them. He scrambled to his feet and shoved a pot and its cover into Linley's thigh. "Here," he said, "you do this way." And he demonstrated his skill at noise-making by slamming another cover onto a pot of his own. "Really, Tommy, are you encouraging him?" Lady Helen closed the kitchen door behind her and went to rescue her sister's pots and pans. "Sit with Perdita, Christian. Let me get your tea." "No, I play." "Not at the moment, you don't." Lady Helen detached his fingers from the handle of a pot, lifted him up, and carried him to the table. He kicked and squalled. His sister watched him, round-eyed and rocking. "I've got to get their tea," Lady Helen said to Linley over Christian's wailing. "He won't settle till he's eaten." "I've come at a bad time." She sighed. "You have?" He felt his spirits sink. She knelt and began gathering the pots from the floor. He joined her. In the unforgiving kitchen light he could see how pale she was. The natural blush of colour was faded from her skin, and there were faint smudges like newly bruised flesh beneath her eyes. He said, "How much longer will you be here?" 5 days. Daphne comes on Saturday for her 2 weeks. Then Mother for 2, then Pen's on her own." She brushed a lock of chestnut hair off her cheek. "I can't think how she's going to cope alone, Tommy. This is the worst she's ever been." "Christian said his father's not here much." Lady Helen pressed her lips together. "Quite. Well, that's putting it mildly." He touched her shoulder. "What's happened to them, Helen?" "I don't know. Some sort of blood score. Neither one of them will talk about it." She smiled without humour. "The sweet bliss of a marriage made in heaven." Unaccountably stung, he removed his hand. "I'm sorry," she said. His mouth quirked in a smile. He shrugged and put the last pot in its place. "Tommy," he looked her way, "it isn't any good. You know that, don't you? You shouldn't have come." She got to her feet and began removing food from the refrigerator, carrying 4 eggs, butter, a wedge of cheese, and 2 tomatoes to the cooker. She rummaged in a drawer and dragged out a loaf of bread. Then, quickly, without speaking, she made the children's tea, while Christian occupied himself by scribbling on the tabletop with a stubby pencil he'd removed from between the pages of a telephone directory on a jumble-covered worktop nearby. Perdita rocked and sucked blissfully, with her eyes at half-mast. Linley stood by the kitchen sink, watching Lady Helen. He hadn't removed his overcoat yet. She hadn't offered to take it from him. What, he wondered, had he hoped to accomplish by coming to her at her sister's house, when she was plagued by worry and worn by the effort of caring for 2 children and an infant who were not even hers? What had he hoped? That she would fall gratefully into his arms, that she would see him as her blessed salvation, that her face would light with joy and desire, that her defences would crumble and her spirit surrender, finally, irrefutably, once and for all? Havers was right. He was such a fool. "I'll be off, then," he said. She turned from the stove, where she was scooping scrambled eggs onto 2 Beatrix Potter plates. "Back to London?" she asked. "No, I'm here on a case." He told her what little he knew about it, concluding with, "They've given me digs at St. Stephen's. So you can relive your own undergraduate days. Bedders and gyp rooms and night keys from the porter." She took the plates to the table, along with the toast, grilled tomatoes, and milk. Christian fell to like a victim of famine. Perdita rocked. Lady Helen placed a fork in her hand, touched her dark head, and rubbed her fingers gently against the child's downy cheek. "Helen." He found some comfort in saying her name. She looked up. "I'll be off now." "Let me see you out." She followed him back through the sitting-room to the front door. It was colder in this part of the house. He looked at the stairway. "Shall I say hello to Pen?" "I don't think so, Tommy." He cleared his throat, nodded. As if she read his expression, she touched his arm lightly. "Please understand." He knew instinctively that she wasn't talking about her sister. "I suppose you can't get away for dinner?" "I can't leave her alone with them. God only knows when Harry's coming home. He's staying for formal dinner at Emmanuel tonight. He may sleep there as well. He's done that already 4 nights this past week." "Will you phone me at the college if he comes home?" "He won't." "Will you phone?" "Oh, Tommy!" He felt a sudden overpowering surge of hopelessness, which prompted him to say, "I volunteered for this case, Helen, when I knew it was Cambridge." As soon as the words were out, he despised himself. He was resorting to the worst form of emotional blackmail. It was manipulative, dishonest, and unworthy of them both. She didn't respond. In the shadows of the hallway she was darkness and light, the glossy, unbroken curve of hair to her shoulders, the cream of her skin. He reached out, caressed the line of her jaw. She came into the shelter of his overcoat. He felt her arms slip warmly round him. He rested his cheek on the top of her head. "Christian says he likes you because you smell good," he whispered. Against his chest he could feel her smile. "Did he?" "Yes." He let himself hold her for a moment longer before he pressed his lips to the top of her head. "Christian was right," he said, and released her. He opened the front door. "Tommy!" She crossed her arms in front of her. He said nothing, waiting, willing her to take some sort of first step. "I'll phone," she said, "if Harry turns up." "I love you, Helen." He walked to his car. Lady Helen returned to the kitchen. For the first time in the 9 days that she had been in Cambridge, she looked at the room dispassionately, seeing it as an outside observer would see it. Dissolution, it declared. Despite the fact that she had scrubbed it herself only 3 days ago, the yellow linoleum floor was once again grimy, patched with spilled food and drink from the children's meals. The walls looked greasy, with grey handprints smeared like directional indicators against the paint. Worktops acted as storage space for anything that couldn't be fitted anywhere else. A stack of unopened mail, a wooden bowl of apples and browning bananas, 6 newspapers, a plastic jar of kitchen utensils and brushes, and a children's colouring book and crayons shared the area with a wine rack, an electric mixer, a toaster, and a shelf of dusty books. Beneath the burners on the cooker the remains of boilovers lay like sour slop, and cobwebs collected on 3 empty wicker baskets atop the refrigerator. Lady Helen wondered what Linley must have thought, seeing all this. It was quite a change from the only other time he had been in Bulstrode Gardens, for a quiet summer dinner in the back garden, preceded by drinks on a lovely terrace, that had since been turned into a sandbox and play area now choked with toys. Her sister and Harry Roger had been live-in lovers then, consumed with each other and fuelled by the delights of early love. They were virtually oblivious of everything else. They exchanged meaningful glances and knowing smiles. They touched each other fondly at the slightest excuse. They fed each other small morsels of food and shared a drink. They had their own lives by day, Harry lecturing at the university and Pen working for the Fitzwilliam Museum, but by night they were one. Their devotion to each other had seemed excessive and embarrassing to Lady Helen at the time, too cloying to be in particularly good taste. But now she questioned the nature of her own reaction to such an overt display of love, and she admitted the fact that she would rather see her sister and Harry Roger clinging and cooing than witness what they had come to over the birth of their 3rd child. Christian was still noisily addressing himself to his tea. His toast fingers had become dive-bombers, and with accompanying sound effects, which he supplied at maximum volume, he was flying them gustily into his plate. Eggs, tomatoes, and cheese dripped down the front of his play-suit. His sister had only picked at her own meal. At the moment she was sitting motionless in her chair, with a cabbage-patch doll laid across her lap. She was studying it pensively, but she did not touch it. Lady Helen knelt by Perdita's chair as Christian shouted, "Kaboom! Kaplowy!" Eggs splashed across the table. Perdita blinked as a bit of tomato hit her on the cheek. "Enough, Christian," Lady Helen said, taking his plate from him. He was her nephew. She was supposed to love him, and under most circumstances she could say that she did. But after 9 days her patience was at its lowest ebb, and if she'd ever had compassion for the unspoken fears that underlay his behaviour, she found that she couldn't summon it at the moment. He opened his mouth for a howl of protest. She reached across the table and covered it with her hand. "Enough! You're being a wicked little boy. Stop this right now." That beloved Auntie Lean would speak to him in such a manner seemed to surprise Christian momentarily into cooperation. But only for a moment. He said, "Mummy!" and his eyes filled with tears. Without the slightest qualm, Lady Helen seized the advantage. "Yes, Mummy." She's trying to rest, but you're not making it very easy for her, are you?" He fell silent, and she turned to his sister. "Won't you eat something, Perdita?" The little girl kept her eyes on her doll, which lay inertly across her lap, with cheeks shaped like marbles and a placid smile on her lips. The appropriate picture of infancy and childhood, Lady Helen thought. She said to Christian, "I'm going up to check on Mummy and the baby. Will you keep Perdita company for me?" Christian eyed his sister's plate. "She didn't eat," he said. "Perhaps you can persuade her to have a bit." She left them together and went to her sister. In the upper corridor the house was quiet, and at the top of the stairs she took a moment to lean her forehead against the cold pane of a window. She thought of Linley and his unexpected appearance in Cambridge. She had a fairly good idea of what his presence presaged. It had been nearly 10 months since he had made the wild drive to Skye in order to find her, nearly 10 months since the icy day in January when he had asked her to marry him, nearly 10 months since she had refused. He had not asked her again, and in the intervening time they had somehow reached an unspoken agreement to try to retreat to the easy companionship which they once had shared. It was a retreat that brought little satisfaction to either of them, however, for in asking her to marry him, Linley had crossed an undefined boundary, altering their relationship in ways neither of them could have possibly foreseen. Now they found themselves in an uncertain limbo in which they had to face the fact that while they could call themselves friends for the rest of their lives if they chose to do so, the reality was that friendship had ended between them the moment Linley took the alchemical risk of changing it into love. Their every meeting since January, no matter how innocent or superfluous or casual, had been subtly coloured by the fact that he had asked her to marry him. And because they had not spoken of it again, the subject seemed to lie like quicksand between them. One wrong step, and she knew she'd go under, caught in the suffocating mire of attempting to explain to him that which would hurt him more than she could bear. Lady Helen sighed and pulled back her shoulders. Her neck felt sore. The cold window had made her forehead feel damp. She was tired to the bone. At the end of the corridor her sister's bedroom door was closed, and she tapped on it quietly before letting herself in. She didn't bother to wait for Penelope to answer her knocking. 9 days with her sister had taught her that she would not do so. The windows were closed against the night-time fog and cold air, and an electric fire, in addition to the radiator, made the room claustrophobic. Between the closed windows sat her sister's king-size bed, and, looking ashen-faced even in the soft light of the bedside table, Penelope lay holding the infant to her swollen breast. Even when Lady Helen said her name, she kept her head tilted back against the headboard, her eyes squeezed shut, her lips pressed into a scar line of pain. Her face was sheened with sweat, which was forming rivulets that ran from her temples to her jaws, then dripped and formed new rivulets on her bare chest. As Lady Helen watched, a single inordinately heavy tear trickled down her sister's cheek. She didn't wipe it away, nor did she open her eyes. Not for the first time, Lady Helen felt the frustration of her own uselessness. She had seen the condition of her sister's breasts, with their cracked and bleeding nipples. She had heard her sister cry out as she expressed the milk. Yet she knew Penelope well enough to know that nothing she might say could make a difference to her once she was bent upon a course of action. She would breastfeed this baby until its 6th month, no matter the pain or the cost. Motherhood had become a fine point of honour, a position from which she would never retreat. Lady Helen approached the bed and looked at the baby, noticing for the first time that Pen wasn't holding her. Rather, she had placed the infant on a pillow, and it was this which she held, pressing the baby's face to her breast. The baby sucked. Soundlessly, Pen continued to weep. She hadn't been out of the room all day. Yesterday she had managed 10 listless minutes in the sitting-room, with the twins squabbling at her feet, while Lady Helen changed the sheets on her bed. But today she had remained behind the closed door, stirring herself only when Lady Helen brought the baby to be fed. Sometimes she read, sometimes she sat in a chair by the window. Most of the time she wept. Although the baby was now a month old, neither Pen nor her husband had yet named the child, referring to it as the baby, she, or her. It was as if not naming the baby made her presence in their lives a less permanent feature. If she didn't have a name, she didn't really exist. If she didn't exist, they hadn't created her. If they hadn't created her, they didn't have to examine the fact that whatever love, lust, or devotion moved her making seemed to have disappeared between them. Fist curled, the infant gave over sucking. Her chin was wet with a thin greenish film of mother's milk. Releasing a fractured breath, Pen pushed the pillow away from her breast, and Lady Helen raised the baby to her own shoulder. "I heard the door." Pen's voice was weary and strained. She did not open her eyes. Her hair, dark like her children's, lay in a limp mass pressed to her skull. "Harry?" "No, it was Tommy. He's here on a case." Her sister's eyes opened. "Tommy Linley? What did he want here?" Lady Helen patted the baby's warm back. "To say hello, I suppose." She walked to the window. Pen shifted in bed. Lady Helen knew she was watching her. "How did he know where to find you?" "I told him, of course." "Why?" "No, don't answer. You wanted him to come, didn't you?" The question had the ring of an accusation. Lady Helen turned from the window, where the fog was pressing like a monstrous wet cobweb against the glass. Before she could answer, her sister continued, "I don't blame you, Helen. You want to get out of here. You want to get back to London. Who wouldn't?" "That's not true." "Your flat and your life and the silence. God, oh God, I miss the silence most of all. And being alone. And having time to myself. And privacy." Pen began to weep. She fumbled among creams and unguents on the bedside table for a box of tissues. "I'm sorry. I'm a mess. I'm no good for anyone." "Don't say that, please. You know it isn't true." "Look at me. Just please look at me, Helen. I'm good for nothing. I'm just a baby machine. I can't even be a proper mother to my children. I'm a ruin. I'm a slug." "It's depression, Pen. You do see that, don't you? You went through this when the twins were born, and if you remember, I didn't. I was fine, perfectly, completely. You've forgotten how it was. You've put it behind you, as you will do with this." Pen turned her head away. Her body heaved with a sob. "Harry's staying at Emmanuel again, isn't he?" She flashed a wet face in her sister's direction. "Never mind, don't answer. I know he is." It was the closest thing to an opening Pen had given her in 9 days. Lady Helen took it at once, sitting down on the edge of the bed. "What's happening here, Pen?" "He's got what he wants. Why hang about to examine the damage?" "Got? I don't understand. Is there another woman?" Pen laughed bitterly, choked back a sob, and then deftly changed the subject. "You know why he's come up from London, Helen? Don't pretend you're naive. You know what he wants, and he intends to get it. That's the real Linley spirit. Charge right towards the goal." Lady Helen didn't reply. She laid Pen's daughter on her back on the bed, feeling warmed by the baby's fist-waving, leg-kicking grin. She wrapped the tiny fingers round one of her own and bent to kiss them. What a miracle she was! 10 fingers, 10 toes, sweet miniature nails. "He's here for more reasons than to solve some little murder, and you ought to be ready to head him off. That's all in the past." "Don't be such a fool." Her sister leaned forward, grabbed onto her wrist. "Listen to me, Helen. You've got it all right now. Don't throw it away because of a man. Get him out of your life. He wants you. He means to have you. He'll never give it up unless you spell it out for him. So do it." Lady Helen smiled in what she hoped was a loving fashion. She covered her sister's hand with her own. "Pen, darling, we aren't play-acting at Tess of the d'Urbervilles. Tommy isn't in hot pursuit of my virtue. And even if he were, I'm afraid he's about—" She laughed lightly. "Let me try to remember. Yes, he's just about 15 years too late. 15 years exactly on Christmas Eve. Shall I tell you about it?" Her sister pulled away. "This isn't a joke." Lady Helen watched, feeling surprised and helpless as Pen's eyes filled again. "Pen? No!" You're living in a dream world. Roses and champagne and cool satin sheets, sweet little babies delivered by the stalk, adoring children sitting on Mamma's knee. Nothing smelly or unpleasant or painful or disgusting. Well, take a good look round here if you mean to get married. Tommy hasn't come to Cambridge to ask me to marry him. Take a good long look, because life's rotten, Helen. It's filthy and lousy. It's just a way to die. But you don't think of that. You don't think of anything. You're not being fair. Oh, I dare say you think about screwing him, though. That's what you hoped for when you saw him tonight. I don't blame you. How could I? He's supposed to be quite the performer in bed. I know at least a dozen women in London who'll be only too happy to attest to that. So do what you want. Screw him, marry him. I only hope you're not so stupid as to think he'd be faithful to you, or your marriage, or to anything, in fact. We're only friends, Pen. That's the beginning and end of it. Maybe you just want the houses and cars and servants and money. And the title, of course. We mustn't forget that. Countess of Asherton. What a brilliant match. At least one of us will end up making Daddy proud. She turned on her side and switched out the light on the bedside table. I'm going to sleep now. Put the baby to bed. Pen. No, I'm going to sleep. Chapter 4. It was always clear that Elena Weaver had the potential for a first, Terence Cuff said to Linley. But I suppose we say that about most undergraduates, don't we? What would they be doing here if they didn't have the potential to take firsts in their subjects? What was hers? English. Cuff poured 2 sherries and handed one to Linley. He nodded towards 3 overstuffed chairs that were grouped round a gate-legged table to the right of the library's fireplace, a 2-tiered demonstration of one of the more flamboyant aspects of late Elizabethan architecture, decorated with marble caryatids, Corinthian columns, and the coat of arms of Vincent Amberlane, Lord Brassdown, the college founder. Before coming to the lodge, Linley had taken a solitary evening stroll through the 7 courts that comprised the western 2/3 of St. Stephen's College, pausing in the Fellows' Garden, where a terrace overlooked the River Cam. He was a lover of architecture. He took pleasure in the evidence of each period's individual caprice, and while he had always found Cambridge itself to be a rich source of architectural whimsies, from Trinity Great Court's fountain to Queen's Mathematical Bridge, St. Stephen's College, he discovered, merited special attention. It spanned 500 years of design, from the 16th century Principal Court, with its buildings of red brick and freestone coins, to the 20th century triangular North Court, where the junior combination room, the bar, a lecture hall, and the buttery were contained in a series of sliding glass panels framed by Brazilian mahogany. St. Stephen's was one of the largest colleges in the university, bound by the Trinities, as university brochures described it, with Trinity College to its north, Trinity Hall to its south, and Trinity Lane bisecting its west and east sections. Only the river, running along its western boundary, kept the college from being entirely hemmed in. The Master's Lodge sat at the southwest end of the college grounds, abutting Garrett Hostel Lane and facing the River Cam. Its construction dated from the 1600s, and like its predecessors in Principal Court, it had escaped the ashlar refacing that had been so popular in Cambridge in the 18th century. Thus it maintained its original brick exterior and contrasting stone coins. And, like much of the architecture of the period, it was a happy combination of classical and Gothic details. Its perfect balance spoke of the influence of classical design. 2 bay windows jutted out on either side of the front door, while a row of dormer windows, topped by semicircular pediments, rose from a pitched slate roof. A lingering love of the Gothic showed itself in that roof's crenellation, in the pointed arch that comprised the building's entry, and in the fan vaulting of that entry's ceiling. It was here that Linley came to keep his appointment with Terence Cuff, Master of St. Stephen's, and a graduate of Exeter College, Oxford, where Linley himself had been a student. Linley watched Cuff settle his lanky frame into one of the overstuffed chairs in the panelled library. He couldn't remember having heard about Cuff during his own time at Oxford, but as the man was some 20 years Linley's senior, this fact could hardly constitute an indication of Cuff's failure to distinguish himself as an undergraduate. He seemed to wear confidence with the same ease with which he wore his fawn trousers and navy jacket. It was clear that while he was deeply, perhaps even personally, concerned about the murder of one of the junior members of the college, he did not look upon Elena Weaver's death as a statement about his competence as college head. "I'm relieved that the Vice-Chancellor agreed to Scotland Yard's coordinating the investigation," Cuff said, setting his sherry on the gate-leg table. "Having Miranda Weberley at St. Stephen's helped, it was easy enough to give the Vice-Chancellor her father's name." According to Weberley, there was some concern about the way a case was handled by the local CID last Easter term. Cuff rested his head against his index and forefinger. He wore no rings. His hair was thick and ash-grey. It was a clear-cut suicide, but someone from the police station leaked to the local press that it looked to him like a hushed-up murder. You know the sort of thing, an allegation that the university's protecting one of its own. It developed into a small but nasty situation, fanned by the local press. I'd like to avoid that happening again. The Vice-Chancellor agrees. But I understand the girl wasn't killed on university property, so it stands to reason that someone from the city may have committed the crime. If that's the case, you're heading into a nasty situation of another sort, no matter what anyone wants from New Scotland Yard. Yes, believe me, I know. So the Yard's involvement— Cuff stopped Lindley with the abrupt words, "Elena was killed on Robinson Crusoe's Island. Are you familiar with it? A short distance from Mill Lane and the University Centre. It's long been a gathering place for young people, somewhere they go to drink and smoke." "Members of the colleges? That seems a bit odd." "Quite. No, members of college don't need the island. They can drink and smoke in their common rooms. The graduates can go to the University Centre. Anyone who wants to get up to anything else can do as much in his own bed sit. We have a certain number of rules, naturally, but I can't say they're enforced with any regularity, and the days of the proctors patrolling are gone." "Then I gather the island's mostly used by the city." "The south end, yes. The north end's used to repair river craft in the winter." "College boats?" "Some." "So students and locals might have occasion to bump into one another there?" Cuff didn't disagree. "An unpleasant run-in between a member of a college and someone from the city? A few choice epithets, the word townie hurled like an execration and a killing as revenge? Was Elena Weaver likely to have had that sort of run-in?" "You're thinking of an altercation that led to a lying in wait?" "It's a possibility, I should think." Cuff looked over the top of his glass to an antique globe standing in one of the library's bay windows. The light from the room created the globe's duplicate, slightly contorted, on the imperfect pane. "To be frank, that doesn't sound at all like Elena. And even if that weren't the case, if we're talking about a killer who knew her and waited for her, I doubt it was someone from the city. As far as I know, she had no city relationship close enough to lead to murder." "An arbitrary killing, then?" "The night porter indicates she left the college grounds round 6:15. She was by herself. It would certainly be convenient to reach the conclusion that a young girl out running was victimized by a killer she didn't know. Unfortunately, I tend to think that's not the case." "Then you believe it was someone who knew her? A member of one of the colleges?" Cuff offered Lindley a cigarette from a rosewood case on the table. When Lindley demurred, he lit one himself, looked away for a moment, and said, "That seems more likely." "Have you any ideas?" Cuff blinked. "None at all." Lindley noted the determined tone behind the words, and led Cuff back to their original topic. "You mentioned that Elena had potential. A telling statement, isn't it? It does tend to suggest failure rather than success. What can you tell me about her?" "She was in Part 1B of the English Tripos. I believe her coursework concentrated on the history of literature this year, but the senior tutor would be able to tell you exactly if you need to know. He's been involved with Elena's adjustment here in Cambridge from her first term last year." Lindley raised an eyebrow. He knew the purpose of the senior tutor. It was far more personal than academic. So the fact that he had been involved with Elena Weaver suggested adjustment problems that went beyond a confused undergraduate's learning to cope with the mysteries of the university's system of education. There were troubles. Cuff took a moment to tap the ash from his cigarette into a porcelain ashtray before saying, "More so than most. She was an intelligent girl and a highly skilled writer, but quite soon into Michaelmas term last year she began missing supervisions, which sent the first red flag up. And the other red flags? She stopped attending lectures. She went to at least 3 supervisions drunk. She was out all night. The senior tutor could tell you how many times, if you feel it's important, without signing out with the porter. I take it that you wouldn't have considered sending her down because of her father. Is he the reason why she was admitted to St. Stephen's in the first place?" "Only partially. He's a distinguished academic, and we'd naturally give his daughter serious consideration. But beyond that, as I said, she was a clever girl. Her A-levels were good, her entrance papers were solid, her interview was, all things considered, more than adequate, and she certainly had good reason to find the life at Cambridge overwhelming at first." "So when the flags came up?" "The senior tutor, her supervisors, and I met to develop a plan of action. It was simple enough. Other than attending to her studies, putting in appearances at lectures, and turning in signed chits that indicated she'd been to her supervisions, we insisted she have more contact with her father so that he could monitor her progress as well. She began spending her weekends with him." He looked faintly embarrassed as he continued, "Her father suggested that it might be additionally helpful if we allowed her to keep a pet in her room, a mouse, actually, in the hope it would develop her sense of responsibility and, no doubt, get her back to the college at night. Apparently she had quite a fondness for animals. And we brought in a young man from Queen's, a chap called Gareth Randolph, to act as an undergraduate guardian, and, more importantly, to get Elena involved in an appropriate society. Her father didn't approve of that last item, I'm afraid. He'd been dead set against it from the very first." "Because of the boy?" "Because of the society itself. Des Gareth Randolph's its president, and he's one of the more high-profile handicapped students in the university." Linley frowned. "Sounds as if Anthony Weaver was concerned that his daughter might become romantically linked with a handicapped boy. Here was potential for trouble indeed." "I've no doubt of that," Cuff said, "but as far as I was concerned, becoming involved with Gareth Randolph would have been the best thing for her." "Why?" "For the obvious reason. Elena was handicapped as well." When Linley said nothing, Cuff looked perplexed. "Surely you know. You would have been told." "Told? No." Terence Cuff leaned forward. "I'm terribly sorry. I thought you had been given the information. Elena Weaver was deaf." This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. Terence Cuff leaned forward. "I'm terribly sorry. I thought you had been given the information. Elena Weaver was deaf." Destu, Terence Cuff explained, was the informal name given to the Cambridge University Deaf Students' Union, a group that met weekly in a small vacant conference room in the basement of Peterhouse Library at the bottom of Little St. Mary's Lane. On the surface they were a support group for the not insignificant number of deaf students who attended the university. Beyond that, they were committed to the idea of deafness being a culture in itself, rather than a handicap. "They're a group with a great deal of pride," Cuff explained. "They've been instrumental in promoting tremendous self-esteem among the deaf students. No shame in signing rather than speaking, no dishonour in being unable to read lips." "Yet you say that Anthony Weaver wanted his daughter to stay away from them. If she herself was deaf, that hardly makes sense." Cuff got up from his chair and went to the fireplace, where he lit the coals that formed a small mound in a metal basket. The room was growing cold, and, while the action was reasonable, it also bore the appearance of temporizing. Once the fire was lit, Cuff remained standing near it. He sank his hands into his trouser pockets and studied the tops of his shoes. "Elena Redlips," Cuff explained. "She spoke fairly well. Her parents, her mother especially, had devoted themselves to enabling her to function as a normal woman in a normal world. They wanted her to appear, for all intents and purposes, as a woman who could hear. To them, Destu represented a step backwards." "But Elena signed, didn't she?" "Yes, but she'd only begun that as a teenager, when her secondary school called in social services, after failing to convince her mother of the need to enroll Elena in a special program to learn the language. Even then she wasn't allowed to sign at home, and as far as I know, neither of her parents ever signed with her." "Byzantine," Lindley mused. "To our way of thinking. But they wanted the girl to have a good chance to make her way in the hearing world. We might disagree with the way they went about it, but the final result was that she ended up with lip-reading, speech, and ultimately signing. In effect, she had it all." "Those are the things she could do," Lindley agreed. "But I wonder where she felt she belonged." The mound of coals shifted slightly as the fire took them. Cuff rearranged them deftly with a poker. "No doubt you can see why we were willing to make allowances for Elena. She was caught between two worlds, and, as you yourself have pointed out, she wasn't brought up to fit completely into either. It's such an odd decision for an educated person to make. What's Weaver like?" "A brilliant historian, a fine mind, a man of deep, committed professional integrity." Lindley didn't miss the oblique nature of the answer. "I understand he's in line for some sort of advancement as well." "The Penford chair? Yes, he's been short-listed for it." "What is it exactly?" "The university's main chair in the area of history." "An offer of prestige?" "More. An offer to do exactly what he wants for the rest of his career. Lecture when and if he wants, write when and if he wants, take on graduate students when and if he wants. Complete academic freedom along with national recognition, the highest possible honours, and the esteem of his fellows. If he's selected, it shall be the finest moment of his career." "And would his daughter's spotty record here at the university have impeded his chances of being selected?" Cuff shrugged off both question and implication, saying, "I haven't been a member of the search committee, Inspector. They've been reviewing potential candidates since last December. I can't tell you exactly what they're looking into." "But might Weaver have thought the committee would judge him in an ill light because of her problems?" Cuff replaced the poker and ran his thumb over its dull brass head. "I've always felt it's wise to stay clear of the interior lives and beliefs of the senior fellows," he replied. "I'm afraid I can't be of any help to you in this direction of inquiry." Only after he finished speaking did Cuff look up from the handle of the poker, and once again in their interview Lindley clearly read the other man's reluctance to part with information. "You'll be wanting to see where we've put you, no doubt," Cuff said politely. "Let me ring the porter." It was shortly after 7 when Lindley rang the bell at Anthony Weaver's home off Adams Road. With an expensive-looking metallic blue Citroën parked in its drive, the house was not a great distance from St. Stephen's College, so he had walked, crossing the river on the modern concrete and iron crescent of Garrett Hostel Bridge, and passing beneath the horse-chestnut trees that littered Burrows Walk with enormous yellow leaves, sodden with the fog. The occasional bicycle rider passed him, muffled against the cold in knit hat, scarf, and gloves, but otherwise the path that connected Queen's Road with Grange Road was largely deserted. Lamp-posts provided sporadic illumination. Holly, fir, and box hedgerows, broken up by intermittent fencing that ran the gamut from wood to brick to iron, served as boundaries for the walk. Beyond them stood the russet mass of the university library, into which shadowy figures scurried for last minutes of work prior to its closing. The houses in Adams Road were all set behind hedges. Trees surrounded them, leafless silver birches that stood like pencil sketches against the fog, poplars whose bark displayed every variation of the colour grey, alders not yet offering their leaves to the coming winter. It was quiet here. Only the gurgle of water pouring into an outdoor drain broke into the stillness. The night air was tinged with the friendly fragrance of wood smoke, but at the Weaver house the only scent outdoors came from the dampening wool of Linley's own overcoat. It was largely no different inside. The door was opened by a tall, blonde woman with a face of chiselled, refined composure. She looked far too young to be Elena's mother, and she didn't appear particularly struck by grief. Linley thought, as he looked at her, that he'd never seen anyone with such perfect composure. Every limb, bone, and muscle seemed locked into position, as if an unseen hand had arranged her stance at the door just moments before he knocked upon it. "Yes." She said it as a statement, not a question. No part of her face moved other than her lips. He produced his warrant card, introduced himself, and asked to see the dead girl's parents. At this the woman stepped back from the door. She said only, "I'll fetch Anthony," and left him standing on the bronze and peach oriental carpet of a parquet-floored entrance hall. To his left a door opened into a sitting room. To his right a glass-enclosed morning room held a wicker table that was set with linen and china for breakfast. Linley took off his overcoat, laid it over the polished handrail of the stairway, and went into the sitting room. He paused, feeling unaccountably put off by what he saw. Like the hall, the sitting room was floored in parquet, and like the hall, the parquet was covered with an oriental carpet. On it sat grey leather furniture, a sofa, 2 chairs, and a chaise longue, and tables with pedestals of peach-veined marble and tops of glass. The watercolours on the walls had obviously been chosen, mounted, and framed to match the room's colour scheme, and they hung precisely centred over the sofa. The first, a bowl of apricots on a window-sill, behind which shone a sky of robin's egg blue, and the second, a slim grey vase of salmon-coloured oriental poppies, with 3 blooms fallen to the ivory surface upon which the vase stood. Both of them were signed with the single word Weaver. Either husband, wife, or daughter had an interest in art. A slender glass tea-table against one wall held an arrangement of silk tulips. Next to this was a single copy of Elle, and a photograph in a silver frame. Other than these last 2 objects and the watercolours, there was nothing in the room to indicate that anyone actually lived in it. Linley wondered what the rest of the house was like, and walked to the tea-table to look at the photograph. It was a wedding portrait, perhaps 10 years old, judging from the length of Weaver's hair, and the bride, looking solemn and celestial and surprisingly young, was the woman who had just answered the door. "Inspector?" Linley turned from his perusal of the picture as the dead girl's father came into the room. He walked quite slowly. "Elena's mother is asleep upstairs. Shall I wake her for you?" "She's taken a pill, darling." Weaver's wife had come to the doorway, where she hesitated, one hand touching the silver lily pinned to the lapel of her jacket. "I've no need to see her at the moment, if she's asleep," Linley said. "The shock," Weaver said, and added unnecessarily, "She's just come up from London this afternoon." "Shall I make coffee?" Weaver's wife asked. She'd ventured no further into the room. "Nothing for me," Linley said. "Nor for me. Thank you, Justine. Darling?" Weaver smiled at her briefly. The effort it cost him rode directly on the surface of the behaviour itself, and he held out a hand to indicate that she was to join them. She entered the sitting-room. Weaver went to the fireplace, where he lit a gas fire behind an artful arrangement of artificial coals. "Please sit down, Inspector." As Weaver himself chose one of the 2 leather chairs, and his wife took the other, Linley observed the man who had lost his daughter that day, and saw in him the subtleties that illustrate the manner in which men are permitted to face before strangers the worst of their grief. Behind his thick wire-rimmed spectacles his brown eyes were bloodshot, with crescents of red lining their lower lids. His hands, rather small for a man of his height, trembled when he gestured, and his lips, which were partially obscured by a dark, clipped moustache, quivered as he waited for Linley to speak. He was, Linley thought, so different from his wife. Dark, his body thickening at the waist with advancing middle age, his hair beginning to show strands of scattered grey, his skin creasing on the forehead and webbing beneath the eyes. He wore a three-piece suit and a pair of gold cuff-links, but despite his rather formal attire, he managed to seem completely out of place in the cool, crafted elegance that surrounded him. "What can we tell you, Inspector?" Weaver's voice was as unsteady as his hands. "Tell me what we can do to help. I need to know that. I need to find this monster. He strangled her. He beat her. Have they told you that? Her face was... She was wearing her gold chain with the little unicorn I'd given her last Christmas, so I knew it was Elena the moment I saw her. And even if she hadn't been wearing the unicorn, her mouth was partly open and I saw her front tooth. I saw that much. I saw that tooth. The little chip in it. That tooth." Justine Weaver lowered her eyes and clasped her hands in her lap. Weaver pulled his spectacles from his face. "God help me! I can't believe that she's dead." Despite his presence in their home as a professional come to deal with the crime, Linley was not untouched by the other man's anguish. How many times had he witnessed this very scene played out in the last 13 years? And still he felt no more able to assuage grief than he had as a detective constable facing his first interview with the hysterical adult daughter of a woman who'd been bludgeoned to death by her own drunk husband. In every case he'd allowed grief free rein, hoping by this means to offer victims the meagre solace of knowing that someone shared their need to see justice done. Weaver continued to speak. As he did so, his eyes filled with tears. "She was tender, fragile." "Because she was deaf?" "No, because of me." When Weaver's voice cracked, his wife looked his way, pressed her lips together, and once more lowered her eyes. "I left her mother when Elena was 5, Inspector. You're going to learn that eventually, so you may as well know it right now. She was in bed asleep. I packed my bags, and I left, and I never went back. And I had no way to explain to a 5-year-old child, who couldn't even hear me, that I wasn't leaving her, that it wasn't her fault, that the marriage itself was so filled with unhappiness that I couldn't bear to live in it any longer. And Glyn and I were at fault for that. Not Elena, never once Elena. But I was her father. I left her, betrayed her. And she struggled with that, and with the idea that somehow she was at fault, for the next 15 years. Anger, confusion, lack of confidence, fear, those were her demons." Linley didn't even need to formulate a question to guide Weaver's discourse. It was as if the man had only been waiting for an appropriate opportunity for self-flagellation. "She could have chosen Oxford. Glyn was determined she'd go to Oxford. She didn't want her here with me. But Elena chose Cambridge instead. Can you know what that meant to me? All those years she'd been in London with her mother. I'd tried to be there for her as best I could, but she held me at a distance. She'd only let me be a father in the most superficial ways. Here was my chance to be a real father to her again, to mend our relationship, to bring to some sort of—" he searched for a word, "some sort of fulfillment, the love I felt for her. And my greatest happiness was feeling the bond begin to grow between us over this last year, and sitting here and watching while Justine helped Elena with her essays. When these two women—" he faltered. "These two women in my life, these two women together, Justine and Elena, my wife and my daughter—" And finally he allowed himself to weep. It was a man's horrible, humiliated sobbing, one hand covering his eyes, the other clutching his spectacles. Justine Weaver didn't stir in her chair. She looked incapable of movement, carved out of stone. Then a single breath eased from her, and she raised her eyes and fastened them on the bright artificial fire. "I understand Elena had difficulties in the university at first," Linley said, as much to Justine as to her husband. "Yes," Justine said. "The adjustment for her, from her mother in London to here," she glanced uneasily at her husband, "it took a bit of time for her to—" "How could she have made the change easily?" Weaver demanded. "She was struggling with her life. She was doing her best. She was trying to be whole." He wiped his face with a crumpled handkerchief, which afterwards he continued to grasp, crushed in his hand. He placed his spectacles back on his nose. "But that didn't matter, not a bit of it to me, because she was a joy, an innocent, a gift." "Her troubles didn't cause you embarrassment, then? Professional embarrassment?" Weaver stared at him. His expression altered in a single instant from ravaged sorrow to disbelief. Linley found the sudden change disquieting, and despite the occasion for both grief and outrage, he found himself wondering if he was being entertained by a performance of some sort. "My God!" Weaver said. "What are you suggesting?" "I understand you've been shortlisted for a rather prestigious position here at the university," Linley said. "And what does that have to do with—" Linley leaned forward to interrupt. "My job is to obtain and evaluate information, Dr. Weaver. In order to do that, I have to ask questions you might otherwise prefer not to hear." Weaver worked this over, his fingers digging into the handkerchief balled into his fist. "Nothing about my daughter was an embarrassment, Inspector. Nothing. Not a single part of her, and nothing she did." Linley tallied the denials. He reflected upon the rigid muscles in Weaver's face. He said, "Had she enemies?" "No. And no one who knew her could have hurt Elena." "Anthony," Justine murmured hesitantly, "you don't think she and Gareth— might they have had a falling out?" "Gareth Randolph," Linley said, "the president of Destu." When Justine nodded, he went on with, "Dr. Cuff told me he'd been asked to act as a guardian to Elena last year. What can you tell me about him?" "If he was the one, I'll kill him," Weaver said. Justine took up the question. "He's an engineering student, a member of Queen's College." Weaver said, more to himself than to Linley, "And the engineering lab is next to Fen Causeway. He has his practicals there, his supervisions as well. What is it, a 2-minute walk from Crusoe's Island? Across Cove Fen, a 1-minute run?" "Was he fond of Elena?" "They saw a great deal of each other," Justine said, "but that was one of the stipulations set up by Dr. Cuff and her supervisors last year, attendance at Destu. Gareth saw to it that she went to the meetings. He took her to a number of their social functions as well." She shot her husband a wary look before she finished carefully with, "Elena liked Gareth well enough, I dare say, but not, I imagine, the way he liked her. And he's a lovely boy, really. I can't think that he—" "He's in the boxing society," Weaver continued. "He's got a blue in boxing. Elena told me that." "Could he have known that she would be running this morning?" "That's just it. Weaver said she wasn't supposed to run." He turned to his wife. "You told me she wasn't going to run. You said that she'd phoned you." His words had the ring of an accusation. Justine's body retreated fractionally, a reaction that was almost imperceptible considering her upright posture in the chair. "Anthony!" She said his name like a discreet entreaty. "She phoned you?" Linley repeated, perplexed. "How?" "On a sea phone," Justine said. "Some sort of visual phone?" Anthony Weaver stirred, moved his eyes off his wife, and pushed himself out of his chair. "I've one in the study. I'll show you." He led the way through the dining-room, through a spotless kitchen fitted with an array of gleaming appliances, and down a short corridor that led to the rear of the house. His study was a small room that faced the back garden, and when he switched on the light a dog began to whine beneath the window outside. "Have you fed him?" Weaver asked. "He wants to be let in." I can't face it. No, don't do that, Justine. He's just a dog. He doesn't understand. He's never had to. Don't do it. Justine fell silent. As before, she remained by the door while Linley and her husband went into the room. The study was quite different from the rest of the house. A worn floral carpet covered the floor, books crowded onto sagging shelves of cheap pine, a collection of photographs leaned against a filing cabinet, and a set of framed sketches hung on the wall. Beneath the room's single window stood Weaver's desk, large, grey metal, and utterly hideous. Aside from a pile of correspondence and a set of reference books, on it rested a computer, its monitor, a telephone, and a modem. This, then, constituted the C-phone. "How does it work?" Linley asked. Weaver blew his nose and shoved his handkerchief into his jacket pocket. He said, "I'll phone my rooms in the college," and walked to the desk, where he switched on the monitor, punched several numbers on the telephone, and pressed a data key on the modem. After a few moments, the monitor screen divided into two sections, split horizontally by a thin, solid band. On the bottom half appeared the words, "Jen here." "A colleague?" Linley asked. "Adam Jen, my graduate student." Weaver typed quickly. As he did so, his message to the student was printed on the top half of the screen. "Dr. Weaver phoning. Adam, I'm demonstrating the C-phone for the police. Elena used it last night." "Right," appeared on the bottom half of the screen. "Shall I stand by, then? Do they want to see something special?" Weaver cast Linley a querying look. "No, that's fine," Linley said. "It's clear how it works." "Not necessary," Weaver typed. "Okay," the response. And then, after a moment, "I'll be here the rest of the evening, Dr. Weaver, tomorrow as well, and as long as you need me. Please don't worry about anything." Weaver swallowed. "Nice lad," he whispered. He switched off the monitor. All of them watched as the messages on the screen slowly faded away. "What sort of message did Elena send you last night?" Linley asked Justine. She was still at the door, one shoulder against the jamb. She looked at the monitor as if to remember. "She said only that she wasn't going to run this morning. She sometimes had trouble with one of her knees. I assumed she wanted to give it a rest for a day or two." "What time did she phone?" Justine frowned pensively. "It must have been a bit after 8, because she asked after her father, and he wasn't yet home from the college. I told her he'd gone back to work for a while, and she said she'd phone him there." "Did she?" Weaver shook his head. His lower lip quivered, and he pressed his left index finger to it, as if by that action he could control further displays of emotion. "You were alone when she phoned?" Justine nodded. "And you're certain it was Elena?" Justine's fine skin seemed to tauten across her cheeks. "Of course. Who else?" "Who knew the two of you ran in the morning?" Her eyes went to her husband, then back to Linley. "Anthony knew. I suppose I must have told one or two of my colleagues." "At?" "The University Press." "Others?" Again she looked at her husband. "Anthony? Do you know of anyone?" Weaver was still staring at the monitor of the C-phone, as if in the hope that a call would come through. "Adam Jen, probably. I'm sure I told him. Her friends, I should think. People on her staircase." "With access to her room, to her phone?" "Gareth," Justine said. "Of course she would have told Gareth." "And he has a C-phone as well." Weaver looked sharply at Linley. "Elena didn't make that call, did she? Someone else did." Linley could feel the other man's growing need for action. Whether it was spurious or genuine, he could not tell. "It's a possibility," he agreed. "But it's also a possibility that Elena simply preferred to create an excuse to run alone this morning. Would that have been out of character?" "She ran with her stepmother, always." Justine said nothing. Linley looked her way. She averted her eyes. It was admission enough. Weaver said to his wife, "You didn't see her at all when you were out this morning. Why, Justine? Weren't you looking? Weren't you watching?" "I had the call from her, darling," Justine said patiently. "I wasn't expecting to see her. And even if I had been, I didn't go along the river." "You ran this morning as well?" Linley asked. "What time was this?" "Our usual time, 6:15. But I took a different route." "You weren't near Fen Causeway?" A moment's hesitation. "I was, yes, but at the end of the run instead of the beginning. I'd made a circuit of the city and came across the causeway from east to west, towards Newnham Road." With a glance at her husband, she made a slight change of position as if she were girding herself with strength. "Frankly, I hate running along the river, Inspector. I always have. So when I had the opportunity to take another route, I did just that." It was, Linley thought, the nearest thing to a revelation that Justine Weaver was likely to make in front of her husband about the nature of her relationship with his daughter Elena. Justine let the dog into the house directly after the inspector left. Anthony had gone upstairs. He wouldn't know what she was doing. Since he wouldn't come back down for the rest of the night, what could it hurt, Justine wondered, to let the dog sleep in his own wicker basket? She would get up early in the morning to let the animal out before Anthony even saw him. It was disloyal to go against her husband this way. Justine knew her mother would never have done such a thing once her father had made his wishes known. But there was the dog to consider, a confused, lonely creature, whose instincts told him something was wrong, but who couldn't know what or understand why. When Justine opened the back door, the setter came at once, not bounding across the lawn as was usual, but hesitantly, as if he knew that his welcome was at risk. At the door, with his auburn head lowered, the dog raised hopeful eyes to Justine. His tail wagged twice, his ears perked up, then drooped. "It's all right," Justine whispered. "Come in." There was something comforting about the snicking of the dog's nails on the floor as he pursued the smells on the kitchen tiles. There was something comforting about all his sounds, the yelp and the growl when he played, the snarf when he dug and got soil in his nose, the long sigh when he settled into his bed at night, the low hum when he most wanted someone's attention. He was in so many ways just like a person, a fact that Justine had found most surprising. "I think a dog would be good for Elena," Anthony had said prior to her arrival in Cambridge last year. "Victor Troughton's bitch had a litter not long ago. I'll take Elena by and let her have her pick of the lot." Justine hadn't protested. Part of her had wanted to. Indeed, the protest was practically automatic, since the dog, a potential source of mess and trouble, would be living in Adams Road, not in St. Stephen's College with Elena. But another part of her had sparked alive to the idea. Other than a blue parakeet, who had been mindlessly devoted to Justine's mother, and a one-at-a-fate goldfish that on its first night in her possession had suicidally flung itself out of its overfilled bowl to become stuck on a wallpaper daffodil behind the sideboard when she was 8 years old, Justine had never owned what she thought of as a real pet, a dog to tag along scruffily at her heels, or a cat to curl at the foot of her bed, or a horse to ride in the back lanes of Cambridgeshire. These weren't deemed healthy by either of her parents. Animals carried germs. Germs were not appropriate, and propriety was everything once they'd come into her granduncle's fortune. Anthony Weaver had been her break with all that, her permanent declaration of impropriety and adulthood. She could still see her mother's mouth trembling round the words. "But what on earth can you possibly be thinking, Justine? He's Jewish." She could still manage to feel that searing, quite physical stab of satisfaction right between her breasts at the pale-cheeked consternation with which her mother greeted the news of her impending marriage. Her father's reaction had been less of a pleasure. "He's changed his surname. He's a Cambridge Don. He's got a solid future. That he's been married before is a bit of a problem, and I'd be happier if he weren't so much older than you. But, all things considered, he's not a bad catch." He crossed his legs at the ankles and reached for his pipe and the copy of Punch, which he'd long ago decided was appropriate gentleman's Sunday afternoon reading. "I'm damned glad about that surname, however." Anthony hadn't been the one to change it. His grandfather had done so, altering just 2 letters. The original I-N became A-V. And there he was, born anew, not a whiner from Germany, but a weaver, an Englishman. Weaver, of course, was not exactly an upper-class name, but Anthony's grandfather couldn't have known or understood that at the time, any more than he could have understood the delicate sensibilities of the class to which he aspired, sensibilities that would prevent him from ever breaking through the barrier constructed by his accent and his choice of profession. The upper crust, after all, did not generally rub social elbows with their tailors, no matter the proximity of their tailors' shops to Savile Row. Anthony had told her all this not long after they'd met at the University Press, where, as an assistant editor newly graduated from Durham University, she'd been assigned the task of shepherding a book on the reign of Edward III through the final stages of the publication process. Anthony Weaver had been the editorial force behind the volume, a collection of essays written by lofty medievalists from round the country. In the final 2 months of the project they had worked closely together, sometimes in her small office at the press, more often in his rooms in St. Stephen's College. And when they weren't working, Anthony had talked, his conversation drifting round his background, his daughter, his former marriage, his work, and his life. She'd never known a man so capable of sharing himself in words. From a world in which communication constituted a single lift of the eyebrows or a twitch of the lips, she'd fallen in love with his willingness to speak, with his quick, warm smile, with the way he engaged her directly with his eyes. She wanted nothing more than to listen to Anthony, and for the last 9 years she'd managed just that, until the circumscribed world of Cambridge University had no longer been enough for him. Justine watched as the Irish setter rooted in his toy box and brought out a worn black sock for a game of tug-of-war on the kitchen tiles. "Not tonight," she murmured. "In your basket. Stay here." She patted the dog's head, felt the soft caress of a warm, loving tongue on her fingers, and left the kitchen. She paused in the dining-room to remove a loose thread that dangled from the tablecloth, and once again in the sitting-room to turn off the gas fire and watch the flames' quick, sucking disappearance between the coals. Then, nothing more to keep her from doing so, she went upstairs. In the half-darkened bedroom, Anthony was lying on the bed. He'd removed his shoes and his jacket, and Justine went automatically to place the former in their rack, the latter on its hanger. That done, she turned to face her husband. The light from the corridor glittered on the snail track of tears that forked across his temple and disappeared into his hair. His eyes were closed. She wanted to feel pity or sorrow or compassion. She wanted to feel anything save a recurrence of the anxiety that had first gripped her when he'd driven away from the house that afternoon, abandoning her to deal with Glynn. She walked to the bed. Gleaming Danish teak, it was a modern platform with side tables attached. On each of these mushroom-shaped brass lamps squatted, and Justine switched on the one by her husband's head. He brought his right arm up to cover his eyes. His left hand reached out, seeking hers. "I need you," he whispered. "Be with me. Stay here." She didn't feel her heart open as it would have a year ago, nor did she feel her body stir and awaken to the implicit promise behind his words. She wished she could have used the moment as other women in her position would have done, by opening the little drawer in his side table, taking up the box of condoms, and saying, "Throw these away if you need me so much." But she didn't do that. Whatever self-assurance powered that kind of behavior, she'd used up her stock of it long ago. What she had left was what remained once all the positives were gone. For an age, it seemed, she had been filled with outrage, distrust, and a need for vengeance that nothing had yet been able to satiate. Anthony turned on his side. He pulled her down to sit on the bed and laid his head in her lap, his arms round her waist. In a rote reaction, she stroked his hair. "It's a dream," he said. "She'll be here this weekend, and the three of us will be together again. We'll take a drive to Blakeney, or practice shooting for the pheasant hunt, or just sit and talk. But we'll be a family. Together." Justine watched the tears slide across his cheek and drop onto the fine grey wool of her skirt. "I want her back," he whispered. "Elena, Elena." She said the only thing which she knew to be the single absolute truth at this point. "I'm sorry. Hold me, please." His hands slid beneath her jacket and tightened against her back. After a moment she heard him breathe her name. He held her closer and eased her blouse from the waistband of her skirt. His hands were warm on her back. They smoothed the way to unfasten her bra. "Hold me," he said again. He pushed the jacket from her shoulders and lifted his mouth to nuzzle her breasts. Through the thin silk of her blouse she felt first his breath, then his tongue, then his teeth on her nipple. She felt her nipple harden. "Just hold me," he whispered. "Just hold me, please." She knew that making love was one of the most normal, life-affirming reactions to a grievous loss. The only thing she couldn't keep herself from wondering was whether her husband had already engaged in a life-affirming reaction to his grievous loss today. As if he sensed her resistance, he backed away from her. His spectacles were on the bedside table, and he put them on. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't even know what I'm doing any longer." She stood. "Where did you go?" "You didn't seem to want—" "I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about this afternoon. Where did you go?" "For a drive." "Where?" "Nowhere." "I don't believe you." He looked away from her to the teak chest of drawers with its sleek, cool lines. "It's starting again. You went to see her. You went to make love. Or did you just communicate? How was it between you? Soul to soul?" He returned his gaze to her. His head shook slowly. "You choose your moments, don't you?" "That's avoidance, Anthony. That's a play for guilt. But it's not going to work, not even tonight. Where were you?" "What do I have to do to convince you it's over? You wanted it that way, you named your terms, you got them. All of them. It's over." "Is it?" She played her trump card smoothly. "Then where were you last night? I phoned your rooms in the college right after I spoke to Elena. Where were you, Anthony? You lied to the inspector, but surely you can tell your wife the truth." "Lower your voice. I don't want you to wake Glynn." "I don't care if I wake the dead." She recoiled from her words as immediately as he did. They served to throw water onto the fire of her anger, as did her husband's broken response, "If only you could, Justine." Chapter 5. In the London suburb of Greenford, Detective Sergeant Barbara Havers slowly drove her rusting Minnie down Oldfield Lane. In the passenger's seat her mother huddled like an unstrung marionette within the many folds of a dusty black coat. Round her neck Barbara had tied a jaunty red and blue scarf before they'd left Acton. But sometime during the drive Mrs. Havers had worked the big square knot loose, and now she was using the scarf as a muff, twirling it tighter and tighter round her hands. Even in the lights from the dashboard Barbara could see that behind her spectacles her mother's eyes were large and frightened. She hadn't been this far from her home in years. "There's the Chinese takeaway," Barbara pointed out. "And see, Mum, there's the hairdressers and the chemists. I wish it was daylight so we could go to the common and have a sit on one of the benches there. But we'll do it soon enough. Next weekend, I should guess." In response her mother hummed. Half shrunk into the door, she made an unconsciously inspired choice of music. Barbara couldn't have named the origin of the song, but she could put the first 7 words to the tune, think of me fondly." Something she'd heard on the radio enough times over the past few years, something which her mother had doubtless heard as well, and had called upon in this moment of uncertainty to give definition to what she was feeling behind the muddled facade of her dementia. "I am thinking of you," Barbara wanted to say. "This is for the best. It's the only option left." Instead, she said with a desperately forced heartiness, "Just look how wide the pavement is here, Mum. You don't see that sort of pavement in Acton, do you?" She didn't expect an answer and didn't get one. She turned the car onto Unida Drive. "See the trees along the street, Mum? They're bare now, but in the summer think how pretty they'll be." They wouldn't, of course, create that sort of leafy tunnel one often saw along the streets of the finer neighbourhoods in London. They were planted too far apart for that. But they managed to break the bleak monotony created by the line of stucco and brick semi-detached houses, and for this reason alone Barbara noted them with gratitude, as she did the front gardens, pointing them out to her mother as they slowly cruised by, pretending to see details that the darkness obscured. She chatted amiably about a family of trolls, some plaster ducks, a bird bath, and a flower-bed of winter pansies and phlox. It didn't matter that she hadn't seen any of this. Her mother wouldn't recall that in the morning. She wouldn't even recall it in a quarter of an hour. Indeed, Barbara knew that her mother didn't remember the conversation they'd had about Hawthorne Lodge soon after her arrival home this afternoon. She had telephoned Mrs. Flo, had made the arrangements for her mother to become one of the lodge visitors, and had gone home to pack her mother's belongings. "Now, Mummy won't need everything with her at first," Mrs. Flo had said kindly. "Just bring a suitcase with a bit of this and that, and we'll move her in gradual. Call it a little visit if you think she'll take to that." After years of listening to her mother plan holidays which they would never take, Barbara wasn't oblivious of the irony of packing the suitcase and talking about a visit to Greenford. It was a far cry from the exotic destinations that had occupied her mother's disjointed thinking for so long. But the very fact that she had given herself so much to the idea of taking a holiday had made the sight of the suitcase less frightening than it otherwise might have been. Her mother had noticed, however, that Barbara wasn't packing any of her own things into the large vinyl case. She'd even gone to Barbara's room and rustled through her clothes, bringing back an armload of trousers and pullovers that comprised the staple of Barbara's wardrobe. "You'll be wanting these, lovey," she'd said, "especially if it's Switzerland. Is it Switzerland? I've wanted to go there for such a long time. Fresh air, Barbie. Think of the air." She'd explained to her mother that it wasn't to be Switzerland, adding the fact that she herself could not go. She'd ended with the lie, "But it's only a visit, only for a few days. I'll be with you at the weekend," and with the hope that somehow her mother would hold on to those thoughts long enough to get her installed in Hawthorne Lodge without trouble. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George. Continued. Cassette 3, Side 1. She'd ended with the lie, "But it's only a visit, only for a few days. I'll be with you at the weekend," and with the hope that somehow her mother would hold on to those thoughts long enough to get her installed in Hawthorne Lodge without trouble. But now Barbara saw that confusion had vanquished the moment of rare lucidity during which she'd listed the advantages of a stay with Mrs. Flo and the disadvantages of any further reliance upon Mrs. Gustafson. Her mother was chewing at her upper lip as her bewilderment increased. As if from the primary chink in a sheet of glass from which a starburst of breakage grows, dozens of tiny lines radiated from her mouth and formed a fretwork up her cheeks to her eyes. Her hands twisted in the muff of the scarf. The tempo of her humming accelerated. Think of me fondly." "Mum," Barbara said as she pulled to the curb at the nearest spot she could find to Hawthorne Lodge. There was no response other than the humming. Barbara felt her spirits plummet. For a time this afternoon she had thought this transition was going to be easy. Her mother had even seemed to greet the idea with anticipation and excitement, as long as it was labelled a holiday. Now Barbara saw that it promised to be as wrenching an experience as she had previously expected. She thought about praying for the strength to carry her plans through to their completion, but she didn't particularly believe in God, and the thought of calling upon him at convenient moments to suit her own needs seemed as useless as it was hypocritical. So she garnered what little resolution she had, pushed open her door, and walked round to help her mother from the car. "Here we go, Mum," she said, with a cheerful bravado that she summoned from a repertoire of inadequate coping skills. "Let's meet Mrs. Flo, shall we?" In one hand she grasped her mother's suitcase, in the other she held her mother's arm. She eased her down the pavement towards the grey stucco promise of permanent salvation. "Listen, Mum," she said as she rang the front bell. From inside the house Deborah Carr was singing "Getting to Know You," perhaps in preparation for the new visitor. "They've got music on. Hear it?" "Smells of cabbage," her mother said. "Barbie, I don't think a cabbage house is suitable for a holiday. Cabbage is common. This won't do at all." "It's coming from next door, Mum." "I can smell cabbage, Barbie. I wouldn't book us a room in a cabbage hotel." Barbara heard the growing, querulous anxiety in her mother's voice. She prayed for Mrs. Flo to come to the door and rang the bell again. "We don't serve cabbage in our home, Barbie. Never to guests." "It's all right, Mummy." "Barbie, I don't think—" Mercifully, the porch light snapped on. Mrs. Havers blinked in surprise and shrank back against Barbara. Mrs. Flo still wore her neat shirt-waster with the pansy pin at her throat. She looked as fresh as she had that morning. "You've arrived. Splendid." She stepped out into the night and took Mrs. Havers' arm. "Come and meet the dears, love. We've been talking about you, and we're dressed and ready and excited to meet you." "Barbie!" Her mother's voice was a plea. "It's all right, Mum. I'm right behind you." The dears were in the sitting-room, where a videotape of The King and I was playing. Deborah Carr sang melodiously to a group of precious-looking Oriental children. The dears, on the couch, swayed in time to the music. "Here we are, my dears," Mrs. Flo announced, her arm going round Mrs. Havers' shoulders. "Here's our new visitor, and we're all ready to get to know her, aren't we? Oh, I wish Mrs. Tilbird were here to share the pleasure, don't you?" Introductions were made to Mrs. Salkeld and Mrs. Pendlebury, who remained shoulder to shoulder on the couch. Mrs. Havers hung back, casting a panicked glance in Barbara's direction. Barbara smiled at her reassuringly. The suitcase she carried seemed to pull upon her arm. "Shall we take off your nice coat and scarf, dear?" Mrs. Flo reached for the top button of the coat. "Barbie!" Mrs. Havers shrilled. "Now, it's all right, isn't it?" Mrs. Flo said. "There's not a thing to worry about. We're all so anxious to have you join us for a bit." "I smell cabbage." Barbara placed the suitcase on the floor and came to Mrs. Flo's rescue. Her mother was clutching on to the top button of her coat as if it were the Hope diamond. Spittle gathered at the corners of her mouth. "Mum, it's the holiday you've wanted," Barbara said. "Let's go upstairs so you can see your room." She took her mother's arm. "It's usually a bit difficult for them at first," Mrs. Flo said, perhaps noting Barbara's own incipient panic. "They get riled a bit at the change. It's perfectly normal. You're not to worry about it." Together they guided her mother from the room, as all the Oriental children chimed "Day by day" in unison. The stairway was too narrow to allow them to climb it three abreast, so Mrs. Flo led the way, continuing to chat in a light-hearted manner. Underneath her words, Barbara heard the calm determination in her voice, and she marvelled at the woman's patient willingness to spend her life caring for the elderly and infirm. She herself only wanted to get out of the house as quickly as possible, and she despised that feeling of emotional claustrophobia. Guiding her mother up the stairway did nothing to ameliorate Barbara's need for escape. Mrs. Havers' body had gone rigid. Each step was a project, and although Barbara murmured, encouraged, and kept a supportive hand fixed round her mother's arm, it was like leading an innocent animal to its death in a slaughter-house, in those last horrible moments when it first catches on the air the unmistakable scent of blood. "The cabbage," Mrs. Havers whimpered. Barbara tried to steel herself against the words. She knew there was no smell of cabbage in the house. She understood that her mother's mind was clinging to the last rational thought it had produced. But when her mother's head lolled back against Barbara's shoulder, and she saw the milky pattern tears made through the face powder, which she had donned impulsively in girlish preparation for her long-coveted holiday, Barbara felt the crushing grip of guilt. She doesn't understand, Barbara thought. She'll never understand. She said, "Mrs. Flo, I don't think—" At the top of the stairs, Mrs. Flo turned and held up a hand, palm out, to stop her words. "Give it a moment, dear. This isn't easy for anyone, is it?" She crossed the landing and opened one of the doors at the rear of the house, where a light was already burning to welcome the new dear. The room had been furnished with a hospital bed. Otherwise it was as normal-looking as any other bedroom Barbara had ever seen, and admittedly far more cheerful than her mother's room in Acton. "Look at the lovely wallpaper, Mummy," she said. "All those daisies. You like daisies, don't you? And the rug. Look, there are daisies on the rug as well. And you've got your own basin, and a rocker by the window. Did I tell you that you can see the common from this window, Mum? You'll be able to watch the children playing ball." Please, she thought, please, just give me a sign. Clinging to her arm, Mrs. Havers mewled. "Give me her case, dear," Mrs. Flo said. "If we pop things away quickly, she'll settle all the sooner. The less disruption, the better for Mum. You brought photos and little mementos for her, haven't you?" "Yes, they're on the top. Let's have them out first, shall we? Just the photos for now, I think. A quick bit of home." There were only 2 photos, together in a hinged frame, one of Barbara's brother and the other of her father. As Mrs. Flo flipped open the suitcase, took the frame out, and opened it upon the chest of drawers, Barbara realized suddenly that she'd been in such a hurry to clear her mother out of her life that she hadn't thought to include a picture of herself. She grew hot with the shame of it. "Now, doesn't that look nice?" Mrs. Flo said, stepping back from the chest of drawers and cocking her head to one side to admire the photographs. "What a sweet little boy! Is he—" "My brother. He's dead." Mrs. Flo clucked sympathetically. "Shall we have our coat off now?" He was 10, Barbara thought. There was no member of the family at his bedside, not even a nurse to hold his hand and make his passing gentle. He died alone. Mrs. Flo said, "Let's just slip this off, dearie." Next to her, Barbara felt her mother cringe. "Barbie?" A note of unquestionable defeat sounded in the 2 syllables of her name. Barbara had often wondered what it had been like for her brother, whether he'd slipped away easily without rising from his final coma, whether he'd opened his eyes at the last to find himself abandoned by everyone and everything save the machines and tubes and bottles and gadgets that had been industriously prolonging his life. "Yes, that's a good girl. A button. Now another. We'll get you settled and have a nice cup of tea. I expect you'd like that. A slice of cake as well." "Cabbage!" Mrs. Havers drew the word out. It was nearly indistinguishable, like a faint cry distorted from a great distance. Barbara made the decision. "Her albums," she said. "Mrs. Flo, I've forgotten my mother's albums." Mrs. Flo looked up from the scarf, which she'd managed to untangle from Mrs. Havers' hands. "You can bring them later, dear. She won't want everything all at once." "No, these are important. She's got to have her albums. She's collected—" Barbara stopped for a moment, knowing in her mind that what she was doing was foolish, feeling in her heart that there was no other answer. "She's planned holidays. She's got them done up in albums. She works on them every day. She'll be lost and—" Mrs. Flo touched her arm. "My dear, do listen. What you're feeling is natural, but this is for the best. You must see that." "No. It's bad enough, isn't it, that I forgot a picture of myself? I can't leave her here without those albums. I'm sorry. I've taken up your time. I've made a mess of everything. I've just—" She wouldn't cry, she thought, not with her mother needing her, and Mrs. Gustafson to be spoken to, and arrangements to be made. She went to the chest of drawers, snapped closed the framed photographs, and returned them to the suitcase, which she swung off the bed. She took a tissue from her pocket, using it to wipe her mother's cheeks and her nose. "Okay, Mum," she said. "Let's go home." The choir was singing the Kyrie as Linley crossed Chapel Court and approached the chapel itself, which, fronted by an arcade, comprised most of the court's west range. Although it clearly had been built to be admired from Middle Court, which stood to its east, 18th-century calls for college expansion had enclosed the 17th-century chapel into a quadrangle of buildings of which it was the focal point. Even through the mist and the darkness it could hardly have been otherwise. Ground lights glowed against the Weldon stone ashlar exterior of the building, which, if it hadn't been designed by Wren, was surely a monument to his love of classical ornamentation. The facade of the chapel rose from the middle of the arcade, defined by 4 Corinthian pilasters, which supported a pediment, both broken and penetrated by a clock and a lantern cupola. Decorative swags looped from the pilasters. An œil de bœuf glittered on each side of the clock. At the centre of the building hung an oval entablature, and all of it represented the concrete reality of Wren's classical ideal, balance. Where, at its north and south ends, the chapel did not fill in the entirety of the west range of the court, the arcade framed the river and the backs beyond it. The effect was lovely at night, with the river mist rising to swirl round the low wall and lap at the columns. In sunlight it would have been magnificent. Like a coincidental accent to this thought, a trumpet fanfare played. The notes were pure and sweet on the cold night air. As Linley pulled open the chapel door at the southeast corner of the building, unsurprised to find that the middle entry was merely an architectural device unintended for use, the choir answered the fanfare with another Kyrie. He entered the chapel as a second fanfare began. To the height of the arched windows, which rose to a plaster dog-tooth cornice, the walls were panelled in golden oak, beneath which matching pews faced the solitary central aisle. Lined up in these were the members of the college choir, their attention fixed on a solitary trumpeter who stood at the foot of the altar completing the fanfare. She was quite dwarfed by the gilded Baroque reredos framing a painting of Jesus calling Lazarus from the dead. She lowered her instrument, saw Linley, and grinned at him as the choir burst into the final Kyrie. A few crashing bars from the organ followed. The choirmaster jotted notes in his music. "Altos, rubbish," he said. "Sopranos, screech owls, tenors, howling dogs. The rest of you a pass. The same time tomorrow evening, please." General moaning greeted his evaluation of their work. The choirmaster ignored this, shoved his pencil into his thatch of black hair, and said, "The trumpet was excellent, however. Thank you, Miranda. That will be all, ladies and gentlemen." As the group disbanded, Linley walked down the aisle to join Miranda Webberley, who was cleaning her trumpet and repacking it into its case. "You've gone off jazz, Randy," he said. Her head popped up. Her topknot of curly ginger hair bounced and bobbled. "I never," she answered. She was dressed in her usual style, Linley noted, a baggy sweatsuit, which she hoped would both elongate and camouflage her short, plump body, at the same time as its colour, a deep heliotrope blue, would darken the shade of her own pale eyes. "Still in the Jazz Society, then?" "Absolutely. We have a gig on Wednesday night at Trinity Hall. Will you come?" "Wouldn't miss it." She grinned. "Good." She snapped the trumpet case closed and set it on the edge of a pew. "Dad phoned. He said I ought to expect one of his men to come crawling round this evening. Why are you alone?" "Sergeant Havers is handling some personal business. She'll be along later. Tomorrow morning, I should guess." Well, do you want a coffee or something? I expect you want to talk. The buttery's still open. Or we could go to my room." Despite the casual sound of the latter invitation, Miranda's cheeks coloured. "I mean if you want to talk privately, you know." Linley smiled. "Your room." She struggled into a huge pea-jacket, tossing a "Tie, Inspector," over her shoulder when he helped her get it on, wrapped a scarf round her neck, and picked up her trumpet case. She said, "Right, come on then. I'm over in Newcourt," and headed down the aisle. Instead of crossing Chapel Court and using the formal passageway between the east and south buildings— "These are called the Randolph Digs," Miranda informed him, "after the architect. Ugly, aren't they?" She led him along the arcade and into a doorway at its north end. They went up a short flight of stairs, down a corridor, through a fire door, down another corridor, through another fire door, down another flight of stairs. All the time Miranda talked. "I don't know yet how I feel about what's happened to Elena," she said. It sounded like a discourse she'd been having with herself most of the day. "I keep thinking I should feel outrage or anger or grief, but so far I've not felt anything at all, except guilty for not feeling what I ought to feel, and sort of disgustingly self-important now that Daddy's involved, through you, of course, and that puts me in the know. How despicable, really. I'm a Christian, aren't I? Shouldn't I mourn her?" She didn't wait for Lindley to reply. "You see, the essential problem is that I can't quite grasp that Elena's dead. I didn't see her last night. I didn't hear her leave this morning. That's a fair description of how we lived on a regular basis anyway, so everything seems perfectly normal to me. Perhaps if I had been the one to find her, or if she'd been killed in her room and our bedder had found her and come screaming in to get me, kind of like a film, you know, I would have seen and known and been moved somehow. It's the absence of feeling that's worrying me. Am I turning to stone? Don't I even care?" "Were you particularly close to her?" "That's just it. I should have been closer than I was. I should have made a bigger effort. I've known her since last year." "But she wasn't a friend?" Miranda paused at the doorway that led out of the North Randolph building and into New Court. She wrinkled her nose. "I wasn't a runner," she said obscurely, and shoved open the door. A terrace overlooked the river to their left. A cobbled path to their right ran between the Randolph building and a lawn. An enormous sweet chestnut tree stood in the lawn's centre, beyond which loomed the horseshoe-shaped building that comprised New Court, 3 stories of blazing Gothic revival, decorated with 2 centred cusp windows, arched doorways whose doors wore heavy iron studs, battlements on the roof-line, and a steepled tower. Although it was constructed from the same ashlar stone as the Randolph building which it faced, it could not have been stylistically more dissimilar. "It's this way," Miranda said, and led him along the path to the southeast corner of the building. There winter jasmine was growing enthusiastically up the walls. Lindley caught its sweet fragrance the instant before Miranda opened a door next to which the discreet letter L was carved into a small block of stone. They went up 2 flights of stairs at Miranda's quick pace. Her room was one of 2 bed-sitting rooms that faced each other on a short corridor, sharing a gyp room, a shower, and a toilet. Miranda paused in the gyp room to fill a kettle and put it on to boil. "It'll have to be instant," she said with a little grimace, "but I've a bit of whiskey, and we can tart it up with that if you like, as long as you don't tell Mummy." "That you've taken to drink?" She rolled her eyes. "Then I've taken to anything, unless it's a man. You can tell her what you like about that. Make up something good. Put me in a black lace negligee. It'll give her hope." She laughed and went to the door of her room. She'd wisely locked it, he noted with approval. She wasn't the only daughter of a superintendent of police for nothing. "I see you've managed to snare yourself deluxe accommodations," he said as they entered. And indeed, by Cambridge standards, she had, for the bedsit comprised 2 rooms, not 1, a small inner chamber where she slept, a larger outer chamber for sitting. This latter was capacious enough to accommodate 2 undersized sofas and a small walnut dining table that acted as substitute for a desk. There was a bricked-in fireplace in one corner of the room and an oak window seat overlooking Trinity Passage Lane. On the seat itself a wire cage stood. Lindley went to inspect the tiny prisoner, who was engaged in running furiously on a squeaking exercise wheel. Miranda set her trumpet case next to the armchair and dumped her coat nearby. She said, "That's Titbit," and went to the fireplace to fiddle with an electric fire. Lindley looked up from removing his own coat. "Elena's mouse?" "When I heard what happened, I fetched him from her room. It seemed the right thing to do." "When?" "This afternoon. Perhaps a bit after 2. "Her room wasn't locked?" "No, not yet at least. Elena never locked up." On a set of shelves in an alcove were several bottles of spirits, 5 glasses, 3 cups and saucers. Miranda fetched 2 of the cups and 1 of the bottles and took them to the table. "That could be important, couldn't it?" she said, "that she didn't lock her room." The little mouse left off running and scampered from the wheel to the side of the cage. His whiskers twitched, his nose quivered, His paws grasping the slender metal bars, he raised himself up and sniffed eagerly at Lindley's fingers. "It could be," he said. "Did you hear anyone in her room this morning? Later on, I imagine, perhaps at 7 or half-past. Miranda shook her head. She looked regretful. "Earplugs," she said. "You wear earplugs to bed?" "Have done since—" She hesitated, appearing embarrassed for a moment before she sloughed the feeling off and continued with, "It's the only way I can sleep, Inspector. Got used to them, I suppose. Unappealing as the devil, but there it is." Lindley filled in the blanks of Miranda's awkward justification, admiring her for the plucky effort at bravado. The struggle that was the Webberley marriage was no particular secret to anyone who knew the superintendent well. His daughter would have begun wearing earplugs at home, wanting to block out the worst of her parents' night-time quarrels. "What time did you get up this morning, Randy?" 8, she said. "Give or take 10 minutes." She smiled wryly. "Give 10 minutes, then. I had a lecture at 9. "And when you got up, what did you do? Shower? Bathe?" Yes. Had a cup of tea, ate some cereal, made some toast." "Her door was shut?" "Yes." "Everything seemed normal? No sign that anyone had been in?" "No sign, except—" The kettle began to whistle in the gyp room. She hooked the 2 cups and a small jug over her fingers and went to the door, where she paused. "I don't know that I would have noticed. I mean, she had more visitors than I did, you see." "She was popular?" Miranda picked at a chip in one of the cups. The pitch of the kettle's whistle seemed to intensify a degree. She looked uncomfortable. "With men?" Lindley asked. "Let me get the coffee," she said. She ducked out of the room, leaving the door open. Lindley could hear her movements in the gyp room. He could see the closed door across the hall. From the porter he'd obtained the key to that now locked door, but he felt no inclination to use it. He considered this sensation so at odds with how he believed he ought to feel. He was going at the case backwards. The rational dictates of his job told him that, despite the hour of his arrival, he should have spoken to the Cambridge police first, to the parents next, to the finder of the body third. That accomplished, he should have sifted through the victim's belongings for a possible clue to her killer's identity. All textbook stuff, labelled proper procedure, as Sergeant Havers would have undoubtedly pointed out. He couldn't have listed reasons why he wasn't adhering to it. He merely felt that the nature of the crime itself suggested a personal involvement, perhaps more than that, a settling of scores, and only an understanding of the central figures involved could reveal exactly what those personal involvements and those settled scores were. Miranda returned, cups and jug on a pink tin tray. "Milk's gone off," she announced, putting the cups into their saucers. "Sorry, we'll have to make do with the whiskey. But I've a bit of sugar. Would you like some?" He demurred. "Elena's visitors?" he asked. "I assume they must have been men." She looked as if she'd been hoping he'd forgotten the question while she was making the coffee. He joined her at the table. She sloshed some whiskey into both of their cups, stirred them with the same spoon, which she licked, and then continued to hold, slapping it into her palm as she spoke. "Not all," she said. "She was best mates with the girls in Hare and Hounds. They came by now and then. Or she'd go off with them to a party somewhere. She was a great one for parties, Elena was. She liked to dance. She said she could feel the vibrations from the music if it was loud enough." "And the men?" Lindley asked. The spoon slapped noisily against her palm. She screwed up her face. "Mummy would be happy if I had only a tenth of whatever Elena had. Men liked her, Inspector." "Something which you find difficult to understand?" "No. I could see why they did. She was lively and funny, and she liked to talk and to listen, which is awfully odd when you think she couldn't really do either, could she? But somehow she always gave the impression that when she was with you she was only and completely interested in you. So I could see how a man... you know." She flipped the spoon back and forth to complete her sentence. "Creatures of ego that we are." "Men like to believe they're the centre of things, don't they? Elena was good at letting them think they are." "Particular men?" "Gareth Randolph, for one," Miranda said. "He was here to see her lots. 2 or 3 times every week. I could always tell when Gareth came to call because the air got heavy. He's so intense. Elena said she could feel his aura the moment he opened the door to our staircase. Here comes trouble, she'd say, if we were in the gyp room. And 30 seconds later, there he would be. She said she was psychic when it came to Gareth. Miranda laughed. Frankly, I think she could smell his cologne. Were they a couple? They went about together. People paired their names. Did Elena like that? She said he was just a friend. Was there someone else special? She took a drink of her coffee and added more whiskey to it, shoving the bottle across to him when she was through. I don't know if he was special, but she saw Adam Jen, her father's graduate student. She saw a good bit of him. And her dad stopped by lots, but I suppose he doesn't count, does he? Because he was only here to keep tabs on her. She hadn't done well last year. Have they told you that? And he wanted to make sure there was no repeat performance. That's how Elena put it, at least. Here comes my keeper, she'd say, when she saw him from the window. Once or twice she hid in my bedsit just to tease him and came out laughing when he started to react because she wasn't in her room when she'd said she'd be there to meet him. I take it she didn't like the plan they'd come up with to keep her at the university. She said the best part about it was the mouse. Tibbet, she called him, companion of my cell. She was like that, Inspector. She could make a joke out of anything. Miranda seemed to have completed her recital of information, for she sat back in her chair, Indian style, with her legs tucked under her on the seat, and she drank more coffee. But her look at him was a chary one, which indicated that something was being withheld. Was there someone else, Randy? Miranda squirmed. She examined a small basket of apples and oranges on the table, and after that the posters on the wall above it. Dizzy Gillespie, Louis Armstrong, Wynton Marsalis in concert, Dave Brubeck at the piano, Ella Fitzgerald at the mic. She hadn't abandoned her love of jazz. She glanced at him again, poking the handle of the teaspoon into her mop of hair. "Someone else?" Lindley repeated. "Randy, if you know something more—" "I don't know anything else absolutely for sure, Inspector. And I can't tell you every little thing, can I? Because something I tell you, some little detail, might not even mean anything. But if you took it to heart, people might get hurt, mightn't they? Dad says that's the biggest danger in police work." Lindley made a mental note to discourage Webberley from waxing philosophical with his daughter in the future. "That's always possible," he agreed, "but I'm not about to arrest someone just because you mention his name." When she said nothing, he leaned across the table and tapped his finger against her coffee cup. "Word of honor, Randy? All right? Do you know something else?" "What I know about Gareth and Adam and her father came from Elena," she said. "That's why I told you. Anything else in my head is nothing but gossip, or something I maybe saw and didn't understand, and that can't be helpful. That could make things go wrong." "We're not gossiping, Randy. We're trying to get at the truth behind her death. The facts, not conjectures." She didn't immediately respond. She stared at the bottle of whiskey on the table. Its label bore a greasy fingerprint stain. She said, "Facts aren't conclusions. Dad always says that." "Absolutely. Agreed." She hesitated, even looking over her shoulder as if to make sure they were still alone. "This is about seeing, nothing more," she said. "Understood." "All right." She straightened her shoulders as if in preparation, but she still didn't look as if she wanted to part with the information. "I think she had a row with Gareth on Sunday evening. Only," she added in a rush, "I can't know for sure because I didn't hear them. They talked with their hands. I just caught a glimpse of them in Elena's room before she shut the door. And when Gareth left, he was in quite a temper. He banged his way out. Only it could mean nothing because he's so intense anyway that he'd be acting like that even if they'd been discussing the poll tax." "Yes, I see." "And after their argument?" "Elena left as well." "What time was this?" "Round 20 to 8. I never heard her come back." Miranda seemed to read heightened interest in his face, for she went on hastily, "I don't think Gareth had anything to do with what's happened, Inspector. He has a temper, true, and he's on a tight string, but he wasn't the only one." She gnawed at her lip. "Someone else was here?" "No, not exactly. Randy. Her body slumped. Mr. Thorson, then. He was here? She nodded. Who is he? One of Elena's supervisors. He lectures in English. When was this? I saw him here twice, actually, but not on Sunday. Day or night? Night. Once probably round the 3rd week of the term, then again last Thursday. Could he have been here more often? She looked reluctant to answer, but she said, I suppose, yes. But I just saw him twice. Twice is all, Inspector. Twice is the fact, her voice implied. Did she tell you why you came to see her? Miranda shook her head slowly. I think she didn't much like him because she called him Lenny the Lech. Leonard. He's Swedish, see? And that's all I know, truly. Really? That's the fact, you mean? Even as he said it, Lindley felt sure that Miranda Webberley, daughter of her father, could have produced half a dozen conjectures to go with it. Lindley went through the gatehouse, stopping briefly in the porter's lodge before stepping out into Trinity Lane. Terence Cuff had wisely seen to it that the rooms set aside for visitors to the college were in St. Stephen's Court, which, along with Ivy Court, was across the narrow lane from the rest of the college. And, unlike the rest of the college, it had neither porter nor gatehouse, so it wasn't locked at night, thereby giving visitors more freedom of movement than the junior members of the college had. A plain wrought-iron fence separated this part of the college from the street. It ran north to south, forming a line of demarcation that was interrupted by the west wall of St. Stephen's Church. This random rubble building was one of the original parish churches in Cambridge, and its stone coins, buttresses, and Norman tower seemed strangely at odds with the neat Edwardian brick building that partially encircled it. Lindley pushed open the iron gate. A second fence inside marked the boundary of the churchyard. There graves lay dimly illuminated by the same ground lights that shone cones of yellow against the walls of the church, where moths fluttered weakly with sodden wings in the glow. The fog had grown even heavier during the time he had spent with Miranda, and it transformed sarcophagi, gravestones, tombs, bushes, and trees into colourless silhouettes laid against a slowly shifting background of mist. Along the wrought-iron fence that separated St. Stephen's Court from the churchyard, perhaps 100 or more bicycles stood, their handlebars gleaming, slick with the damp. Passing these, Lindley made his way to Ivy Court, where the porter had earlier shown him to his room at the top of O staircase. It was quiet inside the building itself. These rooms, the porter had told him, were used only by the senior members of the college. They comprised studies and conference rooms where supervisions took place, gyp rooms and smaller rooms with beds for kipping. Since most of the senior fellows lived away from the college, the building was largely unpopulated at night. Lindley's room encompassed one of the building's Dutch gables, and it looked out into Ivy Court and St. Stephen's graveyard. With brown carpet squares on the floor, stained yellow walls, and faded floral curtains at the window, it wasn't a particularly uplifting environment. Clearly St. Stephen's did not expect visitors to embark upon an extended stay. Left alone there earlier by the porter, he'd found himself slowly examining its contents, touching a musty-smelling armchair, opening a drawer, running his fingers along the empty adjustable bookshelves that lined one wall. He ran water in the basin. He tested the strength of the single steel rod in a cupboard for holding clothes. He thought about Oxford. The room had been different, but the feeling was the same. That sensation of having the entire world opening up before him, revealing its mysteries, even as it held out the promise of satisfactions to come. The blessing of relative anonymity had filled him with a sense of having been newly born. Empty shelves, blank walls, drawers that held nothing. Here, he had thought, he would make his mark. No one need know of his title and background. No one need know of his risible angst. The secret lives of one's parents had no place in Oxford. Here, he had thought, he would be safe from the past. He chuckled now to think of how tenaciously he had held on to that final adolescent belief. He had actually seen himself moving into a golden future in which he had to do absolutely nothing to deal with what had led up to it. How we flee our personal realities, he thought. His suitcase was still on the desk in the recess made by the gable. It took him less than 5 minutes to unpack, after which he sat, feeling the room's chill and his own restless need to be elsewhere. He sought distraction by writing out his first day's report, a job that would usually be completed by Sergeant Havers, but one that he set upon automatically now, grateful for a diversion that would keep thoughts of Helen at bay, if only for an hour or so. "One call. Yes, sir," the porter had said as he passed through the lodge. "She's phoned," Linley thought. "Harry's come home." And his mood began to lift accordingly, only to plummet to earth when the porter handed him the message. Superintendent Daniel Sheehan of the Cambridge Constabulary would meet with him at 8:30 in the morning. There was nothing from Helen. He wrote steadily, filling in page after page with the details of his meeting with Terence Cuff, with the impressions he'd formed after his conversation with Anthony and Justine Weaver, with a description of the sea-phone and the possibilities it presented, with the facts he'd managed to glean from Miranda Webberley. He wrote far more than he needed to write, forcing himself to address the murder in a stream-of-consciousness fashion, which Havers would rightfully scorn, but which also served to focus his mind on the killing and kept it from wandering to areas that would only intensify his nerve-aching frustration. At the end, however, the effort was a failure, for after an hour of writing he set down his pen, removed his spectacles, rubbed his eyes, and thought immediately of Helen. He could sense that he was fast approaching the limit of his capacity for friendship with her. She'd wanted time. He'd given it month after month, believing that any false move on his part would cause him to lose her forever. As much as possible he'd tried to refashion himself into the man who had once been her comrade in laughter, a casual companion, willing to engage in whatever madcap adventure she'd cared to propose, from hot-air ballooning in the Loire to spelunking in the Burren. It didn't particularly matter as long as she was there. But he was finding that the pretence of fraternal affection was growing daily more difficult to maintain, and the words, "I love you," were no longer a means of defining the nature of the close friendship between them. Instead, they were fast becoming a gauntlet which he repeatedly threw down before her, demanding a satisfaction that she did not appear willing to give. She continued to see other men. She never told him this directly, but he knew it intuitively. He read it in her eyes when she spoke of a play she had seen, a drinks party she'd attended, a gallery she'd visited. And while he sought out other women, in what amounted to a momentarily successful effort to drive the thought of Helen from his mind, he could not drive her spirit from his heart, any more than he could obliterate the connection that tied her to his soul. He had closed his eyes upon more than one lover, imagining the body beneath his to be Helen's, hearing Helen's cries, feeling Helen's arms, tasting the miracle of Helen's mouth. And more than once he had cried out with the pleasure of his body's fleeting moment of release, only to be filled with desolation in the very next instant. It was no longer enough to take and give pleasure. He wanted to make love, he wanted to own love, but not without Helen. His nerves felt strung, his arms and legs ached. He pushed away from the desk and went to the basin, where he splashed water on his face and examined himself dispassionately in the mirror. Cambridge would be their battleground, he decided. Whatever was to be won or lost, it would happen here. Back at the desk, he flipped through the pages he had written, reading his words but assimilating nothing. He closed the notebook with a snap and slapped it down. The air in the room seemed suddenly close, too much hung with the opposing odours of fresh disinfectant and old tobacco smoke. It felt oppressive. He leaned over the desk-top, shoved the window up all the way, and let the damp night air wash over his cheeks. Below him, the graveyard, half hidden by the fog, cast up a faint, fresh scent of pine from its trees. The ground there would spring with fallen needles, and as he breathed in their fragrance he could almost imagine the spongy feel of them beneath his feet. A movement at the fence caught his attention. At first he thought the wind was rising to shift the fog away from bushes and trees, but as he watched a figure melted out of the shadow of one of the spruces, and he saw that the movement had not come from within the graveyard at all, but from its perimeter, where someone was easing stealthily between the bicycles, away from him, head lifted to examine the windows of the court's east range. Woman or man, Linley couldn't tell, and when he switched off his desk lamp to have a better look, the figure froze, as if preternaturally aware of being watched even at a distance of some 20 yards. Then Linley heard the sound of a car's engine idling in Trinity Lane. Voices called out a laughing good-night. A horn tooted happily in response. With a grinding of gears, the car roared off. The voices faded as their owners walked away, and the shadow below became both substance and movement again. Whoever it was, stealing one of the bicycles didn't appear to be its objective. It headed for a doorway on the east range of the court. A lantern-shaped lamp, overhung with the ivy for which the court was named, provided scant illumination there, and Linley waited for the figure to enter the milky penumbra directly in front of the door, hoping that whoever it was might toss a quick look over his shoulder and give him a glimpse of face. It didn't happen. Instead, the figure hurried soundlessly to the doorway, shot out a pale hand to grasp the knob, and disappeared into the building. But just for a moment, as the shadowy form passed beneath the light, Linley saw hair, rich, dark, and plentiful. A woman suggested an assignation, with someone no doubt anxiously waiting behind one of those sightless darkened windows. He waited for one of them to brighten with light. It did not happen. Instead, less than 2 minutes after she had disappeared into the building, the door opened again and the woman re-emerged. This time she paused for an instant beneath the light in order to pull the door shut behind her. The faint glow outlined the curve of a cheek, the shape of a nose and chin, but only for a moment. Then she was gone, moving across the court, fading back into the darkness by the graveyard. She was as silent as the mist. Chapter 6. Cambridge Police Headquarters faced Parker's Piece, a vast green crisscrossed by intersecting paths. Joggers ran here, their breaths gusting out in fibrous clouds, while on the grass 2 Dalmatians, tongues flapping happily, chased after an orange frisbee thrown by a whip-thin bearded man whose bald head shone in the morning sun. All of them seemed to be rejoicing in the disappearance of the fog. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena, by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. Joggers ran here, their breaths gusting out in fibrous clouds, while on the grass 2 Dalmatians, tongues flapping happily, chased after an orange frisbee thrown by a whip-thin bearded man whose bald head shone in the morning sun. All of them seemed to be rejoicing in the disappearance of the fog. Even pedestrians rushing by on the pavement held up their faces to let the sunlight strike them for the first time in days. Although the temperature was no higher than it had been on the previous morning, and a brisk wind made the chill cut close, the fact that the sky was blue and the day was bright served to make the cold stimulating instead of insufferable. Linley paused outside the dun brick-and-concrete structure that housed the main offices of the local police. A glass-enclosed notice board stood in front of the doors, on which were fastened posters about child safety in cars, drinking and driving, and an organization called Crime Stoppers. Over this last had been taped a handout giving the superficial details of Elena Weaver's death and asking for information from anyone who might have seen her yesterday morning or Sunday night. It was a hastily composed document with a grainy photocopied picture of the dead girl upon it, and it had not been generated by the police. Destu and a telephone number were printed prominently at the bottom of the page. Linley sighed when he saw this. The deaf students were launching their own investigation. That wouldn't make his job any less complicated. A blast of warm air hit him when he opened the doors and entered the lobby, where a young man garbed in black leather was arguing with a uniformed receptionist about a traffic ticket. On one of the chairs his companion waited, a girl in moccasins and what appeared to be an Indian bedspread. She kept murmuring, "Come on, Ron! Cripes, come on!" with her feet drumming impatiently on the black tile floor. The constable working reception cast a thankful look in Linley's direction, perhaps appreciative of the diversion. He broke into the young man's, "You listen here, mate, I bloody don't intend to with—" "Sit down, lad, you're getting in a twist over nothing." After which he nodded to Linley, saying, "CID, Scotland Yard?" "It's that obvious, then." "Colour of the skin, police pallor, we call it. But I'll have a glance at your ID, all the same." Linley produced his warrant card. The constable examined it before pressing the release on the locked door which separated the lobby from the station proper. A buzzer sounded. He nodded Linley inside. "First floor," he said, "just follow the signs." He resumed his argument with the boy in leather. The superintendent's office was at the front of the building, overlooking Parker's Piece. As Linley approached it, the door opened, and an angular woman with a geometric haircut took up a position within its frame. Arms akimbo, elbows pointed like spikes, she scrutinized him from head to foot. Obviously reception had phoned ahead. "Inspector Linley." She spoke with the same sort of inflection one uses when naming a social disease. "The superintendent's scheduled for a meeting with Chief Constable in Huntington at 10:30. I shall ask you to keep that in mind when you—" "That'll do, Edwina," a voice called from the inner office. Her lips minced their way round a glacial smile. She stepped to one side and allowed Linley to pass her. "Of course," she said. "Coffee, Mr. Sheehan?" "Yes." As he spoke, Superintendent Daniel Sheehan came across the room to meet Linley at the door. He offered a large, beefy hand, a companion in bulk to the rest of him. His grip was firm, and in spite of the fact that Linley represented a Scotland Yard invasion into his patch, his smile offered fellowship. "Coffee for you, Inspector?" "Thank you. Black." Edwina nodded curtly and disappeared. Her high heels cracked sharp reports in the hall. Sheehan snorted a chuckle. "Come in, before the lions have at you, or at least a lioness. Not all of my troops are taking your visit well." "That's a reasonable reaction." Sheehan motioned him not to one of the two plastic chairs which faced his desk, but to a blue vinyl-covered sofa, which, along with a pressed wood coffee table, apparently constituted the conference area of his office. A map of the city centre hung on the wall there. Each of the colleges was outlined in red. While Linley took off his overcoat, Sheehan went to his desk, where, in apparent defiance of gravity, a stack of folders leaned precariously towards the rubbish container on the floor. As the superintendent gathered up a loose collection of papers and fastened them together with a paperclip, Linley regarded him, caught between curiosity and admiration at finding Sheehan so calm in the face of what could easily be interpreted as a declaration of his CID's incompetence. Sheehan certainly didn't appear unflappable on the surface. His ruddy complexion suggested a quick temper. His thick fingers promised notable fists. His barrel chest and massive thighs seemed suitable to a brawler. And yet his easy manner contradicted his physique, as did his words, which were perfectly dispassionate. His choice of topic suggested that he and Linley had spoken to each other before, establishing some sort of camaraderie. It was an oddly non-political approach to what could have been an uneasy situation. Linley liked him for choosing it. It revealed him to be direct and confident of who and what he was. "I can't say we didn't bring this on ourselves," Sheehan said. "It's a problem in forensic that should have been resolved 2 years back. But my CC doesn't like to get involved in departmental squabblings, and as a result the chickens, if you'll pardon the cliché and don't mind wearing feathers, have come home to roost." He snagged one of the plastic chairs, returned to the sofa, and dropped his collection of papers onto the table, where a manila folder labelled Weaver already lay. He sat, and the chair creaked under his weight. "I'm not as happy as a sod myself about having you here," he admitted. "But I wasn't surprised when the Vice-Chancellor rang me and said the University wanted the Yard. Forensic made a real balls-up of an undergraduate suicide last May. The University doesn't want a replay. I can't say I blame them. What I don't like much is the implication of bias, though. They seem to think that if a student pops off, the local CID are as likely to say good riddance to another gown as they are to investigate." "I was told you had a leak in the department that caused the University bad press last term." Sheehan gave a grunt of confirmation. "A leak from forensic. We've got 2 prima donnas out there, and when one disagrees with the other's conclusions, they fight it out in the press instead of the lab. Drake, the senior man, called the death a suicide. Pleasance, the junior, called it murder, based on the propensity for a suicide to stand before a mirror to cut his throat. This suicide did it while lying on his bed, and Pleasance wouldn't buy it. The trouble started from there." Sheehan lifted a thigh with another grunt and drove his hand into his trouser pocket. He brought out a packet of chewing gum and balanced it on his palm. "I've been after my CC to separate those 2, or fire Pleasance, for exactly 21 months now. If the Yard's involvement in this case can manage to bring that about, I'll be a happy man." He offered the gum. "Sugarless," he said, and when Lindley shook his head, "Don't blame you a bit. Stuff tastes like rubber." He popped a folded piece into his mouth. "But it manages to give the illusion of food. If only I could convince my stomach." "Dieting?" Sheehan smacked his palm against his bulging waistline, where his stomach overhung the belt on his trousers. "It's got to go. I had a heart attack last year. Ah, here's the coffee." Edwina marched into the room with a cracked wooden tray held in front of her, on which plumes of steam rose from 2 brown mugs. She set the coffee on the table, looked at her watch, and said with a brief, meaningful glance in Lindley's direction, "Shall I buzz you in time to leave for Huntington, Mr. Sheehan?" "I'll manage, Edwina." "Chief Constable expects you at 10:30. Yes." Sheehan reached for his coffee and raised it to his secretary in a salute. He offered a smile of both thanks and dismissal. Edwina looked as if she wished to say more, but she left the room instead. The door, Lindley saw, did not quite catch behind her. "We don't have much more than the preliminaries for you," Sheehan said with a lift of his coffee mug towards the papers and the folder on the table. "We can't get her into autopsy until late this morning." Lindley put on his spectacles, saying, "What do you know?" "Not much so far. 2 blows to the face, causing a sphenoidal fracture. That was the initial damage. Then she was strangled with a tie cord of her tracksuit's hood. All this occurred on an island, as I understand it. Only the killing itself. We've got a good-sized blood splatter on the footpath that runs along the riverbank. She would have been attacked there first, then dragged across the footbridge onto the island. When you go out there, you'll see that it'd be no problem. The island's only separated from the west bank of the river by a bit of a ditch. Dragging her off the footpath would have been a matter of 15 seconds or less once she was unconscious." "Did she put up a fight?" Sheehan blew across the top of his coffee mug and took a gusty slurp. He shook his head. "She was wearing mittens, but we've got no hairs or skin caught in the material. It looks to us like someone caught her by surprise. But forensic are taping her tracksuit to see what's what." "Other evidence?" "A plethora of crap that we're sorting through. Disintegrating newspapers, 6 empty cigarette packs, a wine bottle, you name it, it's there. The island's a local hangout, has been for years. We've probably got 2 generations of rubbish to sift through." Lindley opened the folder. "You've narrowed time of death between 5:30 and 7, he noted, and looked up. "According to the college, the porter saw her leaving the grounds at 6:15. And the body was found not long after 7, so you've actually less than an hour to play with. Nice and narrow," Sheehan said. Lindley flipped through to the crime scene photographs. "Who found her?" "A young woman called Sarah Gordon. She'd gone there to sketch." Lindley raised his head sharply. "In the fog?" "My thought as well. You couldn't see 10 yards. I don't know what she was thinking. But she had a whole kit of stuff with her. A couple of easels, case of paints and pastels. So she was obviously setting up for a good long stay, which was cut a bit short when she found the body instead of inspiration." Lindley looked through the pictures. The girl lay mostly covered by a mound of sodden leaves. She was on her right side, her arms in front of her knees bent, and her legs slightly drawn up. She might have been sleeping, save for the fact that her face was turned towards the earth, her hair falling forward to leave her neck bare. Round this the ligature cut into her skin, so deeply in places that it seemed to disappear. so deeply in places that it suggested a rare, brutal and triumphant sort of strength, a surging of adrenaline through a killer's muscles. Linley studied the pictures. There was something vaguely familiar about them, and he wondered if the crime were a copy of another. "She certainly doesn't look like an arbitrary body dump," he said. Sheehan leaned forward to get a look at the picture. "She wouldn't be, would she? Not at the hour in the morning. This wasn't any arbitrary killing. This was a lying in wait." "Quite. There's some evidence of that." He told the superintendent about Elena's alleged call to her father's house the night before she died. "So we're looking for someone who knew her movements, what her schedule would be that morning, and the fact that her stepmother wouldn't go running along the river at 6:15 if she had the chance not to. Someone close to the girl, I should guess." Sheehan picked up a picture and then another, looking at them with an expression of marked regret on his face. "I always hate to see a young girl like this die, but especially this way." He tossed the pictures back. "We'll do what we can at our end to help you, matters being what they are in forensic. But if the body's any indication, Inspector, aside from someone who knew the girl well, I should say you're looking for a killer whose craw filled with hate." Sergeant Havers emerged from the buttery and descended the stairs from the terrace only moments after Linley emerged from the library passage which connected Middle Court to North Court. She flipped her cigarette into a bed of asters and sank both hands into the pockets of her coat. Pea-soup green, it hung open to reveal navy trousers going baggy at the knees, a purple pullover, and 2 scarves, one brown and one pink. "You're a vision, Havers," Linley said when she joined him. "Is this the rainbow effect? You know the sort of thing, rather like the greenhouse effect, but more immediately apparent." She rummaged in her bag for a packet of players. She shook one out, lit it, and reflectively blew smoke in his face. He did his best not to lap up the aroma. 10 months without smoking, and he still felt the urge to rip the cigarette from his sergeant's hand and smoke it to the nub. "I thought I ought to blend in with the environment," Havers said. "You don't like it? Why? Don't I look academic?" "You do, certainly, by someone's definition." "What could I hope to expect from a bloke who spent his formative years at Eton?" Havers asked the sky. "If I'd shown up in a top spent his formative years at Eton," Havers asked the sky. "If I'd shown up in a top hat, striped trousers and cutaway, would I have passed muster with you?" "Only if you had Ginger Rogers on your arm." Havers laughed. "Sod you!" "Sentiments returned." He watched her flick a bit of ash to the ground. "Did you get your mother settled at Hawthorne Lodge?" 2 girls passed them, holding a muted conversation, their heads together over a piece of paper. Linley saw that it was the same handout which had been posted in front of the police station. His eyes went back to Havers, who kept her own on the 2 girls until they disappeared round the herbaceous border that marked the entrance to Newcourt. "Havers?" She waved him off, puffing on his cigarette. "I changed my mind. It didn't work out." "What have you done about her?" "Carrying on with Mrs. Gustafson for a bit. I'll see how it goes." She brushed her hand aimlessly over the top of her head, ruffling her short hair. The cold air made it crackle. "So, what do we have here?" For the moment he submitted himself to her desire for privacy, and gave her what facts he had gleaned from Sheehan. When he was finished telling her what he knew so far, she said, "Weapons?" "For beating her, they don't know yet. Nothing was left at the scene, and they're still working on possible trace evidence on the body." "So we've got the ubiquitous unidentified blunt object," Havers said. "And the strangulation?" "The tie from the hood of her jacket." "The killer knew what she would wear?" "Possibly." "Photos?" He handed her the folder. She put her cigarette between her lips, opened the folder, and squinted through the smoke at the pictures that lay on top of the report. "Have you ever been to Brompton Oratory, Havers?" She looked up. The cigarette bobbed as she spoke. "No. Why? Are you getting some of that old-time religion?" "There's a sculpture there, the martyred St. Cecilia. I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was about this body when I first saw the pictures, but on the way back here it came to me. It's the sculpture of St. Cecilia." Over her shoulder he fingered through the pictures to find the one he wanted. It's the way her hair sweeps forward, the position of her arms, even the ligature round her neck. "St. Cecilia was strangled?" Havers asked. "I thought martyrdom was more your basic lion attack in front of a crowd of cheering, down-thumbing Romans. In this case, if I recall it correctly, her head was half severed and she waited 2 days to die. But the sculpture only shows the cut itself, which looks like a ligature. Jesus! No wonder she got into heaven." Havers dropped her cigarette to the ground and crushed it out. "So what's your point, Inspector? Do we have a killer hot after duplicating all the sculptures in Brompton Oratory? If that's what's going on, when he gets to the crucifixion I hope I'm off the case. Is there a crucifixion sculpture in the oratory, by the way? I can't remember, but all the apostles are there." 11 of them martyrs," she said reflectively. "We've got big trouble, unless the killer's only looking for females. It doesn't matter. I doubt anyone would buy the oratory theory," he said, and guided her in the direction of Newcourt. As they walked, he listed the points of information he had gathered from Terence Cuff, the Weavers, and Miranda Weberley. "The Penford chair, blighted love, a good dose of jealousy, and an evil stepmother," Havers commented when he was done. She looked at her watch. "All that in only 16 hours by yourself on the case. Are you sure you need me, Inspector?" "No doubt of that. You pass for an undergraduate better than I. I think it's the clothes." He opened the door to L's staircase for her. "2 flights up," he said, and took the key from his pocket. From the first floor they could hear music playing. It grew louder as they climbed, the low moan of a saxophone, the answering call of a clarinet, Miranda Weberley's jazz. In the second-floor corridor they could hear a few tentative notes blown from a trumpet as Miranda played along with the greats. "It's here," Lindley said, and unlocked the door. Unlike Miranda's, Elena Weaver's was a single room, and it overlooked the buff brick terrace of North Court. Also, unlike Miranda's, it was largely a mess. Cupboards and drawers gaped open, 2 lights burned, books lay strewn across the desk, their pages fluttering in the sudden breeze from the door. A green robe formed a heap on the floor, along with a pair of blue jeans, a black camisole, and a balled-up bit of nylon that seemed to be dirty underwear. The air felt close and overheated, fusty with the odour of clothes needing to be washed. Lindley walked to the desk and cracked open a window, as Havers took off her coat and scarves, dumping them on the bed. She went to the walled-in fireplace in the corner of the room, where a row of porcelain unicorns lined the mantel. Fanning out above them, posters hung, again depicting unicorns, the occasional maiden, and an excessive amount of phantasmagorical mist. Across the room Lindley glanced into the clothes cupboard, which was largely a jumble of neon-coloured elasticized garments. The odd exception of a pair of neat tweed trousers and a floral dress with a delicate lace collar hung away from the rest. Havers came to his side. Wordlessly she examined the clothing. "Better bag all this to make a match of any fibres they pull off her tracksuit," Havers said. "She would have kept it in here." She began removing the clothing from its hangers. "Odd, though, isn't it?" "What?" She flicked a thumb towards the dress and the trousers at the end of the rod. "Which part of her was playing dress-up, Inspector? The vamp in neon or the angel in lace?" "Perhaps both." At the desk he saw that a large calendar served as a blotter, and he moved the texts and the notebooks to one side to have a look at it. "A stroke of possible good fortune here, Havers." She was stuffing garments into a plastic sack which she'd removed from her shoulder bag. "What sort?" "A calendar. She hasn't removed the old months. She's merely folded them back. Score a point for our side." "Quite." He reached for his spectacles in the breast pocket of his jacket. The first 6 months of the calendar represented the latter 2/3 of Elena's first year at the university, Lent and Easter terms. Most of her notations were clear. Lectures were listed by subject from Chaucer 10 on every Wednesday to Spenser 11 the following day. Supervisions seemed to bear the name of the senior fellow with whom she would be meeting, a conclusion Lindley reached when he saw the name Thorson blocking out the same period of time every week in Easter term. Other notations patched in more details of the dead girl's life. Destu appeared with increasing regularity from January through May, indicating Elena's adherence to at least one of the guidelines set down by the senior tutor, her supervisors, and Terence Cuff for her social rehabilitation. Attended by specific times, the titles Hare and Hounds and Search and Pellet suggested her membership in two of the university's other societies, and Dads, sprinkled liberally throughout every month, gave evidence of the amount of time Elena spent with her father and his wife. There was no indication that she saw her mother in London at any time other than on holidays. "Well?" Havers asked, as Linley searched through the months. She popped the last piece of clothing from the floor into the sack, twisted it closed, and wrote a few words on a label. "It looks fairly straightforward," he said, "except... Havers, tell me what you make of this." When she joined him at the desk, he pointed out a symbol that Elena used repeatedly throughout the calendar, a simple pencil sketch of a fish. It first appeared on the 18th of January, and continued with regularity 3 or 4 times each week, generally on a weekday, only sporadically on a Saturday, rarely on a Sunday. Havers bent over it. She dropped the sack of clothes to the floor. "Looks like the Christianity symbol," she said at last. "Perhaps she decided to be born again." "That would have been a quick recovery from reprobation," Linley replied. "The university wanted her in Destu, but no one's mentioned a word about religion." "Perhaps she didn't want anyone to know." "That's clear enough. She didn't want someone to know something. I'm just not sure it had anything to do with discovering the Lord." Havers seemed willing to pursue another tack. "She was a runner, wasn't she? Maybe it's a diet. These are the days she had to eat fish. Good for the blood pressure, good for the cholesterol, good for the, muscle tone or something? But she was thin anyway, you can tell that much from the size of her clothes, so she wouldn't have wanted anyone to know." "Heading towards anorexia?" "Sounds good to me. Body weight? Something a girl like her, with everyone's fingers in her personal pie, could control?" "But she would have had to cook it herself in the gyp room," Linley said. "Surely Randy Webberley would have noticed that and mentioned it to me. And anyway, don't anorexics simply stop eating?" "Okay. It's the symbol of some society, then. A secret group that's up to no good. Drugs, alcohol, stealing government data. This is Cambridge, after all, alma mater of the UK's most prestigious group of traitors. She may have been hoping to follow in their footsteps. FISH could have been an acronym for their group. Foolish intellectuals squashing hedonism." Havers grinned. "You're a finer detective than ever I thought." They continued flipping through the calendar. The notations were unchanging from month to month, tapering off in the summer when only the fish appeared, and that a mere 3 times. Its final appearance was the day before her murder, and the only other marking of any note was a single address written on the Wednesday before she died, 31 Seymour Street, and the time, 2. "Here's something," Linley said, and Havers jotted it down in her notebook along with Hare and Hounds, Search and Pellet, and a rough copy of the fish. "I'll handle it," she said, and began to go through the drawers of the desk, as he turned to the cupboard that housed the wash-basin. This contained a cornucopia of possessions, and illustrated the manner in which one usually stores belongings when space is at a minimum. There was everything from laundry detergent to a popcorn popper, but nothing revealed very much about Elena. "Look at this," Havers said, as he was closing the cupboard and moving on to one of the drawers built into the wardrobe next to it. He looked up to see that she was holding out a slim white case decorated with blue flowers. A prescription label was affixed to its centre. "Birth control pills," she said, sliding out the thin sheet still encased in its plastic cover. "Hardly something surprising to find in the room of a 20-year-old college girl," Linley said. "But they're dated last February, Inspector, and not one of them taken. Looks like there was no man in her life at the present. Do we eliminate a jealous lover as the killer?" This was, Linley thought, certainly support for what both Justine Weaver and Miranda Webberley had said last night about Gareth Randolph. Elena hadn't been involved with him. The pills, however, also suggested a consistent refusal to get involved with anyone, something which might have set the wheels of a killer's rage in motion. But surely she would have talked about that with someone, looking to someone for support or advice if she'd been having trouble with a man. Across the hall the music ended. A few last wavering live notes sounded on the trumpet, before, after a moment of muffled activity, the squeak of a door replaced the other sounds. "Randy!" Linley called. Elena's door swung inward. Miranda stood there, bundled up for the outdoors in her heavy pea-jacket and navy sweatsuit, with a lime-green beret perched rakishly on her head. She was wearing high-topped black athletic shoes. Socks, decorated to look like slices of watermelon, peeked out from the top of them. Glancing at her attire, Havers said meaningfully, "I rest my case, Inspector." And then to the girl, "Good to see you, Randy." Miranda smiled. "You got here early." "Necessity. I couldn't let his lordship muddle through on his own. Besides," this with a sardonic look in Linley's direction, "he hasn't quite got the flavour of modern university life." "Thank you, Sergeant," Linley said. "I'd be lost without you." He indicated the calendar. "Will you look at this fish, Randy? Does it mean anything to you?" Miranda joined him at the desk and inspected the sketches on the calendar. She shook her head. "She hadn't been doing any cooking in the gyp room?" Havers asked, obviously testing out her diet theory. Miranda looked incredulous. "Cooking? Fish, you mean? Elena cooking fish? You would have known it, right? I would have got sick. I hate the smell of fish." "Then some society that she belonged to." Havers was going for theory number 2. "Sorry. I know she was in Destu and Hare and Hounds, and probably 1 or 2 other societies as well, but I'm not sure which." Randy looked through the calendar as they themselves had done, chewing absently on the edge of her thumb. "It's too often," she said when she'd gone back to January. "No society has this many meetings." "A person, then?" Linley saw her cheeks flush. "I wouldn't know, really. She never said that there was anyone that special. I mean, special enough for 3 or 4 nights a week. She never said." "You can't know for certain, you mean," Linley said. "You don't know for a fact. But you lived with her, Randy. You knew her far better than you think. Tell me the sorts of things Elena did. Those are merely facts, nothing more. I'll build upon them." Miranda hesitated a long moment before saying, "She went out a lot at night by herself." "For entire nights?" "No, she couldn't do that, because after last December they made her check in and out with the porter. But she got back to her room late whenever she went out. I mean, when it was one of those secret going-outs. She was never here when I went to bed on those nights." "Secret going-outs?" Miranda's ginger hair bobbed as she nodded. "She went by herself. She always wore perfume. She didn't take books. I thought there must have been someone she was seeing." "But she never told you who it was?" "No, and I didn't like to pry. I don't think she wanted anyone to know." "That doesn't suggest a fellow undergraduate, does it?" "I suppose not." "What about Thorson?" Her eyes dropped to the calendar. She touched the edge of it reflectively. "What do you know about his relationship with Elena? There's something to it, Randy. I can see that on your face. And he was here Thursday night." "I only know—" Randy hesitated, sighed. "This is what she said. It's only what she said, Inspector." "All right, that's understood." Linley saw Havers flip over a page of her notebook. Miranda watched the sergeant write. "She said he was trying to make it with her, Inspector. He'd been after her last term, she said. He was after her again. She hated him for it. She called him smarmy. She said she was going to turn him over to Dr. Cuff for sexual harassment." "And did she do so?" "I don't know." Miranda twisted the button on her jacket. It was like a little talisman infusing her with strength. "I don't know that she ever got the chance, you see." Leonard Thorson was in the process of completing a lecture in the English faculty on Sidgwick Avenue when Linley and Havers finally caught him up. The popularity of both his material and his manner of presenting it was attested by the size of the hall in which he spoke. It held at least 100 chairs. All of them were filled, mostly by women. 90% of them appeared to be hanging upon Thorson's every word. There was much to hang on, all of it delivered in perfect, virtually unaccented English. The Swede paced as he talked. He didn't use notes. He seemed to take inspiration from intermittently running his right hand through the thick strawberry-blonde hair which tumbled onto his forehead and round his shoulders in an appealing mess, a compliment to the drooping moustache that curved round his mouth in a style that befitted the early 1970s. So, in the royalty plays, we examined the issues that Shakespeare himself was intent upon examining, Thorson was saying. Monarchy, power, hierarchy, authority, dominion. And in our examination of these issues, we cannot avoid a scrutiny of that which comprised the question of status quo. How far is Shakespeare writing from a perspective to conserve the status quo? How does he do it if he does it? And if he's cleverly spinning an illusion in which he merely wears the guise of adherence to these social constrictions of his day, while all the time espousing an insidious subversion of the social order, how is he doing that? Thorson paused to let the furious note-takers catch up with the flow of his thoughts. He turned on his heel briskly and paced again. And then we go further to begin our examination of the obverse position. We ask to what extent is Shakespeare openly contesting the existing social hierarchies? From what standpoint is he contesting them? Is he implying an alternative set of values, a subversive set of values? And if he is, what are they? Or, Thorson pointed a meaningful finger at his audience and leaned towards them, his voice more intense, is Shakespeare doing something even more complex? Is he questioning and challenging the foundation of this country, his country, itself, authority, power, and hierarchy, in order to imply a refutation of the premise on which his entire society was founded? Is he projecting different ways of living, arguing that if possibility is circumscribed only by existing conditions, then man makes no progress and effects no change? Because is not Shakespeare's real premise present in every play, that all men share equality? And does not every king in every play reach that point at which his interests are in alignment with humanity at large, and no longer with kingship? I think the king is but a man as I am. As I am. This, then, is the point we examine, equality. The king and I are equals. We are but men. There is no defensible social hierarchy here or anywhere. So we agree that it was possible for Shakespeare, as an imaginative artist, to store and dwell upon ideas which would not be talked about for centuries, projecting himself into a future he did not know, allowing us to see at last that the reason his works are valid today is simply because we have not yet even begun to catch up to his thinking. Thorson strode to the podium and picked up a notebook, which he closed decisively. Next week, then. Henry V. Good morning. For a moment no one stirred. Paper crackled, a pencil dropped. Then, with what appeared to be reluctance, the audience roused itself with a collective sigh. Conversation rose as people headed for the exits, while Thorson stuffed his notebook and 2 texts into a haversack. As he removed his black academic gown and balled it up to join the textbooks, he spoke to a tousle-haired young woman still sitting in the front row. Then, after taking a moment to tap one finger against her cheek and laugh at something she'd said, he came up the aisle towards the door. "Ah," Havers said, sotto voce, "your basic Prince of Darkness." It was a particularly apt sobriquet. Thorson didn't favour black, he wallowed in it, as if in the attempt to generate a deliberate contrast to his fair skin and hair. Pullover, trousers, herringbone jacket, overcoat, and scarf. Even his boots were black, with pointed toes and high heels. If he was intent upon playing the role of youthful, indifferent rebellion, he couldn't have chosen a more successful costume. However, when he reached Linley and Havers, and began with a sharp nod to move past them, Linley saw that, while Thorson might well have been a rebel, he wasn't a youth. Crow's feet shot out from the corners of his eyes, and a few grey strands wove through his abundant hair. Middle 30s, Linley decided. He and the Swede were of an age. "Mr. Thorson," he offered his warrant card, "Scotland Yard, CID. Do you have a few minutes?" Thorson looked from Linley to Havers and back to Linley, who made the introductions. He said, "Elena Weaver, I take it?" "Yes." He slung his haversack over one shoulder, and with a sigh roughly drove a hand through his hair. "We can't talk here. Have you got a car with you?" He waited for Linley's nod. "Let's go to the college." He turned abruptly and walked out the door, flinging his scarf back over his shoulder. "Nice exit, that," Havers said. "Why do I imagine he excels at them?" They followed Thorson down the hall, down the stairs, and into the open cloister, which had been created by a well-intentioned modern architect who had designed the three-sided faculties building to stand upon columns of reinforced concrete round a rectangle of lawn. The resulting structure hovered above the ground, suggesting impermanence and offering no protection from the wind, which at this moment was gusting through the columns. "I have a supervision next hour," Thorson informed them. Linley smiled pleasantly. "I certainly hope we're done by then." He motioned Thorson in the general direction of his car, which he'd parked illegally at the north-east entrance to Selwyn College. They walked to it 3 abreast on the pavement, with Thorson merely nodding indifferently to students who called out to him from passing bicycles. It wasn't until they reached the Bentley that the Shakespearean lecturer addressed them again, and then it was only to say, "This is what the British police are driving. Fy fun! No wonder the country's going to hell." "Ah, but my motor makes up for it," Havers replied. "Average a 10-year-old Mini with a 4-year-old Bentley, and you come up with 7 years of equality, don't you?" Linley smiled inwardly. Havers had taken Thorson's lecture directly into her caustic little heart. "You know what I mean," she continued. "A car by any other name rolls down the street." Thorson didn't look amused. They got into the car. Linley headed up Grange Road to make the circuit that would take them back into the centre of the city. At the end of the street, as they waited to make the right turn onto the Madingley Road, a lone bicyclist rolled past them, heading out of town. It took more than a moment for Linley to recognise the rider, Helen's brother-in-law, the absent Harry Roger. He was pedalling towards his home, his coat flapping like great woolen wings round his legs. Linley watched him, wondering if he'd spent the entire night at Emmanuel. Roger's face seemed pasty, save for his nose, which was red and matched the colour of his ears. He looked perfectly miserable. Seeing him, Linley felt a quick surge of concern, only indirectly related to Harry Roger. It centred itself on Helen, and a need to get her away from her sister's home and back to London. He shoved the thought aside and made himself concentrate on the conversation between Havers and Leonard Thorson. "His writing illustrates the artist's struggle to work out a utopian vision, Sergeant, a vision that goes beyond a feudal society and deals with all mankind, not just a select group of individuals who happen to be born with a silver spoon on which to suck. As such, the body of his work is miraculously subversive. But most critical analysts don't wish to see it that way. It scares them witless to think that a 16th-century writer might have had more social vision than they, who, of course, have no social vision at all." "Shakespeare was a closet Marxist, then?" Thorson made a snort of derision. "Simplistic snobbery," he responded, "and hardly what I'd expect from—" Havers turned in her seat. "Yes?" Thorson didn't finish his thought. There was no need. "Someone of your class" hung among them like an echo. 4 words that robbed his liberal literary criticism of virtually all of its meaning. They rode the rest of the distance without conversation, threading through the lorries and taxis on St. John's Street to make their way down the narrow gorge of Trinity Lane. Linley parked near the end of Trinity Passage, just outside the north entrance to St. Stephen's College. Unlocked and pushed open during the day, it offered immediate access to New Court. "My rooms are this way," Thorson said, striding towards the west range of the court, which was built on the river. He slid back a slat of wood to uncover his name, painted in white on a black sign by the door, and he entered to the left of the crenellated tower, where woodbine grew thickly on the smooth stone walls. Linley and Havers followed, Linley, having acknowledged Havers' knowing look at L staircase directly across the lawn on the east range of the court. Ahead of them, Thorson pounded up the stairs, his boots barking in staccato against the bare wood. When they caught him up, he was unlocking a door upon a room whose windows overlooked the river, the blazing autumn of the Backs, and Trinity Passage Bridge, where at this moment a group of tourists were taking pictures. Thorson crossed to the windows and dropped his haversack onto a table beneath them. Two ladder-back chairs faced each other there, and he draped his overcoat across the back of one of them, and went to a large recess in one corner of the room where a single bed stood. "I'm done for," he said, and lay down on his back across the plaid counterpane. He winced, as if the position were uncomfortable for him. "Sit if you want." He gestured to an easy chair and a matching sofa at the foot of the bed, both of them covered with material the colour of wet mud. His intention was clear. The interview that he wished to be conducted on his turf would also be conducted precisely on his terms. After nearly 13 years on the force, Linley was used to encountering displays of bravado, specious or otherwise. He ignored the invitation to sit, and took a moment to inspect the collection of volumes in a break-front bookcase at one side of the room. Poetry, classic fiction, literary criticism printed in English, French, and Swedish, and several volumes of erotica, one of which lay open to a chapter entitled Her Orgasm. Linley smiled wryly. He liked the subtle touch. At the table, Sergeant Havers was opening her notebook. She produced a pencil from her shoulder bag and looked at Linley expectantly. On the bed, Thorson yawned. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. For the Sake of Elena, by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 4, Side 1. At the table, Sergeant Havers was opening her notebook. She produced a pencil from her shoulder bag and looked at Linley expectantly. On the bed, Thorson yawned. Linley turned from the bookcase. "Elena Weaver saw a lot of you," he said. Thorson blinked. "Hardly a cause for suspicion, Inspector. I was one of her supervisors." "But you saw her outside of her supervisions." "Did I?" "You'd been to her room. More than once, I understand." Speculatively, and as obviously as possible, Linley ran his eyes the length of the bed. "Did she have her supervisions in here, Mr. Thorson?" "Yes, but at the table. I find that young ladies do far better thinking on their bums than on their backs." Thorson chuckled. "I can see where you're heading, Inspector. Let me put your mind at rest. I don't seduce schoolgirls, even when they invite seduction." "Is that what Elena did?" "They come in here and sit with their pretty legs spread, and I get the message. It happens all the time. But I don't take them up on it." He yawned again. "I admit I've had 3 or 4 of them once they've graduated, but they're adults by then, and they know the score proper. Bit of dirty hard cock for the weekend, that's all. Then off they go, warm and tingly, with no questions asked and no commitments made. We have a good time. They probably have a far better time than I, to be frank. And that's the end of it." Linley wasn't blind to the fact that Thorson hadn't answered his question. The other man was continuing. "Cambridge senior fellows who have affairs with schoolgirls fit a profile, Inspector, and it never varies. If you're looking for someone likely to stuff Elena, look for middle-aged, look for married, look for unattractive, look for generally miserable and outstandingly stupid." "Someone completely unlike you," Havers said from the table. Thorson ignored her. "I'm not a madman. I'm not interested in being ruined. And that's what's in store for any Javla type who makes a mess of himself with an undergraduate, male or female. The scandal's enough to make him miserable for years." "Why do I have the impression that scandal wouldn't bother you in the least, Mr. Thorson?" Linley asked. Havers added, "Did you actually harass her for sex, Mr. Thorson?" Thorson turned onto his side. He put his eyes on Havers and kept them there. Contempt drew down the corners of his mouth. "You went to see her Thursday night," Havers said. "Why? To keep her from doing what she threatened she'd do?"
I don't imagine you much wanted her to give your name over to the master of the college. So what did she tell you? Had she already filed a formal complaint for harassment, or were you hoping to stop her from doing that? You're a fucking stupid cow, Thorson replied. Lindley felt quick anger shoot blood to his muscles. But Sergeant Havers, he saw, was not reacting. Instead, she twirled an ashtray slowly beneath her fingers, studying its contents. Her expression was bland. "Where do you live, Mr. Thorson?" Lindley asked. "Off the Fulbourn Road." "Are you married?" "Thank God, no. English women don't exactly heat my blood." "Are you living with someone?" "No." "Did anyone spend the night with you Sunday?" "Was anyone with you Monday morning?" Thorson's eyes danced away for a fractional instant. "No," he said, but like most people he did not lie well. "Elena Weaver was on the cross-country team," Lindley went on. "Did you know that?" "I might have known. I don't recall." "She ran in the morning. Did you know that?" "No." "She called you Lenny the Lech. Did you know that?" "No." "Why did you go to see her Thursday night?" "I thought we could sort things out if we talked like two adults. I discovered I was wrong." "So you knew she was intending to turn you in for harassing her. Is that what she told you Thursday night?" Thorson hooted a laugh. He dropped his legs over the side of the bed. "I see the game now. You're too late, Inspector, if you're here to sniff up a motive for her murder. That one won't do. The bitch had already turned me in." "He's got motive," Havers said. "What happens to one of these university blokes if he gets caught with his hands in some pretty thing's knickers?" Thorson was fairly clear on that. At least, I imagine he finds himself ostracized, at the most dismissed. No matter its politics. Ethically, the university's a conservative environment. Academics won't tolerate one of their fellows becoming entangled with a junior member of his college, especially a student he's seeing for supervisions. But why would Thorson even care what they thought? When do you think he'd ever find the need to go rubbing elbows with his fellow scholars? He may not need to rub social elbows with them, Havers. He may not even want to. But he's got to rub academic elbows all the time. And if his colleagues cut him off, he's ruined his chances for advancement here. That would be the case for all the senior fellows, but I imagine Thorson has a finer line to walk to move along in his career. Why? A Shakespearean scholar who's not even English? Here, at Cambridge? I dare say he's fought hard to get where he is. And might fight even harder to keep himself there. True enough. No matter Thorson's superficial disdain for Cambridge, I can't think he'd want to endanger himself. He's young enough to have his eye on an eventual professorship, probably a chair, but that's lost to him if he's involved with a student. Havers dumped some sugar into her coffee. She munched thoughtfully on a toasted tea cake. At 3 other steel-legged tables in the airy buttery, 7 junior members of the college huddled over their own mid-morning snacks, with sunlight from the wall of windows streaking down their backs. The presence of Lindley and Havers did not appear to interest them. He had opportunity as well, Havers pointed out. If we discount his claim that he didn't know Elena ran in the morning. I think we can, Inspector. Look how many times her calendar indicates she met with Thorson. Are we supposed to believe that she never once mentioned the cross-country team to him? That she never talked about her running? What utter rot! Lindley grimaced at the bitterness of his own coffee. It tasted cooked, like a soup. He added sugar and borrowed his sergeant's spoon. If an investigation was pending, he'd want to put an end to it, wouldn't he? Havers was continuing. Because once Elena Weaver came forward to put the thumbscrews to him, what was to stop a dozen other sweet young things from doing the same? If a dozen other sweet young things even exist. If, in fact, he's guilty at all. Elena may have charged him with harassing her, Sergeant, but let's not forget that it remained to be proved. And it can't be proved now, can it? Havers pointed a knowing finger at him. Her upper lip curled. Are you actually taking the male position in this? Poor Lenny Thorson's been falsely accused of dandling some girl because he rejected her when she tried to get him to take off his trousers, or at least unzip them. I'm not taking any position at all, Havers. I'm merely gathering facts. And the most cogent one is that Elena Weaver has already turned him in, and as a result an investigation was pending. Look at it rationally. He's got motives spelled out in neon lights above his head. He may talk like an idiot, but he doesn't strike me as a fool. He would have known he'd be placed at the top of the list of suspects as soon as we learned about him. So if he did kill her, I imagine he'd have set himself up with an ironclad alibi, don't you? No, I don't. She waved her tea cake at him. One of its raisins dropped with a plop into her coffee. She ignored it and continued. I think he's clever enough to know we'd be having a conversation just like this. He knew we'd be saying he's a Cambridge Don, he's a far sight off dim. He'd never kill Elena Weaver and hand himself over to the Rozzers on a platter now, would he? And look at us, will you? Playing right into his hands. She bit into her tea cake. Her jaws worked it furiously. Lindley had to admit that there was a certain skewed logic to what Havers was suggesting. Still, he didn't like the fire with which she suggested it. That hot edge of feeling nearly always implied a loss of objectivity, the bane of effective police work. He had encountered it too often in himself to let it go ignored in his partner. He knew the source of her anger, but to address it directly would be to give a distinction to Thorson's words that was undeserved. He sought another tack. He would know about the sea phone in her room, there's that. And according to Miranda, Elena left the room prior to the time Justine received the call. If he'd been in her room before, and he admits that he had, then he probably knew how to use the phone as well, so he could have made the call to the Weavers. Now you're on to something, Havers said. But unless Sheehan's forensic team give us trace evidence that we can connect to Thorson, unless we can pin down the weapon used to beat the girl before she was strangled, and unless we can connect that weapon to Thorson, we've got nothing much more than our natural dislike of him. And we've plenty of that. In spades. He shoved his coffee cup to one side. What we need is a witness, Havers. To the killing? To something? To anything? He stood. Let's look up this woman who found the body. If nothing else, at least we'll find out what she was planning to paint in the fog. Havers drained her coffee cup and wiped the greasy crumbs from her hands onto a paper napkin. She headed for the door, shrugging into her coat with her two scarves dragging along the floor behind her. He said nothing else until they were outside on the terrace above North Court, and even then he chose his words carefully. Havers, as to what Thorson said to you. She looked at him blankly. What he said, sir? Lindley felt an odd strip of sweat on the back of his neck. Most of the time he didn't give a thought to the fact that his partner was a woman. At the moment, however, that fact couldn't be avoided. In his room, Havers, he sought a euphemism. The bovine reference? Under her thick fringe of hair, her brow creased in perplexity. Oh, bovine. You mean when he called me a cow? Yes. Even as he said it, Lindley wondered what on earth he could possibly come up with to soothe her feelings. He needn't have worried. She chuckled quietly. Don't give it a thought, Inspector. When an ass calls me a cow, I always consider the source. Chapter 7. And what's this one, Christian? Lady Helen asked. She held up a piece of the large wooden puzzle that lay on the floor between them. Carved from mahogany, oak, fir, and beech, it was a softly hued map of the United States, a gift to the twins on their 4th birthday, sent from America by their Aunt Iris, Lady Helen's eldest sister. The puzzle reflected Lady Iris's taste more than it said anything about her devotion to her niece and nephew. Quality and durability, Helen, that's what one looks for, she would say stolidly, as if in the expectation that Christian and Perdita would be playing with toys right into their dotage. Bright colours would have attracted the children more strongly. They certainly would have gone further to hold their attention. But after a few false starts, Lady Helen had managed to turn putting the puzzle together into a game, which Christian was playing like a zealot as his sister watched. Perdita sat snugly against Lady Helen's side, her thin legs splayed out in front of her, her scuffed shoes pointed northeast and northwest. "Cafelonia!" Christian announced triumphantly, after spending a moment studying the shape his aunt held for him. He beat his feet on the floor and crowed. He was always successful with the oddly shaped states. Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, Utah, no problem there. But Wyoming, Colorado, and North Dakota were blatant invitations to a fit of temper. "Wonderful! And its capital is—" "New York!" Lady Helen laughed. "Sacramento, silly face." "Sacramento!" "Quite. Now, put it in. Do you know where it goes?" After a futile attempt to pound it into the spot left for Florida, Christian slid it across the board to the opposite coast. "Nada, Auntie Lean," he said. "I can do more." She selected the smallest piece and held it up. Wisely, Christian squinted down at the map. He plunged his finger into the empty spot to the east of Connecticut. "Here," he announced. "Yes, but can you name it?" "Here, here." "Are you stalling, darling?" "Auntie Lean, here." Next to Lady Helen, Perdita stirred. "Rose Isla," she whispered. "Rhodes Island!" Christian shrieked. With a whoop of triumph, he lunged for the state which his aunt still held. "And the capital?" Lady Helen kept the puzzle piece away from him. "Come along. You knew it yesterday." "Atlantic Ocean!" he bellowed. Lady Helen smiled. "Close enough, I suppose." Christian tugged the piece from her fingers and smashed it into the puzzle face downward. When it didn't fit, he tried it upside down. He pushed his sister away when she leaned forward to help him, saying, "I can do it, Purdy," and managing to get it right on a third clumsy, sticky-handed try. "Another," he demanded. Before Lady Helen could accommodate him, the front door opened and Harry Roger entered the house. He glanced into the sitting-room, his eyes lingering on the baby, who kicked and burbled on a heavy quilt next to Perdita on the floor. "Hello, everyone," he said as he took off his overcoat. "Got a kiss for Dad?" Squealing, Christian barreled across the room. He flung himself against his father's legs. Perdita didn't move. Roger swung his son up, kissed him noisily on the cheek, and set him back on the floor. He pretended to paddle him, demanding, "Have you been bad, Chris? Have you been a bad boy?" Christian shrieked with glee. Lady Helen felt Perdita shrink closer beside her, and glanced down to see that she was sucking her thumb, eyes fixed on her sister, fingers kneading her palm. "We're doing a puzzle," Christian told his father. "Auntie Lean and me." "Now, what about Perdita? Is she helping you?" "No, Perdita won't play, but Auntie Lean and I play. Come see." Christian dragged on his father's hand, urging him into the sitting-room. Lady Helen tried to feel neither anger nor aversion as her brother-in-law joined them. He hadn't come home last night. He hadn't bothered to phone. And those two facts eradicated whatever sympathy she might have felt upon looking at him and seeing that, whether the illness was of the body or the spirit, he was obviously unwell. His eyes looked yellow, his face was unshaven, his lips were chapped. If he wasn't sleeping at home, he certainly didn't look as if he was sleeping anywhere else. "California!" Christian poked at the puzzle. "See, Daddy? Nevada? Puta?" "Utah," Harry Roger said automatically. And to Lady Helen, "How's everything here, then?" Lady Helen was acutely aware of the presence of the children, especially of Perdita, quivering against her. She was also aware of her own need to rail at her brother-in-law, but she said merely, "Fine, Harry. How lovely to see you." He responded with a vague smile. "Right, I'll leave it to you, then." Patting Christian on the head, he left the room, escaping in the direction of the kitchen. Christian began to wail immediately. Lady Helen felt herself growing hot. She said, "It's all right, Christian. Let me see about your lunch. Will you stay here with Perdita and little sister for a moment?" Show Purdy to how to put the puzzle together. I want Daddy, he screamed. Lady Helen sighed. How well she had come to understand that fact. She turned the puzzle over and dumped it onto the floor, saying, Look, Chris. But he began flinging pieces into the fireplace. They splattered into the ashes under the grate and spewed clouds of debris out onto the carpet. His screams grew louder. Roger stuck his head back into the room. For God's sake, Helen, can't you shut him up? Lady Helen snapped. She sprang to her feet, stalked across the room, and shoved her brother-in-law back into the kitchen. She closed the door upon Christian's wailing. If Roger was surprised by her sudden vehemence, he did not react to it. He merely went back to the worktop where he had been in the process of going through the collection of 2 days' post. He held a letter up to the light, squinted at it, discarded it, picked up another. "What's going on, Harry?" she demanded. He looked her way briefly before returning to the post. "What on earth are you talking about?" "I'm talking about you. I'm talking about my sister. She's upstairs, by the way. You might want to look in on her before you trot back to the college. I take it that you are trotting back, aren't you? Somehow this visit doesn't quite have the aura of permanence round it." "I've a lecture at 2. "And after that?" "I'm attending formal dinner tonight. And really, Helen, you are beginning to sound rather drearily like Pen." Lady Helen marched to him, ripped the stack of letters from his hand, and threw them on the worktop. "How dare you?" she said. "You egocentric little worm! Do you think we're all of us here for your convenience?" "How astute you are, Helen." Penelope spoke from the doorway. "I wouldn't have thought it." She halted her way into the room, one hand against the wall and the other folded into the throat of her dressing gown. 2 streaks of damp from her swollen breasts discoloured the pink material, turning it fuchsia. Harry's eyes fell on these before shifting away. "Don't like the sight?" Penelope asked him. "Too real for you, Harry? Not quite what you wanted?" Roger went back to his letters. "Don't start, Pen." She gave a wavering laugh. "I didn't start this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you were the one. Wasn't that you? All those days, all those nights, talking and urging. They're like a gift, Pen, our gift to the world. But if one of them should die, that was you, wasn't it? And you won't let me forget it, will you? For the last 6 months you've been taking your revenge. Well, fine, then do it. I can't stop you. But I can decide not to stay for the abuse." Penelope laughed again, more weakly this time. She leaned for support against the refrigerator door. One hand climbed to her hair, which lay limp and oily against her neck. "Harry, how amusing! If you want some abuse, climb into this body. Oh, but you did that, didn't you? Any number of times." "We're not going to talk about it. Why? Because my sister's here and you don't want her to know? Because the children are playing in the other room? Because the neighbours might notice if I scream loud enough?" Harry slapped down his letters. Envelopes slithered across the worktop. "Don't put this on me. You made up your mind. Because you gave me no peace. I didn't even feel like a woman any longer. You wouldn't even touch me if I didn't agree to—" "No!" Harry shouted. "God damn it, Pen, you could have said no." "I was just a sow, wasn't I? Fodder for the rut." "That's not quite accurate. Sows wallow in the mud, not in self-pity." "Stop it!" Lady Helen said. In the sitting-room, Christian shrieked. The thin wail of the baby joined in his cries. Something hit the wall with a tremendous clatter, suggesting the body of the puzzle being hurled in a rage. "Just look at what you're doing to them," Harry Rogers said. "Take a good, long look." He headed for the door. "And what are you doing?" Penelope shrilled. "Model father, model husband, model lecturer, model saint, running away as usual, working up your revenge. She hasn't let me have it for the last 6 months, so I'll make her pay now when she's weak and ill and I can get her a good one. Just the moment when I can best let her know what a nothing she is." He whirled to face her. "I've had it with you. It's time you decided what you want instead of constantly digging into me for what you have." Before she could answer, he was gone. A moment later, the front door slammed. Christian howled, the baby cried. In response, fresh, growing wet spots seeped through Penelope's dressing gown. She began to weep. "I don't want this life." Lady Helen felt an answering rush of pity. Tears stung her eyes. Never had she felt so at a loss for something to say that might comfort. For the first time she understood her sister's long silences, her vigils at the window, and her wordless weeping. But what she could not understand was the initial act that had brought Penelope to this point. It constituted a kind of surrender so foreign to her that she found herself recoiling from its significance. She went to her sister, took her into her arms. Penelope stiffened. "No, don't touch me. I'm leaking all over. It's the baby." Lady Helen continued to hold her. She tried to frame a question and wondered where to start and what she could ask that would not betray her growing anger. The fact that her rage was multi-directional served to make the act of concealing it only that much more difficult. She felt it first for Harry and for the needs of ego that would prompt a man to urge for the breeding of another child, as if what was being created were a demonstration of the father's virility and not an individual with decided needs of its own. She felt it also for her sister, and for the fact that she had given in to that sense of duty inbred in women from the beginning of time, a duty which told them that the possession of a functioning womb necessarily served as a definition of self. The initial decision to have children, one which no doubt had been made with joy and commitment by both Penelope and her husband, had proved her sister's undoing. For in leaving behind her career to care for the twins, she had over time allowed herself to become a dependent, a woman who believed she had to hold on to her man. So when he had made the request for another child, she had acquiesced. She had done her duty. After all, what better way to keep him than to give him what he wanted? That none of this had been necessary, that all of it rose from her sister's inability or unwillingness to challenge the constrictive definition of womanhood to which she had decided to adhere, served to make her current situation even more untenable. For Penelope was wise enough, at the heart of the matter, to know that she was assenting to living a life in which she did not believe, and that was undoubtedly a large part of the wretchedness she was now experiencing. Her husband's parting words had instructed her to make a decision, but until she learned to redefine herself, circumstances and not Penelope would do the deciding. Her sister sobbed against her shoulder. Lady Helen held her and tried to murmur comfort. "I can't stand it," Penelope wept. "I'm suffocating. I'm nothing. I don't have an identity. I'm just a machine." "You're a mother," Lady Helen thought, while in the next room Christian continued to scream. It was noon when Linley and Havers pulled to a stop on the twisting high street of the village of Grantchester, a collection of houses, pubs, a church, and a vicarage, separated from Cambridge by the university's rugby fields and a long stretch of farmland, lying fallow for the winter behind a hawthorn hedgerow that was beginning to brown. The address on the police report had looked decidedly vague. Sarah Gordon, the school, Grantchester. But once they reached the village, Linley realized that no further information was going to be necessary. For between a row of thatched cottages and the Red Lion pub stood a hazel-coloured brick building with bright red woodwork and numerous skylights set into a pitched tile roof. From one of the pillars that stood on either side of the driveway hung a bronze-lettered sign that said merely, "The School." "Not bad digs," Havers commented, shouldering open her door. "Your basic, loving renovation of an historical property. I've always hated people with the patience for preservation. Who is she, anyway?" "An artist of some sort. We'll find out the rest." The space for the original front door now accommodated 4 panels of glass, through which they could see lofty white walls, part of a sofa, and the blue glass shade of an arching brass floor lamp. When they slammed the car doors and started to walk up the drive, a dog came to these windows and began to yap wildly. The new front door was set towards the rear of the building, recessed into part of a low covered passage which connected the house to the garage. As they approached, it was opened by a slender woman wearing faded jeans, a man-sized work shirt of ivory wool, and a rose-coloured towel like a turban on her head. One hand held this in place, as with the other she restrained her dog, a scruffy mongrel with lopsided ears, one at attention and the other at ease, and a thatch of khaki hair flopping into its eyes. "Don't be afraid, he never bites," she said, as the dog tried to lunge away from the hold he had on his collar. "He just likes visitors." And to the dog, "Flame, sit," a mild command which he blithely ignored. His tail wagged frantically. Linley produced his warrant card, introducing himself and Havers. He said, "You're Sarah Gordon? We'd like to talk to you about yesterday morning." At the request, her dark eyes seemed to grow even darker for an instant, although it may have been the result of her movement into a shadow cast by the overhanging roof. "I don't know what more I can add, Inspector. I told the police as much as I could." "Yes, I know. I've read the report. But I find it sometimes helps to hear everything first-hand. If you don't mind." "Of course. Please, come in." She stepped back from the door. Flame made a leap of happy greeting in Linley's direction, planting mid-sized paws against his thighs. Sarah Gordon said, "No, Flame, stop it at once," and pulled the dog back. She picked him up. He was a frantic, squirming, tail-wagging armful, and carried him into the room they had seen from the street, where she put him into a basket to one side of the fireplace, saying, "Stay," and patting him on the head. His eager glance darted from Linley to Havers to his mistress. When he saw that everyone intended to remain in the room with him, he gave one more delighted bark and settled his chin on his paws. Sarah went to the fireplace, where a haphazard stack of wood was burning. It crackled and popped as the flames hit pockets of resin and sap. She threw on another piece before turning to face them. "Was this actually a school?" Linley asked her. She looked surprised. Obviously she had expected him to plunge directly into her discovery of Elena Weaver's corpse on the previous morning. Nonetheless she smiled, glanced around, and answered, "The village school, yes. It was quite a mess when I bought it." "Did you remodel it yourself?" "A room here and there when I could afford it and when I had the time. It's largely finished now, except for the back garden. This," she extended her hand to indicate the room in which they stood, "is the last. A bit different from what one would expect to see inside a building of this age, I suppose, but that's why I like it." As Havers began unwrapping the first of her scarves from her throat, Linley glanced around. The room was indeed an unexpected pleasure, with its extensive display of lithographs and oils. Their subjects were people, children, adolescents, old men playing cards, an elderly woman looking out a window. Their compositions were figurative and metaphorical at once. Their colours were pure and bright and true. In combination with a bleached oak floor and an oatmeal sofa, the overall effect of a room filled with this much art should have been much like a museum and just about as friendly. But, as if with the intention of easing the unwelcome nature of her environment, Sarah Gordon had draped a red mohair blanket across the back of the sofa and covered the floor with a motley braided rug. If this were not enough to declare the room lived in, a copy of The Guardian was spread out in front of the fireplace, a sketch-box and easel lay near the door, and the air, most unmuseum-like of all, bore the unmistakable rich odour of chocolate. This seemed to be emanating from a thick green jug on the bar at one end of the room. It sat next to a mug. A trail of steam rose from both. Seeing the direction of his gaze, Sarah Gordon said, "It's cocoa, an antidepressant, I find. I've needed rather a lot of it since yesterday. May I offer you some?" He shook his head. "Sergeant?" Havers demurred and went to sit on the sofa, where she dropped her scarves, shed her coat, and wrestled her notebook from her shoulder-bag. A large orange cat, materializing from behind the open front curtains, leaped agilely to join her and settled, paws working, directly on her lap. Sarah fetched her cup of cocoa and hurried to Havers' rescue. "Sorry," she said, scooping the cat under one arm. She herself took a place at the other end of the sofa, putting her back to the light. She buried her free hand in the cat's thick fur. The other, raising the cocoa to her lips, trembled noticeably. She spoke as if with the need to excuse this. "I've never seen a dead body before. No, that's not absolutely true. I've seen people in coffins, but that's after they've been scoured, washed and painted by an undertaker. I suppose that's the only way we can bear death, isn't it, if it looks like a modestly altered state of life? But this other... I'd like to forget that I saw her, but she seems to be branded right into my brain." She touched the towel wrapped round her head. "I've taken 5 showers since yesterday morning. I've washed my hair 3 times. Why am I doing that?" Linley sat in an armchair opposite the sofa. He didn't bother to try to frame an answer to the question. Everyone's reaction to an exposure to violent death was peculiar to his individual personality. He'd known young detectives who wouldn't bathe until a case was solved, others who wouldn't eat, still others who wouldn't sleep. And while the vast majority of them became immune to death over time, seeing a murder investigation merely as a job to be done, the layman never saw it that way. The layman took it personally, like a deliberate insult. No one wanted a sudden reminder of life's grim and remarkable transiency. He said, "Tell me about yesterday morning." Sarah placed the mug on a side table and buried her other hand in the cat's fur. It didn't seem so much a gesture of affection as a means of holding on to something for solace or support. With typical feline sensitivity, the cat apparently knew this, for his ears flattened and he gave a throaty growl, which Sarah ignored. She began to pet him. He attempted to launch himself in the direction of the floor. She said, "Silk be good," and tried to hold on to him, but he yowled once, spit, and jumped off her lap. Sarah looked stricken. She watched the cat stroll over to the fire, where, completely indifferent to his act of desertion, he settled himself on the newspaper and began to wash his face. "Cats," Havers said in eloquent explanation. "Aren't they just exactly like men?" Sarah appeared to evaluate the comment gravely for its merit. She sat as if she held the cat in her lap, slightly bent forward, her hands on her thighs. It was a particularly self-protective position. "Yesterday morning," she said. "If you will," Linley said. She went through the facts quickly, adding very little to what Linley had read in the police report. Unable to sleep, she had risen at 5:15. She had dressed, eaten a bowl of cereal. She had read most of the previous day's paper. She had sorted through and gathered up her equipment. She had arrived at Fen Causeway shortly before 7. She had gone onto the island to do some sketches of Crusoe's bridge. She had found the body. "I stepped on her," she said. It's awful to think about. I realize now that I should have wanted to help her. I should have tried to see if she was still alive. But I didn't." "Where was she exactly?" "At the side of a small clearing towards the south end of the island." "You didn't notice her at once?" She reached for her cocoa and cradled the mug between her hands. "No. I'd gone there to do some sketching, and I was intent upon getting something done. I'd not worked... No, let me be truthful for once. I'd not produced anything of possible merit in a number of months. I felt inadequate and paralyzed, and I'd been harboring a tremendous fear that I'd lost it altogether. Talent, Inspector. Creativity, passion, inspiration, what you will. Over time I'd grown to believe it was gone. So I decided a number of weeks ago to stop procrastinating. I was determined to put an end to busying myself with projects round the house, being afraid of failure, really, and to start working again. I chose yesterday as the day." She appeared to anticipate Linley's next question, for she went on with, "It was just an arbitrary choice of days, actually. I felt if I marked the calendar I'd be making a commitment. I thought if I chose the date in advance I could begin again without any further false starts. It was important to me." Linley looked round the room again, more carefully this time, studying the collection of lithographs and oils. He couldn't help comparing them to the watercolours he had seen in Anthony Weaver's house. Those had been clever, nicely executed, safe. These were a challenge, both in colour and design. "This is all your own work," he said. A statement, not a question, for it was obvious that everything had been created by the same gifted hand. She used her cocoa mug to point towards one of the walls. "This is all my work, yes. None of it recent, but all of it mine." Linley allowed himself to revel in an instant's gratification, which rose from the knowledge that he couldn't have been handed a better potential witness. Artists were trained observers. They couldn't create without observation. If there had been something to see on the island, an object out of kilter, a shadow worth noticing, Sarah Gordon would have seen it. Leaning forward, he said, "Tell me what you recall about the island itself." Sarah looked into her cocoa as if replaying the scene there. "Well, it was foggy, very wet. Tree leaves were actually dripping. The boat repair sheds were closed. The bridge had been repainted. I remember noticing that because of the way it caught the light. And there was—" She hesitated, her expression thoughtful. "Near the gate it was quite muddy, and the mud was churned up. I'd call it furrowed, actually. As if a body had been dragged through it, heels to the ground. I suppose. And there was rubbish on the ground by a fallen branch, and—" She looked up. "I think I saw the remains of a fire as well." "There, by the branch?" "In front of it, yes." "And on the ground, what sort of rubbish?" "Cigarette packs, mostly. A few newspapers. A large wine bottle. A sack? Yes, there was an orange sack from Peter Dominic. I remember that. Could someone have spent some time waiting for the girl?" He ignored the question, saying, "Anything else?" "The lights from the Peterhouse lantern cupola. I could see them from the island." "Anything that you heard?" "Nothing out of the ordinary. Birds, a dog, I think, somewhere in the fen. It all seemed perfectly normal to me, except that the fog was heavy, but you'll have been told that." "You heard no sound from the river?" "Like a boat. Someone rowing away. No, I'm sorry." Her shoulders sagged a bit. "I wish I could give you something more. I feel monumentally egocentric. When I was on the island I was thinking only of my drawing. I'm still thinking mostly of my drawing, in fact. What an ugly little item in my personal make-up." "Unusual to go sketching in the fog," Havers noted. She had been writing rapidly, but now she looked up, addressing their prime interest in coming to speak to the woman. What sort of artist goes sketching in the fog? Sarah didn't disagree. It was more than unusual. It was a little bit mad. And anything I might have managed to create wouldn't exactly be like the rest of my work, would it? There was truth in this. In addition to the use of bright, crisp, sun-inspired colours, Sarah Gordon's images all were clearly defined, from a group of Pakistani children sitting on the worn front steps of a paint-peeling tenement to a nude woman reclining beneath a yellow umbrella. Not one of them featured the gauzy absence of definition or the lack of hue that drawing in the morning fog suggested. Not one of them, additionally, depicted a landscape. "Were you attempting a change in style?" Linley asked. "From the potato-eaters to sunflowers?" Sarah got to her feet and went to the bar, where she poured herself more cocoa. Flame and Silk looked up from their respective positions, alert to the possibility of a treat. She went to the dog, squatted next to him, ran her fingers across his head. His tail thumped appreciatively, and he settled his chin back onto his paws. She sat on the floor next to his basket, cross-legged, facing Linley and Havers. She said, "I was willing to try just about anything. I don't know if you can understand what it feels like to believe you may have lost the ability and the will to create." "Yes," as if she expected disagreement, "the will, because it is an act of will. It's more than being called upon by some convenient artistic muse. It's making a decision to offer up a bit of one's essence to the judgment of others. As an artist, I'd told myself that I didn't care how my work was evaluated. I'd told myself that the creative act, and not how it was received or what anyone did with the finished product, was absolutely paramount. But somewhere along the line I stopped believing in that. And when one stops believing that the act itself is superior to anyone's analysis of it, then one becomes immobilized. That's what happened to me." "Shades of Ruskin and Whistler, as I recall their story," Linley said. For some reason she flinched at the allusion. "Ah, yes, the critic and his victim. But at least Whistler had his day in court, didn't he? He did have that much. Her eyes went from one piece of art to another, slowly, as if with the need to convince herself that she indeed had been their creator. Had lost it, the passion. And without that what you have is only mass, the objects themselves. Paint, canvas, clay, wax, stone. Only passion gives them life. Otherwise they're inert. Oh, you may draw or paint or sculpt something anyway. People do it all the time. But what you draw or paint or sculpt without passion is an exercise in competence and nothing more. It's not an expression of self. And that's what I wanted back. The willingness to be vulnerable, the power to feel, the ability to risk. If it meant a change in technique, an alteration in style, a shift in media, I was more than willing to try it. I was willing to try anything. Did it work? She bent over the dog and rubbed her cheek against the top of his head. Somewhere in the house the telephone began to ring. An answering machine switched on. A moment later the low tones of a man's voice floated to them, leaving a message that was indistinguishable from where they sat. Sarah seemed indifferent both to the identity of her caller and to the fact of the call itself. She said, "I hadn't the chance to find out. I made several preliminary sketches in one location on the island. When they didn't work out, they were dreadful, to be honest, I went to another spot and stumbled on the body." "What do you remember of that?" "Just that I stepped backwards onto something. I thought it was a branch. I kicked it aside and saw it was an arm." "You hadn't noticed the body?" Havers clarified. "She was covered by leaves. My attention was on the bridge. I can't say I even watched where I was walking." "In what direction did you kick her arm?" Linley asked. "Towards her? Away from her?" "Towards her." "You didn't touch her other than that?" "God, no. But I should have done, shouldn't I? She may have been alive. I should have touched her. I should have checked. But I didn't. Instead, I was sick. And then I ran." "In what direction? Back the way you came?" "No, across Cove Fen." "In the fog?" Linley asked. "Not back the way you'd come?" This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George continued. Cassette 4, Side 2. "Instead, I was sick. And then I ran." "In what direction? Back the way you came?" "No, across Cove Fen." "In the fog?" Linley asked. "Not back the way you'd come?" At the opening of her shirt, Sarah's chest and neck began to redden. "I'd just stumbled upon a girl's body, Inspector. I can't say I was feeling very logical at the time. I ran across the bridge and through Cove Fen. There's a path that comes out next to the Department of Engineering. That's where I'd left my car." "You drove from there to the police station?" "I just kept running, down Lensfield Road across Parker's Piece. It isn't very far." "But you could have driven." "I could have done, yes." She offered no defence. She looked at her painting of the Pakistani children. The flame stirred beneath her hand and gave a gusty sigh. Roused, she said, "I wasn't thinking clearly. I'd been in a welter of nerves already because I'd gone to the island in order to draw. To draw, you see? To do something I'd been unable to do for months. That was everything to me. So when I found the body, I simply didn't think. I should have seen if the girl was still alive. I should have tried to help her. I should have kept to the paved path. I should have driven my car to the police station. I know all that. I'm filled with shoulds. I have no excuse for behaving as I did, except that I panicked. And believe me, I feel wretched enough about that." "At the Department of Engineering, were the lights on?" She looked back at him, although her eyes didn't focus. She seemed to be trying to conjure up a picture of the events in her mind. "Lights? I think so, but I can't be certain." "Did you see anyone?" "On the island, no. And not on the fen. There was too much fog. I passed some bicyclists when I got to Lensfield Road, and there was traffic, of course. But that's all I remember." "How did you come to choose the island? Why didn't you do your sketching here in Grantchester, especially once you saw the fog in the morning?" The red flush on her skin deepened in hue. As if aware of this, she raised her hand to the neck of her shirt and played with the material in her fingers until she had buttoned it. "I don't know how to explain it to you except to say that I'd chosen the day. I'd planned in advance on the island, and to do anything less than what I planned seemed like admitting defeat and running away. I didn't want to do that. I just couldn't face it. It sounds pathetic, rigid and obsessive, but that's the way it was." She got to her feet. "Come with me," she said. "There's really only one way that you might understand completely." Leaving her cocoa and her animals behind, she led them to the rear of the house, where she pushed open a door that was only partially closed, and admitted them into her studio. It was a large, bright room, whose ceiling comprised 4 rectangular skylights. Linley paused before entering, letting his eyes wander over everything, seeing how the room acted as mute corroboration to all that Sarah Gordon had told them. The walls were hung with enormous charcoal sketches, a human torso, a disembodied arm, 2 interlocking nudes, a man's face in 3/4 profile. All the sort of preliminary studies an artist does before setting out upon a new work. But instead of acting as rough ideas for a finished product that was also on display, beneath them leaned a score of incomplete canvases, project after project begun and discarded. A large work-table held a mass of artistic paraphernalia, coffee tins filled with clean, dry brushes like camel-hair flowers, bottles of turps, linseed oil, and damar varnish, a box of unused dry pastels, more than a dozen hand-labelled tubes of paint. It should have been a chaotic mess, with daubs of paint on the table and smudgy fingerprints on the bottles and tins and squeeze points on the tubes. Instead, everything was arranged as neatly and precisely as if it were on display in a castle museum exhibit devoted to a fanciful day-in-the-life-of presentation. The air held no odour of paint or turpentine, no sketches piled here and there on the floor to make the suggestion of rapid artistic inspiration and equally rapid artistic rejection. No finished paintings stood waiting for the varnish that would complete them. It was apparent that someone cleaned the room regularly, for the bleached oak floors shone as if it were under glass. And nowhere was there the slightest sign of dust or dirt, just signs of disuse, and they were everywhere. Only a single easel holding a canvas stood covered with a paint-splodged cloth beneath one of the skylights, and even it looked as if it hadn't been touched in ages. "This was once the centre of my world," Sarah Gordon said with simple resignation. "Can you understand, Inspector? I wanted it to be the centre again." Sergeant Havers, Linley saw, had wandered to one side of the room, where above a worktop had been built a series of storage shelves. These held cartons of carousels for photographic slides, dog-eared sketch pads, fresh containers of pastels, a large roll of canvas, and a variety of tools, from a set of palette knives to a pair of stretching pliers. The worktop itself was covered by a large sheet of plate glass with a roughened surface, to which Sergeant Havers touched her fingertips tentatively, a question on her face. "Grinding colours," Sarah Gordon told her. "That's what it's for. I used to grind my own colours." "You're a purist, then," Linley said. She smiled with much the same resignation as he had heard in her voice. "When I first began to paint, this was years ago, I wanted to own each part of the finished piece. I wanted to be each painting. I even milled the wood to make the stretcher bars for my canvases. That's how pure I was going to be." "You lost that purity?" "Success taints everything, in the long run." "And you had success?" Linley went to the wall where her large charcoal sketches were hanging, one on top of the other. He began to browse through them. An arm, a hand, a line of jaw, a face. He was reminded of the Queen's collection of Da Vinci's studies. She was very talented. "After a fashion, yes, I had success. But that meant less to me than peace of mind. And ultimately peace of mind was what I was seeking yesterday morning." "Finding Elena Weaver put an end to that," Sergeant Havers remarked. As Linley was looking through her sketches, Sarah had gone to stand near the covered easel. She had raised a hand to adjust its linen shroud, perhaps with the hope of keeping them from seeing how far the quality of her work had disintegrated. But she stopped and said, without looking in their direction, "Elena Weaver?" Her voice sounded oddly uncertain. "The dead girl," Linley said. "Elena Weaver. Did you know her?" She turned to them. Her lips worked without making any sound. After a moment she whispered, "Oh, no." "Miss Gordon?" "Her father. Anthony Weaver. I know her father." She felt for the tall stool at one side of the easel and sat upon it. She said, "Oh, my God! My poor Tony!" And as if answering a question which no one had spoken, she gestured round the room. "He was one of my students. Until early last spring, when he began all the politicking for the Penford chair, he was one of my students." "Students?" "I offered classes locally for a number of years. I don't any longer, but Tony... Dr. Weaver took most of them. He was a private student of mine as well, so I knew him. For a time we were close." Her eyes filled. She blinked the tears away quickly. "And did you know his daughter?" "After a fashion. I met her several times, early last Michaelmas term, when he brought her with him to act as a model for a life-drawing class." "But you didn't recognize her yesterday?" "How could I? I didn't even see her face." She lowered her head, raised a hand quickly, and brushed it over her eyes. "This is going to destroy him. She was everything to him. Have you talked to him yet? Is he—" "But of course you've talked to him. What am I asking?" She raised her head. "Is Tony all right?" "No one takes well the death of a child." "But Elena was more than a child to him. He used to say that she was his hope of redemption." She looked round the room, her expression filling with self-contempt. "And here I've been, poor little Sarah, wondering if I can begin to draw again, wondering if I'll ever create another piece of art, wondering... while all the time Tony... How could I possibly be any more selfish?" "You're not to blame for trying to get your career back on track." It was, he thought, the most rational of desires. He reflected on the work he had seen hanging in her sitting-room. It was crisp and clean. One somehow expected that of a lithograph, but to achieve such purity of line and detail in oil seemed remarkable. Each image, a child playing with a dog, a weary chestnut seller warming himself over his metal drum brazier, a bicyclist pumping along in the rain, spoke of assurance in every stroke of the brush. What would it be like, Linley wondered, to believe one had lost the ability to produce work so palpably excellent? And how could a desire to recapture that ability ever be construed as an act of selfishness? It seemed odd to him that she would even consider it so. And as she led them back to the front of the house, Linley became aware of a vague disquiet in his evaluation of her, the same sort of disquiet he had felt when confronted with Anthony Weaver's reaction to his daughter's death. There was something about her, something in her manner and her words, that gave him pause. He couldn't put his finger on what it was about her that nagged at his subconscious, yet he knew intuitively that something was there, like a reaction that was too much planned in advance. A moment later she gave him the answer. As Sarah Gordon opened the front door for them, Flame leaped out of his basket, began to bark, and came tearing along the passage, intent upon a gambol in the outdoors. Sarah leaned forward, grabbed onto his collar. As she did so, the towel fell from her head, and damp, curling hair, the rich colour of coffee, streamed round her shoulders. Linley stared at the image of her, caught in the doorway. It was the hair and the profile, but mostly the hair. She was the woman he had seen last night in Ivy Court. Sarah headed for the lavatory the moment after she closed and locked the front door. With a gasp of urgency she hurried through the sitting-room, through the kitchen beyond it, and barely made it to the toilet. She vomited. Her stomach seemed to twist as previously sweet cocoa, hot and sour now, burned in her throat. It shot up towards her nose when she attempted to breathe. She coughed, gagged, and continued to vomit. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The floor seemed to dip, the walls to sway. She squeezed her eyes shut. Behind her she heard a soft whimper of sympathy. A nudge on her leg followed it. Then a head rested on one of her extended arms, and warm breath wafted against her cheek. "It's all right, Flame," she said. "I'm all right, don't worry. Have you brought Silk with you?" Sarah chuckled weakly at the thought of the cats developing a sudden change in personality. Cats were so like people. Compassion and empathy were not exactly in their line. But dogs were different. Blindly she reached for the mongrel and turned her face towards him. She heard his tail thump against the wall. He licked her nose. She was struck by the thought that it didn't matter to Flame who she was, what she'd done, what she'd managed to create, or whether she made a single lasting contribution to life at all. It didn't matter to Flame if she never put brush to canvas again. And there was comfort in that. She wanted to feel it. She tried to believe that there was nothing more in her life which she had to do. The last spasm passed. Her stomach settled uneasily. She got to her feet and went to the basin, where she rinsed her mouth, raised her head, and caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. She raised a hand to her face, traced the lines on her forehead, the incipient creases from her nose to her mouth, the matrix of small, scar-like wrinkles just above her lower jaw. Only 39. She looked at least 50. Worse, she felt 60. She turned from the sight. In the kitchen she ran the water against her wrists until it felt cold. Then she drank from the tap, splashed her face again, and dried it on a yellow tea-towel. She thought about brushing her teeth or trying to get some sleep, but it seemed like too much trouble to climb the stairs to her room, and far too much trouble to smear toothpaste onto a brush and run it energetically round her mouth. Instead she went back to the sitting-room, where the fire still burned and Silk still basked in uninterested contentment before it. Flame followed, returning to his basket, from which he watched her throw more wood on the fire. Through his bushy fur she could see that he'd scrunched up his face into what she always thought of as his worried expression, turning his eyes into shapes like roughly modified diamonds. "I'm all right," she told him. "Really. It's true." He didn't look convinced. After all, he knew the truth, since he'd witnessed most of it and she'd told him the rest. But he made 4 revolutions in his basket, dug around in his blanket, and sank into its folds. His eyelids began to droop at once. "Good," she said. "Have a bit of a kip." She was grateful that at least one of them could. To distract herself from the idea of sleep and from everything that conspired to keep her from sleeping, she went to the window. It seemed that with every foot away from the fire the temperature in the room dropped another 10 degrees, and while she knew that this couldn't possibly be the case, her arms went round herself anyway. She looked outside. The car was still there. Sleek, silver, it winked in the sun. For the second time she wondered if they had really been the police. When she'd first opened the front door to them, she thought they'd come with a request to see her work. That hadn't happened in ages, and never without an appointment, but it seemed the only reasonable explanation for the appearance of 2 strangers who'd arrived in a Bentley. They'd been mismatched as a couple, the man tall, handsome in a refined sort of way, astonishingly well-dressed, and possessing an unmistakably public-school voice. The woman short, quite plain, looking more thrown together than Sarah herself was, with an accent that bore the distinct inflections of the working class. Still, even for a few minutes after they had identified themselves, Sarah continued to think of them as man and wife. It was easier to talk to them that way. But no matter her story, they hadn't believed her. She could see it in their faces, and who could blame them? Why would anyone run across Cove Fen in the fog instead of dashing back the way she'd come? Why would someone who had just found a body tear by her own car and sprint to the police station instead of simply driving there? It didn't make sense. She knew that very well. And so did they. Which went far to explain why the Bentley was still parked in front of her house. The police officers themselves were not in sight. They'd be questioning her neighbours, verifying her story. Don't think of it, Sarah. She forced herself away from the window and went back to the studio. On a table near the door her answering machine stood, blinking to announce a message on the tape. She stared at it for a moment before she remembered having heard the phone ringing while she was talking to the police. She pressed the button to play. "Sarah, darling, I've got to see you. I know I have no right to ask. You've not forgiven me. I don't deserve forgiveness. I'll never deserve it. But I need to see you. I need to talk to you. You're the only one who knows me completely, who understands, who has the compassion and tenderness and—" He began to weep. "I was parked in front of your house most of Sunday evening. I could see you through the window, and Monday I came by, but I didn't have the courage to come to the door. And now, Sarah, please, Elena's been murdered. Please see me. Please? Phone me at the college, leave a message. I'll do anything. Please see me, I beg you. I need you, Sarah." Numbly she listened as the unit switched itself off. "Feel something," she told herself. But nothing stirred in her heart. She pressed the back of her hand to her mouth and bit on it hard, and then a second time, and a third, and a fourth, until she tasted the vague salinity of her blood rather than the chalk and lotion of her skin. She forced a memory forward. Something, anything, it didn't matter what, it merely had to suffice as a smoke-screen to keep her mind occupied with thoughts she could bear to face. Douglas Hampson, her foster-brother, 17 years old, wanting him to notice her, wanting him to talk to her, wanting him. That musty shed at the bottom of his parents' garden in King's Lynn, where even the smell from the sea couldn't supplant the odours of compost, mulch, and manure. But they hadn't cared, had they? She desperate for an indication of someone's approval and affection. He eager to do it because he was 17 and randy, and if he returned from one more school holiday without having had a good Roger to talk about with his mates, he'd never live it down. They'd chosen a day when the sun beat down on the streets and the pavements, and most especially on the old tin roof of that garden shed. He'd kissed her with his tongue, and as she wondered if this was what people called making love, because she was only 12, and although she should have known at least something about what men and women actually did with those parts of their bodies that were so different from each other's, she didn't at all. He grappled first with her shorts, then with her knickers, and all the time he breathed like a dog who's had a good run. It was over quickly. He was hard and hot, and she wasn't ready, so there was nothing in it for her but blood, suffocation, and searing pain, and Douglas stifling a groan when he came. He stood up immediately afterwards, cleaning himself on her shorts and tossing them back to her. He zipped his jeans and said, "This place smells like a toilet. I've got to get out of here." And out he went. He didn't answer her letters. He responded with silence when she phoned the school and wept out a tedious declaration of her love. Of course she hadn't loved him at all, but she had to believe that she did, for nothing else excused that mindless invasion of her body which she had allowed without protest on that summer afternoon. In her studio, Sarah moved away from the answering machine. For a smoke-screen memory she couldn't have chosen better than to conjure Douglas Hampson up out of the pit. He wanted her now. 44 years old, 20 years married, an insurance adjuster well on his way into midlife crisis, he wanted her now. "Come on, Sarah," he would say when they met for lunch, as they often did. "I can't just sit here and look at you and pretend I don't want you. Come on, let's do it." "We're friends," she'd respond. "You're my brother, Doug." "Bugger the brother business. You didn't think about that once." And she would smile at him fondly, because she was fond of him now, and not try to explain what that once had cost her. It was not enough, the memory of Douglas. In spite of herself, she moved across the studio to the covered easel, and gazed at the portrait she'd begun all those months ago, to act as companion piece to the other. She'd intended it as a Christmas present for him. She hadn't yet known there would be no Christmas. He was leaning forward, as she so often had seen him, one elbow on his knee, his spectacles dangling from his fingers. His face was lit with the zeal which always came upon him when he talked about art. his head cocked to one side, himself caught in the act of arguing a fine point of composition. He looked boyish and happy, a man living fully for the first time in his life. He wore no three-piece suit, but a paint-splattered work shirt with half the collar turned up and a rip in the cuff. And as often as not, when she stood close in front of him to study the way the light hit his hair, he'd reach out and pull her to him, and laugh at her protest, which wasn't much of a protest, and hold her in his arms, his mouth on her neck and his hands on her breasts, and the painting forgotten in the shedding of clothes, and the way he looked at her, beautifying her body, every moment of the act, his eyes upon hers, and his voice, that whisper, "Oh, my God, my dear love." Sarah steeled herself against the force of the memory, and made herself evaluate the painting as a simple piece of art. She thought about finishing it, dwelling on the idea of a possible exhibition and of finding a way to put paint to canvas and making it mean something beyond a neophyte's obedient exercise in technique. She could do it, after all. She was a painter. She reached towards the easel. Her hands were shaking. She drew them back, fists clenched into balls. Even if she filled her mind with a dozen other thoughts, her body still betrayed her. At the end of everything it would neither avoid nor deny. She looked back at the answering machine, heard his voice and his plea, but her hands still trembled, her legs felt hollow, and her mind had to accept what her body was telling her. There are things far worse than finding a dead body. Chapter 8. Linley was just tucking into his shepherd's pie when Sergeant Havers came into the pub. The temperature had begun to fall outside and the wind to rise, and Havers had reacted to the weather accordingly, wrapping one of her scarves 3 times round her head and pulling up the other to cover her mouth and nose. She looked like a bandit from Iceland. She paused in the doorway, eyes sweeping over the considerable and boisterous lunchtime crowd seated beneath the collection of antique scythes, hoes, and pitchforks which decorated the pub walls. She nodded in Linley's direction when she saw him, and went to the bar, where she divested herself of her outer garments, ordered her meal, and lit a cigarette. Tonic water in one hand and a bag of vinegar crisps in the other, she wove her way through the tables and joined him in the corner. Her cigarette dangled between her lips, growing ash. She dumped her coat and scarves next to his on the bench, and slumped into a chair facing him. She shot a look of irritation at the stereo speaker directly above them, which was currently offering "Killing Me Softly" by Roberta Flack at a disturbing volume. Havers was no lover of musical trips down memory lane. Over the din created by music, conversation, and clattering crockery, Linley said, "It's better than Guns N' Roses." "Only just," Havers replied. Using her teeth for a start, she tore open her crisps and spent the next few moments munching while her cigarette's smoke wafted into Linley's face. He looked at it meaningfully. "Sergeant?" She scowled. "I wish you'd take it up again. We'd get on better if you did. And I thought we were marching blissfully arm in arm towards retirement." "Marching, yes. I don't know about bliss." She moved the ashtray to one side. It began offering its smoke to a blue-haired woman with 6 noticeable hairs growing out of her chin. From the table she was sharing with a 3-legged, wheezing corgi and a gentleman in only marginally better condition, she scathed Havers with a glare over the top of her gin and bitters. Havers muttered in defeat, took a final hit of the cigarette, and crushed it out. "So?" Linley said. She picked a piece of tobacco off her tongue. "She checks out completely with 2 of her neighbours. The woman next door—" She grabbed her notebook from her shoulder bag and flipped it open. "A Mrs. Stamford, Mrs. Hugo Stamford," she insisted, and spelled it out just in case I'd fluffed my O-levels. "She saw her loading up the boot of her car sometime round 7 yesterday morning. In a real hurry, Mrs. Stamford said. Preoccupied as well, because when she went out for the morning milk she called a hello, but Sarah didn't hear her. Then—" She turned the notebook to read it sideways. "A bloke called Norman Davies, who lives across the road. He saw her fly by in her car round 7 as well. He remembers because he was walking his collie and the dog was doing its business on the pavement instead of in the street. Our Norman was all in a flutter about that. He didn't want Sarah to think he'd just blithely allow Mr. Jeffries, that's the dog, to foul the footpath. He nattered on for a bit about her being in the car in the first place. Not good for her, he wanted me to know. She needs to get back to walking. She was always a walker. What's happened to the girl? What's she doing in the car? He didn't much like your motor, by the way. Gave it a bit of a sneer and said whoever drove it is sending the country straight to Arab-dominated oil hell, never mind the North Sea. Quite a talker. I'm lucky I got away before tea-time. Linley nodded, but didn't reply. "What's up?" she asked him. "Havers? I'm not sure." He said nothing more, as a teenaged girl dressed like one of Richard Crick's milkmaids delivered the sergeant's meal to the table. It was cod, peas, and chips, which Havers doused thoroughly with vinegar, while she eyed the waitress and said, "Shouldn't you be in school?" "I'm old for my looks," the girl replied. She wore a large garnet stud through her right nostril. Havers snorted. "Right." She dug into her fish. The girl disappeared with a flounce of her petticoats. Havers said, in reference to his last comment, "I don't like the sound of that, Inspector. I've got the feeling you're keyed in to Sarah Gordon." She looked up from her food as if in the expectation of reply. When he said nothing, she went on with, "I expect it's because of that St. Cecilia business. Once you found out she's an artist, you decided that she arranged the body unconsciously." "No, it's not that." "Then what?" "I'm sure I saw her last night at St. Stephen's College, and I can't account for it." Havers lowered her fork. She sipped some tonic water and scraped a paper napkin across her mouth. "Now, that's an interesting bit. Where was she?" Linley told her about the woman who had emerged from the shadows of the graveyard while he watched from his window. "I couldn't get a clear look at her," he admitted, "but the hair's the same, so's the profile, I'd swear to it." "What would she have been doing there? You're nowhere near Elena Weaver's room, are you?" "No. Ivy Court's used by the senior fellows. It's mostly studies where professors do their work and hold supervisions." "So what would she—" "My guess is that Anthony Weaver's rooms are there, Havers. And, if that's the case, and I'll check it out after lunch, I should imagine that she went to see him." Havers forked up a generous portion of chips and peas, chewed on them thoughtfully before replying. "Are we doing some serious quantum leaping here, Inspector? Going from A to Z with 24 letters unaccounted for?" "Who else would she have gone to see?" "How about practically anyone in the college? Better yet, how about the possibility that it wasn't Sarah Gordon, just someone with dark hair? It could have been Leonard Thorson if he didn't get in the light. The colour's not right, but he's got hair enough for 2 women. But this was clearly someone who didn't want to be seen. Even if it was Thorson, why would he have been hiding? Why would she, for that matter?" Havers returned to her fish. She took a bite, chewed, and pointed her fork in his direction. "OK, I'm easy. Let's play it your way. Let's say Anthony Weaver's study is there. Let's say Sarah Gordon went to see him. She said he'd been her student, so we know she knew him. She was calling him Tony, so let's say she knew him well. She admitted as much. What have we got then? Sarah Gordon going to offer her former student, a friend, some words of comfort upon the death of his daughter." She lowered her fork, rested it on the edge of her plate, and offered the counterpoint to her own argument. "Except that she didn't know his daughter was dead. She didn't know the body she'd found was Elena Weaver's until we told her this morning. And even if she did know who it was and lied to us about it for some reason, if she wanted to offer Weaver condolences, why didn't she go to his house?" Havers speared up a soaking chip. "All right, let's change the story. Perhaps Sarah Gordon and Tony Weaver have been boffing each other on an ongoing basis. You know the sort of thing. Mutual passion for art leading to mutual passion for each other. Monday night was one of their previously arranged assignations. There's your reason for her stealth. She didn't know it was Elena Weaver she'd found, and she was showing up for a bit of the regular go. All things considered, Weaver wouldn't have had the presence of mind to phone her up and cancel their session, so she got to his rooms, if they are his rooms, only to find he wasn't there. If they had an assignation, wouldn't she have waited for at least a few minutes? More importantly, wouldn't she have a key to his rooms to let herself in? How do you know she doesn't have a key? Because she was in and out in less than 5 minutes, Sergeant. I'd say 2 minutes at the very most. Does that suggest unlocking a door and having a bit of a wait for your lover? And why on earth would they meet in his rooms in the first place? On his own admission, he has a graduate student working there. Beyond that, he's been shortlisted for a prestigious chair in history, which I don't imagine he'd care to jeopardize by having at a woman who's not his wife right there in the college. Selection committees tend to be peculiar about that sort of thing. If a love affair's at the heart of this, why wouldn't Weaver just go to see her in Grantchester? What are we saying here, Inspector? Linley pushed his plate to one side. How often does it happen that the finder of the body turns out to be the killer just trying to cover his tracks? About as often as the killer turns out to be a member of the immediate family. Havers forked up more fish, piled 2 chips on top of it. She regarded him shrewdly. Perhaps you might tell me exactly where you're heading, because her neighbours have just got through clearing her no matter what you say, and I'm getting that Westerbray feeling of discomfort with where you're leading us, if you know what I mean. He did. Havers had ample reason to question his ability to remain objective. He sought to justify his leery feelings about the artist. Sarah Gordon finds the body. She appears at Weaver's rooms that night. I don't like the coincidence. What coincidence? Why does it even have to be coincidence? She didn't recognize the body. She went to see Weaver for other reasons. Maybe she wanted to woo him back to art. That's a big deal to her. Maybe she wanted it to be a big deal to him. But she was trying not to be seen. According to your appraisal, Inspector, on a foggy night when she might only have been trying to stay warm. Havers crumpled up her crisp bag and rolled it in her palm. She looked concerned and at the same time intent upon not showing the extent of that concern. "I think you've made a hasty decision here," she said carefully. "I'm wondering why. You know, I had a fair good look at Sarah Gordon myself today. She's dark, she's thin, she's attractive. She reminded me of someone. I wonder if she reminded you of someone as well. Havers, Inspector, listen to me. Look at the facts. We know Elena started running at 6:15. Her stepmother told you that. The porter confirmed it. From her own report, now verified by her neighbours, Sarah left her own house just round 7. And the police report has her popping into the station to report finding the body at 20 past. So please take a look at what you're suggesting, all right? First, that for some reason, although she left St. Stephen's at 6:15, it took Elena Weaver 45 minutes to run from her college to Fen Causeway. What is it, less than a mile? Second, that when she got there, for reasons unknown, Sarah Gordon beat her in the face with something which she managed to get rid of, then strangled her, then covered her body with leaves, then got sick, and then dashed to the police station to divert suspicion. All in just over 15 minutes. And we haven't even addressed the question of why. Why would she kill her? What on earth was her motive? You're always lecturing me on motive, means, and opportunity, Inspector. So tell me how Sarah Gordon fits in. Linley couldn't do so. Nor could he argue that any part of what they knew had occurred was a wildly improbable coincidence illustrating undeniable culpability. For everything Sarah Gordon told them about her reasons for going to the island in the first place had the ring of veracity, and that she was committed to her art seemed easily understandable when one considered the quality of her work. This being the case, he forced himself to evaluate Sergeant Havers' pointed questions. He wanted to argue that Sarah Gordon's resemblance to Helen Clyde was purely superficial, a combination of dark hair, dark eyes, fair skin, a slender frame. But he couldn't lie about the fact that he was drawn to her because of other similarities, a straightforward manner of speaking, a willingness to examine the self, a commitment to personal growth, the ability to be alone, and yet beneath it all something frightened and vulnerable. He didn't want to believe that his difficulties with Helen would once again result in a form of professional myopia in which he forged obdurately ahead, not to pin guilt upon a man with whom Helen was sleeping this time, but to concentrate on a suspect to whom he was drawn for reasons having nothing to do with the case, all the time ignoring signposts leading him elsewhere. Yet he had to admit that Sergeant Haver's points about the time frame in which the crime was carried out obviated Sarah Gordon's guilt immediately. He sighed, rubbing his eyes. He wondered if he had actually seen her at all the previous night. He had been thinking of Helen only moments before he walked to the window. Why not transport her through the means of imagination from Bulstrode Gardens to Ivy Court? Havers rustled through her shoulder bag to bring out a packet of Players, which she flipped onto the table between them. Instead of lighting up, however, she looked at him. "Thorsen's the stronger candidate," she said, and when he started to speak she cut him off with, "Hear me out, sir. You're saying his motive's too obvious. Fine. So apply a variation of that objection to Sarah Gordon. Her admitted presence at the crime scene is too obvious. But if we're going to go with one of them, if only for the moment, my money's on the man. He wanted her. She refused him. She turned him in. So why's your money on the woman?" "It isn't. Not entirely. It's just her coincidental connection to Weaver that makes me uneasy." "Fine. Be uneasy. Meanwhile, I vote we pursue Thorsen until we've a reason not to. I say we check out his neighbours to see if anyone saw him skipping out in the morning, or returning for that matter. We see if the autopsy gives us anything else. We see what that address on Seymour Street is all about." It was solid police work, Haver's expertise. He said, "Agreed." "That easily? Why?" "You handle that half of it." "And you?" "I'll see if the rooms at St. Stephen's are Weaver's." "Inspector—" He took a cigarette from the pack, handed it to her, and struck a match. "It's called compromise, Sergeant. Have a smoke," he said. When Linley pushed open the wrought-iron gate at the south entrance to Ivy Court, he saw that a wedding party was posing for photographs in the old graveyard of St. Stephen's Church. It was a curious group, with the bride done up in whiteface and wearing what appeared to be part of a privet hedge on her head, her chief attendant swathed in a blood-red burnous, and the best man looking like a chimney-sweep. Only the groom wore conventional mourning dress, but he was alleviating any concern this might have caused by drinking champagne from a riding boot, which he'd apparently removed from the foot of one of the guests. The wind whipped everyone's clothing about, but the play of colours, white, red, black, and grey, against the slick, lichenous green of the old slate gravestones, had its own distinct charm. This the photographer himself seemed to see, for he kept calling out, "Hold it, Nick! Hold it, Flora! Right! Yes! Perfect!" as he snapped away with his camera. Flora, Linley thought with a smile. No wonder she was wearing a bush on her head. He dodged past a heap of fallen bicycles and walked across the court to the doorway through which he had seen the woman disappear on the previous night. Nearly hidden by a tangle of gold heart ivy, a sign, still fresh with having been recently hand-lettered, hung on the wall beneath an overhead light. It contained 3 names. Linley felt that quick, brief rush of triumph which comes with having one's intuition affirmed by fact. Anthony Weaver's was the first name listed. Only one of the other 2 he recognized. A. Jen would be Weaver's graduate student. It was Adam Jen, in fact, whom Linley found in Weaver's study when he climbed the stairs to the first floor. The door stood ajar, revealing an unlit triangular entry, off of which opened a narrow gyp-room, a larger bedroom, and the study itself. Linley heard voices coming from within the study, low questions from a man, soft responses from a woman. So he took the opportunity to have a quick look at the 2 other rooms. To his immediate right, the gyp-room was well equipped with a stove, a refrigerator, and a wall of glass-fronted cupboards, in which sat enough cooking utensils and crockery to set up housekeeping. Aside from the refrigerator and the stove, everything in the room appeared to be new, from the gleaming microwave to the cups, saucers, and plates. The walls were recently painted, and the air smelled fresh like baby powder, a scent which he tracked to its source, a solid rectangle of room deodorizer hanging on a hook behind the door. He was intrigued by the perfection of the gyp, so at odds with what he envisaged Anthony Weaver's professional environment would be, considering the state of his study at home. Curious to see if some stamp of the man's individuality evidenced itself elsewhere, he flipped on the light switch of the bedroom across the entry and stood in the doorway surveying it. Above wainscoting painted the colour of forest mushrooms rose walls which were papered in cream with thin brown stripes. Framed pencil sketches hung from these, a pheasant shoot, a fox hunt, a deer chased by hounds, all signed with a single name, Weaver, while from the white ceiling a pentagonal brass fixture shed light on a single bed, next to which stood a tripod table holding a brass reading lamp and a matching diptych frame. Linley crossed the room and picked this up. Elena Weaver smiled from one side, Justine from the other. The first, a candid snapshot of the daughter joyfully romping with an Irish setter puppy. The second, an earnest studio portrait of the wife, her long hair carefully curled back from her face, and her smile close-lipped as if she wished to hide her teeth. Linley replaced it and looked around reflectively. The hand that had outfitted the kitchen with its chromium appliances and ivory china had apparently seen to the decoration of the bedroom as well. On impulse he pulled back part of the brown and green counterpane on the bed, to find only a bare mattress and unslipped pillow beneath it. The revelation was not the least surprising. He left the room. As he did so, the study door swung open, and he found himself face to face with the two young people whose murmured conversation he had heard a few moments earlier. The young man, his broad shoulders emphasized by an academic gown, reached out for the girl when he caught sight of Linley, and he pulled her back against him protectively. "Help you with something?" His words were polite enough, but the frigid tone conveyed an entirely different message, as did the young man's features, which quickly altered from the relaxed repose that accompanies friendly conversation to the sharpness that signals suspicion. Linley glanced at the girl, who was clutching a notebook to her chest. She wore a knitted cap from which bright blonde hair spilled. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1.
For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 5, Side 1. Linley glanced at the girl, who was clutching a notebook to her chest. She wore a knitted cap from which bright blonde hair spilled. It was drawn low on her forehead, hiding her eyebrows, but heightening the colour of her eyes, which were violet and at the moment very frightened. Their responses were normal, admirable in the circumstances. An undergraduate in the college had been brutally murdered. Strangers would be neither welcomed nor tolerated. He produced his warrant card and introduced himself. "Adam Jen," he said. The young man nodded. He said to the girl, "I'll see you next week, Joyce. But you've got to get on with the reading before you do the next essay. You've got the list. You've got a brain. Don't be so lazy, okay?" He smiled as if to mitigate the negativity of the final comment, but the smile seemed rote, merely a quick curving of the lips that did nothing to alter the wariness in his hazel eyes. Joyce said, an illicit invitation. She smiled her goodbye, and a moment later they heard her clattering noisily down the wooden stairs. It wasn't until the ground-floor staircase door opened and shut upon her departure that Adam Jen invited Linley into Weaver's study. "Dr. Weaver's not here," he said. "If you're wanting him, that is." Linley didn't respond at once. Rather, he strolled to one of the windows, which, like the sole window in his own room in the building, was set into one of the ornate Dutch gables overlooking Ivy Court. Unlike his room, however, no desk stood in the recess. Instead, two comfortably battered armchairs faced each other at an angle there, separated by a chipped pie-crust table, on which lay a copy of a book entitled Edward III, The Cult of Chivalry. Anthony Weaver was its author. He's brilliant." Adam Jen's assertion had the distinct ring of defence. "No one in the country comes close to touching him in medieval history." Linley put on his spectacles, opened the volume, and leafed through a few of the densely worded pages. Arbitrarily his eyes fell on the words, "But it was in the abysmal treatment of women as chattels, subjugated to the political whims of their fathers and brothers, that the age developed its reputation for a diplomatic manoeuvring far superseding any transitory or spurious demotic concerns it may have actively promulgated." Having not read university writing in years, Linley smiled in amusement. He'd forgotten that tendency of the academician to voice his pronouncements with such egregious pomposity. He read the book's dedication, "For my darling Elena," and tapped the cover closed. He removed his spectacles. "You're Dr. Weaver's graduate student," he said. "Yes." Adam Jen shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Beneath his black academic gown he wore a white shirt and freshly laundered jeans that had been carefully pressed with creases down the front. He drove his fists into the rear pockets of these and waited without speaking, standing next to an oval table, across which were spread 3 open texts and half a dozen handwritten essays. "How do you come to be studying under Dr. Weaver?" Linley removed his overcoat and placed it over the back of one of the old armchairs. "Decent luck for once in my life," Adam said. It was a curious non-answer. Linley raised an eyebrow. Adam read this as Linley intended, and continued. "I'd read 2 of his books as an undergraduate. I'd heard him lecture. When he was shortlisted for the Penford chair at the beginning of Easter term last year, I came to ask him if he'd direct my research. To have the Penford chair as adviser—" He gazed round the room, as if its jumble of contents would provide him with an adequate explanation of the importance of Weaver's place in his life. He settled with, "You can't go higher." "Then this is all a bit of a risk on your end, isn't it, hooking yourself up with Dr. Weaver so soon? What if he doesn't get the appointment?" "It's worth the risk as far as I'm concerned. Once he gets the chair he'll be flooded with requests to direct graduate studies, so I got to him first." "You seem relatively sure of your man. I'd always gathered these appointments are largely political. A change in the academic climate and a candidate's finished." "That's true enough. Candidates walk a tightrope. Alienate the search committee, offend some muckety-muck, and they're done for. That committee'd be fools not to award it to him. As I said, he's the best medievalist in the country, and they're not going to find anyone to argue with that." "I take it he's unlikely to alienate or offend?" Adam Jen laughed boyishly. "Dr. Weaver," was his reply. "I see. When should the announcement take place?" "That's the odd thing." Adam shook a heavy lock of sandy hair off his forehead. "It should have been announced last July, but the committee went on and on about extending the deadline, and they started checking everyone out like they were looking for red skeletons in somebody's closet. Stupid they are. Perhaps merely cautious. I've been given to understand that the chair's a fairly coveted advancement. It represents historical research at Cambridge. It's the place they put the best." 2 thin lines of crimson ran along Adam's cheekbone. No doubt he pictured himself in the chair in the distant future when Weaver retired. Linley moved to the table, glancing down at the essays that were spread across it. "You share these rooms with Dr. Weaver, I've been told." "I put in a few hours most days, yes. I run my supervisions here as well." "And that's been going on for how long?" "Since the beginning of term." Linley nodded. "It's an attractive environment, far nicer than what I remember from my days at university." Adam looked round the study at the general mess of essays, books, furniture, and equipment. Obviously attractive wouldn't have been the first word to spring to his lips had he been asked to evaluate the room. Then he seemed to combine Linley's comment with his initial sight of him a few moments earlier. His head turned towards the door. "Oh, you mean the gyp and the bedroom. Dr. Weaver's wife fixed them up for him last spring." "In anticipation of the chair? An elevated professor needs a proper set of rooms?" Adam grinned ruefully. "That sort of thing. But she didn't manage to get her way in here. Dr. Weaver wouldn't let her." He added this last, as if to explain the difference between the study and its companion rooms, and concluded with a mildly sardonic, "You know how it is," in a brotherhood of men fashion in which the connotation was clear. Women need to have their fancies tolerated. Men are the ones with the sainted toleration. That Justine Weaver's hand had not seen to the study was apparent to Linley, and while it did not actually resemble the disordered sanctum at the rear of Weaver's house, the similarities to it could not be ignored. Here was the same mild chaos, the same profusion of books, the same air of habitation which the Adams Road room possessed. One form of academic work or another seemed to be in progress everywhere. A large pine desk served as the heart for labour, holding everything from a word processor to a stack of black binders. The oval table in the room's centre had the function of conference area, and the gable recess acted as a retreat for reading and study. For in addition to the table, which displayed Weaver's own book, a small case beneath the window, within an arm's length of both the chairs, held additional volumes. Even the fireplace, with its cinnamon tiles, served a purpose beyond providing heat from an electric fire, for its mantel functioned as a clearing-house for the post, and more than a dozen envelopes lined up across it, all bearing Anthony Weaver's name. A solitary greeting card stood like a bookend at the far side of the serried collection of letters, and Linley picked it up, a humorous birthday card, with the word "Daddy" written above the greeting, and the round-lettered signature "Elena" beneath it. Linley replaced it among the envelopes and turned to Adam Jen, who still stood by the table, one hand in his pocket and the other curved round the shoulder rail of one of the chairs. "Did you know her?" Adam pulled out the chair. Linley joined him at the table, moving aside 2 essays and a cup of cold tea, in which a thin, unappetizing film was floating. Adam's face was grave. "I knew her." "Were you here in the study when she phoned her father Sunday night?" His eyes went to the sea-phone, which sat on a small oak desk next to the fireplace. "She didn't phone here, or if she did, it was after I left." "What time was this?" "Round 7:30. He looked at his watch as if for verification. "I had to meet 3 blokes at the University Centre at 8, and I stopped by my digs first." "Your digs?" "Near Little St. Mary's. So it must have been somewhere round 7:30. It might have been a bit later, perhaps 7:45. "Was Dr. Weaver still here when you left?" "Dr. Weaver? He wasn't here at all Sunday evening. He'd been in for a while in the early afternoon, but then he went home for dinner and didn't come back." "I see." Linley reflected on this piece of information, wondering why Weaver had lied about his whereabouts on the night before his daughter's death. Adam appeared to realize that for some reason this detail was important in the investigation, for he went on earnestly, "He could have come in later, though. It's out of line for me to claim that he didn't come back in the evening. Actually, I might have missed him. He's been working on a paper for about 2 months now, the role of monasteries in medieval economics, and he might have wanted to go over a bit of the research again. Most of the documents are in Latin. They're hard to read. Takes forever to sort everything out. I imagine that's what he was doing here Sunday evening. He does that all the time. He's always concerned about getting the details right. He'd want to have them perfect. So if something was on his mind, he probably came back on the spur of the moment. I wouldn't have known, and he wouldn't have told me." Outside of Shakespeare, Linley couldn't recall having heard anyone protest quite so much. "Then he usually didn't tell you if he'd be coming back?" "Well, now, let me think." The young man drew his eyebrows together, but Linley saw the answer in the manner in which he pressed his hands nervously against his thighs. He said, "You think a great deal of Dr. Weaver, don't you?" Enough to protect him blindly remained unspoken, but there was no doubt that Adam Jen recognized the implied accusation behind Linley's question. "He's a great man. He's honest. He has more natural integrity than any 6 other senior fellows at St. Stephen's College or anywhere else." Adam pointed at the envelopes lining the mantelpiece. "All of those have come in since yesterday afternoon, when the word went out about what happened to—" "What happened?" "People love him. People care. You can't be a bastard and have people care about you so much." "Did Elena care for her father?" Adam's gaze flicked to the birthday card. "She did. Everyone does. He involves himself with people. He's always here when someone has a problem. People can talk to Dr. Weaver. He's straight with them, sincere. And Elena? He worried about her. He took time with her. He encouraged her. He went over her essays and helped her with her studies and talked to her about what she was going to do with her life. It was important to him that she be a success. "I can see what you're thinking," Adam said. "A successful daughter implies a successful father, but he's not like that. He didn't just take time with her, he took time with everyone. He helped me get my housing. He lined up my undergraduate supervisions. I've applied for a research fellowship, and he's helping me with that. And when I've a question with my work, he's always here, ready. I've never got the feeling that I'm taking up his time. Do you know how valuable a quality that is in a person? The streets round here aren't exactly paved with it." It wasn't the panegyric to Weaver which Linley found interesting. That Adam Jenne should so admire the man who was directing his graduate studies was reasonable. But what underlay Adam Jenne's avowals was something far more telling. He'd managed to deflect every question about Elena. He'd even managed to avoid using her name. Outside, faint laughter from the wedding party floated up from the graveyard. Someone shouted, "Give us a kiss!" and someone else, "Don't you wish?" And the splintering sound of breaking glass suggested a champagne bottle's abrupt demise. Linley said, "Obviously you're quite close to Dr. Weaver." "I am. Like a son." Adam's face took on more colour, but he looked pleased. "Like a brother to Elena." Adam ran his thumb rapidly back and forth along the edge of the table. He reached up and rubbed his fingers along his jaw. Linley said, "Or perhaps not really like a brother. She was an attractive girl, after all. You would have seen a great deal of each other, here in the study, at the Weaver's house as well, and no doubt in the combination room from time to time, or at formal dinner, and in her own room." Adam said, "I never went inside, just to get her, that's all. I understand you took her out. To foreign films at the Arts. We went to dinner occasionally. We spent a day in the country." "I see." "It's not what you're thinking. I didn't do it because I wanted... I couldn't have... Oh, hell." "Did Dr. Weaver ask you to take Elena out?" "If you have to know, yes. He thought we were suited." "And were you?" "No." The vehemence driving the word seemed to cause it to reverberate in the room for an instant. As if with the need to disguise the strength of his reply in some way, Adam said, "Look, I was like a hired escort to her. There was nothing more to it than that." "Did Elena want a hired escort?" Adam gathered up the essays that lay on the table. "I've too much work here. The supervisions, my own studies. I've no time in my life for women at the moment. They add complications when one least expects it, and I can't afford the distraction. I've hours of research every day. I've essays to read. I've meetings to attend. All of which must have been difficult to explain to Dr. Weaver." Adam sighed. He crossed his ankle on his knee and picked at the lace of his gym shoe. "He invited me to his house the second weekend of term. He wanted me to meet her. What could I say? He'd taken me on as a graduate. He'd been so willing to help me. How could I not give him help in return?" "In what way were you helping him?" "There was this bloke he preferred she didn't see. I was supposed to run interference between them. A bloke from Queens." "Gareth Randolph." "That's him. She'd met him through the Deaf Students' Union last year. Dr. Weaver wasn't comfortable with them going about together. I imagine he hoped she might, learn to prefer you." He dropped his leg to the floor. "She didn't really fancy this bloke Gareth anyway. She told me as much. They were mates, and she liked him, but it was no big deal. All the same, she knew what her father was worrying about." "What was that?" "That she'd end up with... marry... someone deaf," Linley finished. "Which, after all, wouldn't be that unusual a circumstance, since she was deaf herself." Adam pushed himself off his chair. He walked to the window and stared into the courtyard. "It's complicated," he said quietly to the glass. "I don't know how to explain him to you. and even if I could it wouldn't make any difference. Whatever I'd say would just make him look bad, and it wouldn't have anything to do with what happened to her. Even if it did, Dr. Weaver can't afford to look bad, can he? Not with the Penford chair hanging in the balance. That's not it. Then it really can't hurt anyone if you talk to me. Adam gave a rough laugh. That's easy to say. You just want to find a killer and get back to London. Doesn't make any difference to you whose lives get destroyed in the process. The police as Eumenides. It was an accusation he'd heard before, and while he acknowledged its partial accuracy, for there had to be a disinterested hand of justice or society crumbled, the convenience of the allegation afforded him a moment's sour amusement. Pushed right to the edge of truth's abyss, people always clung tenaciously to the same form of denial. I'm protecting someone else by withholding the truth, protecting someone from harm, from pain, from reality, from suspicion. It was all a variation of an identical theme in which denial wore the guise of self-righteous nobility. He said, "This isn't a singular death taking place in a void, Adam. It touches everyone she knew. No one stays protected. Lives have already been destroyed. That's what murder does. And if you don't know that, it's time you learned." The young man swallowed. Even across the room, Linley could hear him do so. "She took it all as a joke," he said finally. "She took everything as a joke." "In this case, what?" "That her father was worried she'd marry Gareth Randolph, that he didn't want her to hang round the other deaf students so much. But most of all, I think it was that he loved her so much, and that he wanted her to love him as much in return. She took it as a joke. That's the way she was." "What was their relationship like?" Linley asked, even though he knew how unlikely it was that Adam Jen would say anything to betray his mentor. Adam looked down at his fingernails and began to worry the cuticles by pushing his thumb against them. He couldn't do enough for her. He wanted to be involved in her life, but it always seemed— He shoved his hands back into his pockets. "I don't know how to explain." Linley recalled Weaver's description of his daughter. He recalled Justine Weaver's reaction to the description. Not genuine? It was like he felt he had to keep pouring on the love and devotion, like he had to keep showing her how much she meant to him, so that maybe she'd come to believe it some day. He would have wanted to take special pains with her, because she couldn't hear, I should think. She was in a new environment. He'd have wanted her to succeed for herself, for him. "I know what you're getting at. You're getting back towards the chair, but it's more than that. It went beyond her studies. It went beyond her being deaf. I think he believed he had to prove himself to her for some reason, but he was so intent on doing that he never even saw her. Not really. Not entirely." The description moulded perfectly to Weaver's agonizing on the previous night. It was so often the circumstance that grew from divorce. A parent partnered in an unremittingly bleak marriage feels caught between the needs of a child and the needs of self. If he stays in the marriage solely to meet the needs of the child, he reaps the benefits of society's approval, but his self erodes. Yet if he leaves the marriage solely to meet the needs of self, the child is damaged. What is required is a masterful balancing act between these disparate needs, a balancing act in which a marriage can end, former partners can establish more productive lives, and the children can escape without irreparable harm in the process. It was, Linley thought, the utopian ideal, utterly improbable, because feelings were involved whenever a marriage came to an end. Even when people were acting in the only manner possible to preserve their peace of mind, it was in the very need for peace of mind that guilt lay its most virulent seeds. Most people, and he admitted he was one of them, invariably gave power to social condemnation, allowing their behavior to be guided by guilt, living their lives dominated by a Judeo-Christian tradition which taught them that they had no right to happiness or to anything else, save a life in which considerations of self were secondary to complete devotion to others. The fact that men and women did indeed lead lives of quiet desperation as a result generally went ignored. For as long as they led their lives for others, they achieved the approval of everyone else who, in equally quiet desperation, was engaged in doing the very same thing. The situation was worse for Anthony Weaver. To achieve peace of mind, which society told him was not his due in the first place, he had ended a marriage, only to find that the guilt attendant to divorce was exacerbated by the fact that, in escaping unhappiness, he had not merely left behind a small child who loved and depended upon him, he had left behind a handicapped child as well. And what kind of society would ever forgive him that? He stood to lose no matter what he'd done. Had he stayed in his marriage and devoted his life to his daughter, he could have felt self-righteous and nobly miserable. In opting at a try for peace of mind, he had reaped the harvest of guilt, whose seeds were planted within what he and society considered a base and selfish need. Upon close examination, guilt was the prime mover behind so many kinds of devotion. Linley wondered if it underlay Weaver's devotion to his daughter. In his own mind, Weaver had sinned, against his wife, Elena, and society itself. 15 years of guilt had grown out of his sin. Proving himself to Elena, smoothing the way for her, capturing her love, had apparently been the only expiation he saw for himself. Linley felt a profound pity at the thought of the other man's struggle to gain acceptance as what he already was, his daughter's father. He wondered if Weaver had ever garnered the courage and taken the time to ask Elena if such extremes of behaviour and such torment of spirit were actually necessary to obtain her forgiveness. "I don't think he ever really knew her," Adam said. Linley wondered if Weaver really knew himself. He got to his feet. "What time did you leave here last night after Dr. Weaver phoned you?" "A bit after 9. "You locked the door?" "Of course." "The same on Sunday night? Do you always lock it?" "Yes." Adam nodded his head towards the pine desk and its collection of equipment. Word processor, 2 printers, floppy disks, and files. That lot's worth a fortune. The study door's double-bolted. "And the other doors?" "The gyp and bedroom don't have locks, but the main entry door does." "Did you ever use the C-phone in here to contact Elena in her room, or at Dr. Weaver's home?" "Occasionally, yes." "Did you know Elena ran in the morning?" "With Mrs. Weaver?" Adam pulled a face. "Dr. Weaver wouldn't let her run alone. She didn't care for having Mrs. Weaver tag along, but the dog went as well, so it made the situation bearable. She loved the dog, and she loved to run." "Yes," Linley said thoughtfully. "Most people do." He nodded his goodbye and left the room. 2 girls were sitting on the staircase outside the door, their knees drawn up, their heads together over an open textbook. They didn't look up as he passed, but their conversation ceased abruptly, only to resume once he reached the lower landing. He heard Adam Jen's voice call, "Catherine? Keeley? I'm ready for you now," and went out into the chill autumn afternoon. He looked across Ivy Court at the graveyard, thinking about his meeting with Adam Jen, wondering what it must have been like to be caught between the father and the daughter, wondering most of all what that violent "no" had meant when he asked the young man if he and Elena had been suited to each other. And still he knew nothing more about Sarah Gordon's visit to Ivy Court than he had known before. He glanced at his pocket-watch. It was just after 2. Havers would be a while with the Cambridge police. He had sufficient time to make the run to Crusoe's Island. If nothing else, that would give him at least a modicum of information. He went to change his clothes. Chapter 9. Anthony Weaver stared at the discreet nameplate on the desk, P. L. Beck, Funeral Director, and felt overcome by a surge of simple-minded gratitude. This main business office of the mortuary was as unfunereal as good taste would allow it to be, and while its warm autumn colours and comfortable furniture did not alter the reality which had brought him here, at least it did not underscore the finality of his daughter's death with sombre decorations, canned organ music, and lugubrious employees dressed in black.
Next to him, Glynn sat with her hands balled into her lap, both feet flat on the floor, her head and shoulders rigid. She did not look at him. Upon her continued insistence throughout the morning, he'd taken her to the police station, where, in spite of what he had tried to tell her, she had fully expected to find Elena's body and be able to see it. When told that the body had been taken to autopsy, she had demanded to be allowed to observe the procedure, and when, with a horrified look of supplication in Antony's direction, the female police constable working reception had gently said, with apologies, that it simply wasn't possible, that it couldn't be allowed, that at any rate the autopsy was performed in another location, not here at the station, and even if that weren't the case, family members— "I'm her mother," Glynn cried. "She's mine. I want to see her." The Cambridge police were not an unsympathetic lot. They took her quickly to a conference room, where a concerned young secretary tried to ply her with mineral water, which Glynn refused. A second secretary brought in a cup of tea. A traffic warden offered aspirin. And while anxious calls were put out for the police psychologist and the public relations officer, Glynn continued to insist that she see Elena. Her voice was tight and shrill. Her features were taut. When she didn't get what she wanted, she began to shout. Witness to all of this, Antony felt only his own growing shame. It was directed at her for causing a humiliating public scene. It was directed at himself for being ashamed of her. So when she finally turned on him and flew in his direction, and accused him of being too self-centred to be capable of identifying his own daughter's body, so how did they even know it was Elena Weaver whose body they had if they didn't let her mother make the identification? Her mother who gave her birth, her mother who loved her, her mother who raised her alone. Do you hear me? Alone, you bastards! He had nothing to do with anything after she was 5 years old, because he had what he wanted. He had his precious freedom, all right. So let me see her! Let me see her! I am wood, he had thought. Nothing she says can touch me. Although this stoic determination to remain inviolate sufficed to keep him from striking out in turn, it was not enough to prevent his unrestrained mind from shooting back through time, sifting through memories in an attempt to recall, let alone understand, what forces had ever brought him together with this woman in the first place. It should have been something more than sex. A mutual interest, perhaps, a shared experience, a similarity of background, a goal, an ideal. Had any of those been present between them, they might have stood a fighting chance of survival. But instead it had been a drinks party in an elegant house off the Trumpington Road, where some 30 postgraduates who had worked for his election had been invited to the victory celebration of the new local MP. At loose ends for the evening, Antony had gone with a friend. Glynn West Thompson had done the same. Their shared indifference towards the esoteric machinations of Cambridge politics supplied the initial illusion of mutuality. Far too much champagne provided the physical allure. When he'd suggested that they take their own bottle out onto the terrace to watch the moonlight silver the trees in the garden, his intention had been a bit of casual kissing, a chance to fondle the ample breasts which he could see through the sheer material of her blouse, and an opportunity in privacy to slip his hand between her thighs. But the terrace was dark, the night was quite warm, and Glynn's reaction was not what he'd thought it might be. Her response to his kiss took him by surprise. Her eager mouth hungrily sucked his tongue. One hand unbuttoned her blouse and unhooked her bra, while the other insinuated itself into his trousers. She moaned her arousal. She straddled his leg and rotated her hips. He had no conscious thoughts. He had only the need to be inside her, to feel the warmth and the soft, wet suction of her body, to feel his own release. They didn't speak. They used the terrace's stone balustrade as a fulcrum. He lifted her to it. She spread her legs. He plunged and plunged, panting with the effort to bring himself to climax before anyone should walk out onto the terrace and catch them in the act, while she bit his neck and gasped and tore at his hair. It was the only time in his life that he actually thought of the word fucking when he took a woman, and when it was over, he couldn't remember her name. 5, perhaps 7 graduate students came out of the house before he and Glynn had separated. Someone said, "Whoops," and someone else, "I'll have a bit of that myself," and all of them chuckled and went on into the garden.
More than anything else, it was the thought of their derision that made him put his arms round Glynn, kiss her, and murmur huskily, "Let's get out of here, all right?" Because somehow leaving with her elevated the act, making them more than two sweating bodies intent upon mating without intellect or soul. She'd gone with him to the cramped house on Hope Street, which he shared with 3 friends. She spent the night, and then another, rolling around with him on the thin mattress that served as his bed, eating a quick meal when the mood was upon her, smoking French cigarettes, drinking English gin, and padding again and again to his bedroom, leading him to lie on that mattress on the floor. She had moved in slowly over 2 weeks' time, first leaving behind an article of clothing, then a book, then stopping by with a lamp. They never spoke of love. They never fell in love. They merely fell into marriage, which after all was the highest form of public validation he could possibly give to a mindless act of sex with a woman he didn't know. The office door opened. A man, presumably P.L. Beck, entered. Like the office itself, his clothing reflected a careful avoidance of that which might underscore death. He wore a natty blue blazer over soft grey trousers. A pembroke tie formed a perfect knot at his throat. "Dr. Weaver?" he said, and then with a crisp turn on his heel to Glynn, "And Mrs. Weaver?" Somehow he'd done his homework. It was an artful way to avoid linking their names. Rather than offer factitious condolences over the death of a girl he did not know, he said, "The police said you'd be coming. I'd like to get you through this as quickly as possible. May I offer you something? Coffee or tea?" "Nothing for me," Anthony said. Glynn was silent. Mr. Beck did not wait for her to reply. He sat down and said, "It's my understanding that the police still have the body, so it may be some days before they release her to us. They've told you that, haven't they?" "No, just that they're doing the autopsy." "I see." Thoughtfully he steepled his hands and leaned his elbows on the top of the desk. "It generally takes a few days to run all the tests. They do organ studies, tissue studies, toxicology reports. In a sudden death the procedure moves fairly rapidly, especially if the—" with a quick, concerned glance in Glynn's direction, "if the deceased has been under a doctor's care. But in a case like this—" "We understand," Anthony said. "A murder," Glynn said. She moved her eyes off the wall and fixed them on Mr. Beck, although her body didn't alter a degree in the chair. "You mean a murder, say it. Don't slither round the truth. She isn't the deceased. She's the victim. It's a murder. I'm not used to that yet, but if I hear it enough, no doubt it'll pop up quite naturally in my speech. My daughter the victim. My daughter's death the murder." Mr. Beck looked at Anthony, perhaps with the hope that he would say something in answer to the implied invective, perhaps with the expectation of Anthony's offering some word of comfort or support to his former wife. When Anthony said nothing, Mr. Beck continued quickly, "You will need to let me know where and when the services are to be held and where she's to be interred. We've a lovely chapel here, if you'd like to use that for the service. And, of course, I know this is difficult for you both, but you need to decide if you want a public viewing." "A public—" At the thought of his daughter being put on display for the curious, Anthony felt the hair bristle on the backs of his hands. "That's not possible. She isn't—" "I want it." Glynn's nails, Anthony saw, were going completely white with the pressure she was exerting against her palms. "You don't want that. You haven't seen what she looks like. Please don't tell me what I want. I said I'll see her. I'll do so. I want everyone to see her." Mr. Beck intervened with, "We can do some repairs. With facial putty and make-up, no one will be able to see the full extent of—" Glynn snapped forward. Like a self-preserving reflex, Mr. Beck flinched. "You aren't listening to me. I want the damage scene. I want the world to know." Anthony wanted to ask, "And what will you gain?" But he knew the answer. She'd given Elena over to his care, and she wanted the world to see how he'd botched the job. For 15 years she'd kept their daughter in one of the roughest areas of London, and Elena had emerged from the experience with one chipped tooth, to mark the only difficulty she'd ever faced, a brawl over the affections of an acne-scarred fifth-former who'd spent a lunch hour with her instead of his steady girlfriend. and neither Glyn nor Elena had ever considered that uncapped tooth even a minute lapse in Glyn's ability to protect her daughter. Instead, it was for both of them Elena's badge of honour, her declaration of equality. For the three girls whom she had fought could hear, but they were no match for the splintered crate of new potatoes and the 2 metal milk baskets which Elena had commandeered for defensive weapons from a nearby greengrocer's when she'd come under attack. 15 years in London, 1 chipped tooth to show for it. 15 months in Cambridge, 1 barbarous death. Anthony wouldn't fight her. He said, "Have you a brochure we might look at, something we can use in order to decide?" Mr. Beck seemed only too willing to cooperate. He said, "Of course," and hastily slid open a drawer of his desk. From this he took a 3-ring binder covered in maroon plastic with the words Beck and Sons Funeral Directors printed in gold letters across the front. He passed this across to them. Anthony opened it. Plastic covers encased 8 by 10 colour photographs. He began to flip through them, looking without seeing, reading without assimilating. He recognized woods, mahogany and oak. He recognized terms: naturally resistant to corrosion, rubber gasket, crepe lining, asphalt coating, vacuum plate. Faintly he heard Mr. Beck murmuring about the relative merits of copper or 16-gauge steel over oak, about lift and tilt mattresses, about the placement of a hinge. He heard him say, "These uniseal caskets are quite the best. The locking mechanism, in addition to the gasket, seals the top, while the continuous weld on the bottom seals that as well. So you've maximum protection to resist the entry of—" He hesitated delicately, and the indecision was written plainly on his face. Worms, beetles, moisture, mildew. How best to say it? The elements. The words in the binder slid out of focus. Anthony heard Glyn say, "Have you coffins here?" "Only a few. People generally make a choice from the brochures, and, under the circumstances, please don't feel you must—" "I'd like to see them." Mr. Beck's eyes flitted to Anthony. He seemed to be waiting for a protest of some sort. When none was forthcoming, he said, "Certainly, this way," and led them out of the office. Anthony followed his former wife and the funeral director. He wanted to insist that they make the decision within the safety of Mr. Beck's office, where photographs would allow both of them to hold the final reality at bay for just a while longer. But he knew that to call for distance between them and the fact of Elena's burial would be interpreted as further evidence of inadequacy. And hadn't Elena's death already served to illustrate his uselessness as a father, once again underscoring the contention which Glyn had asserted for years, that his sole contribution to their daughter's upbringing had been a single blind gamete that knew how to swim? "Here they are." Mr. Beck pushed open a set of heavy oak doors. "I'll leave you alone." Glyn said, "That won't be necessary." "But surely you'll want to discuss—" "No." She moved past him into the showroom. There were no decorations or extraneous furnishings, just a few coffins lined up along the pearl-coloured walls, their lids gaping open upon velvet, satin, and crepe, their bodies standing on waist-high, translucent pedestals. Anthony forced himself to follow Glyn from one to the next. Each had a discreet price tag. Each bore the same declaration about the extent of protection guaranteed by the manufacturer. Each had a ruched lining, a matching pillow, and a coverlet folded over the coffin lid. Each had its own name: Neapolitan blue, Windsor poplar, autumn oak, Venetian bronze. Each had an individually highlighted feature, a shell design, a set of barley sugar end posts, or delicate embroidery on the interior of the lid. Forcing himself to move along the display, Anthony tried not to visualize what Elena would look like when she finally lay in one of these coffins, with her light hair spread out like silk threads on the pillow. Glyn halted in front of a simple grey coffin with a plain satin lining. She tapped her fingers against it. As if this gesture bade him to do so, Mr. Beck hurried to join them. His lips were pursed tightly. He was pulling at his chin. "What is this?" Glyn asked. A small sign on the lid said non-protective exterior. Its price tag read £200. "Pressed wood." Mr. Beck made a nervous adjustment to his Pembroke tie and rapidly continued, "This is pressed wood beneath a flannel covering, a satin interior, which is quite nice, of course, but the exterior has no protection at all, save for the flannel itself, and, to be frank, if I may, considering our weather, I wouldn't be at all comfortable recommending this particular coffin to you. We keep it for cases where there are difficulties with finances. I can't think you'd want your daughter—" He let the drifting quality of his voice complete the thought. Anthony began to say, "Of course," but Glynn interrupted with, "This coffin will do." For a moment Anthony did nothing more than stare at his former wife. Then he found the will to say, "You can't think I'll allow her to be buried in this?" She said quite distinctly, "I don't care what you intend to allow. I've not enough money for—" "I'll pay." She looked at him for the first time since they'd arrived. "With your wife's money? I think not. This has nothing to do with Justine." Mr. Beck took a step away from them. He straightened out the small price sign on a coffin lid. He said, "I'll leave you to talk." "There's no need." Glynn opened her large black handbag and began shoving articles this way and that. A set of keys clanked. A compact snapped open. A ballpoint pen slipped out onto the floor. "You'll take a cheque, won't you? It'll have to be drawn on my bank in London. If that's a problem, you can phone for some sort of guarantee. I've been doing business with them for years, so—" "Glynn, I won't have it." She swung to face him. Her hip hit the coffin, jarring it on its pedestal. The lid fell shut with a hollow thud. "You won't have what?" she asked. "You have no rights here." "We're talking about my daughter." Mr. Beck began to edge towards the door. "Stay where you are." Angry colour patched Glynn's cheeks. "You walked out on your daughter, Anthony, let's not forget that. You wanted your career, let's not forget that. You wanted to chase skirts, let's not forget that. You got what you wanted, all of it, every bit. You have no more rights here." Cheque-book in hand, she stooped to the floor for the pen. She began to write, using the pressed wood coffin lid as support. Her hand was shaking. Anthony reached for the cheque-book, saying, "Glynn, please, for God's sake." "No," she said, "I'll pay for this. I don't want your money. You can't buy me off." This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. For the Sake of Elena by Elizabeth George. Said in slow but complete understanding, "You're still dealing with me. I'm not sure you even care much that she's dead." "How dare you?" she whispered. "Have you even cried, Glynn? Do you feel any grief? Do you feel anything at all beyond the need to use her murder for a bit more revenge? And how can anyone be surprised by that? After all, that's how you used most of her life." He didn't see the blow coming. She slammed her right hand across his face, knocking his spectacles to the floor. "You filthy piece of—" She raised her arm to strike again. He caught her wrist. "You've waited years to do that. I'm only sorry you didn't have the audience you'd have liked." He pushed her away. She fell against the grey coffin, but she was not spent. She spit out the words, "Don't talk to me of grief. Don't you ever, ever talk to me of grief." She turned away from him, flinging her arms over the coffin lid as if she would embrace it. She began to weep. "I have nothing. She's gone. I can't have her back. I can't find her anywhere. And I can't. I can never—" The fingers of one hand curled, pulling at the flannel that covered the coffin. "But you can. You still can, Anthony. And I want you to die." Even through his outrage he felt the sudden stirring of a horrified compassion. After the years of their enmity, after these moments in the funeral home, he wouldn't have believed it possible that he should feel anything for her save outright loathing. But in those words, "You can," he saw the extent and the nature of his former wife's grief. She was 46 years old.
She could never have another child. No matter that the thought of bringing another child into the world to take Elena's place was beyond unthinkable, that he'd lost his reason for living the moment he'd looked on his daughter's corpse. He'd spend the rest of his life in a ceaseless involvement in academic affairs, so that he would never again have a free moment in which he might have to remember the ruin of her face and the mark of the ligature round her neck. But that was no more than a point of indifference. He could still have another child, whatever the wilderness of his current grief. He still had that choice. But Glynn did not. Her sorrow was doubled by the incontrovertible fact of her age. He took a step towards her, placing his hand on her shuddering back. "Glynn, Don't you touch me!" She rolled away from him, lost her footing, and fell to one knee. The flimsy flannel covering on the coffin tore. The wood was thin and vulnerable beneath it. Heart-pounding in both his chest and his ears, Linley staggered to a halt within sight of Fen Causeway. He dug in his pocket for his watch. He flipped it open, panting, and checked the time. 7 minutes. He shook his head, bent nearly double with his hands on his knees, wheezing like an undiagnosed case of emphysema. Less than a mile's run, and he felt completely done for. 16 years of cigarette smoking had taken its toll. 10 months of abstinence was not enough to redeem him. He stumbled onto the worn wooden planks that bridged the stream between Robinson Crusoe's Island and Sheep's Green. He leaned against the metal rail, threw his head back, and gulped in air like a man saved from drowning. Sweat beaded his face and dampened his jersey. What a wonderful experience it was to run! With a grunt he turned to rest his elbows against the rail, letting his head hang while he caught his breath. 7 minutes, he thought, and not quite a mile. She would have run the same course in not much more than 5. There could be no doubt about it. She ran daily with her stepmother. She was a long-distance runner. She ran with the Cambridge cross-country team. If her calendar was any indication of reality, she had been running with the University Hare and Hounds as far back as last January, and probably before. Depending on the distance she had planned to go that morning, her pacing might have been different. But he couldn't imagine her taking any longer than 10 minutes to run to the island, no matter the course she had intended to follow. That being the case, unless she stopped off somewhere along the route, she would have reached the site of her murder no later than 6:25. Respiration finally slowing, he raised his head. Even without the fog which had shrouded most of the region on the previous day, he had to admit that this was an exceptional spot for a murder. Crack willows, alders, and beeches, none of them yet leafless, created an impenetrable screen which shielded the island not only from the Causeway Bridge, which arched above its south end on the way into the town, but also from the public footpath that ran along the stream, Sheehan's bit of a ditch not 10 feet away. Anyone wishing to carry off a crime reaped the benefit of virtual privacy here. And although the occasional pedestrian crossed over the larger bridge from Coe Fen to the island and from there to the footpath, although bicycle riders pedalled across Sheep's Green or along the river, in the night-time darkness of 6:30 on a cold November morning, the killer could have been fairly certain that no witness would come upon the beating and strangulation of Elena Weaver. At 6:30 in the morning no one would even be in the area, except her stepmother, and her presence had been eliminated with a simple call placed on the sea-phone, a call made by someone who presumed, on a personal knowledge of Justine, to assume that, given the opportunity, she wouldn't run by herself the next morning. Of course she had run anyway, but it was the killer's luck that she had chosen a different route, if indeed it had been luck at all. Linley pushed himself off the railing and walked across the footbridge onto the island. A tall wooden gate leading to the north end stood open, and Linley entered to see a work-shed with punts piled to one side of it, and 3 old bicycles leaning against its green doors. Inside, bundled in heavy pullovers against the cold, 3 men were examining a hole in a punt. Fluorescent lights along the ceiling yellowed their skin. The scent of marine varnish made a weight of the air. It wafted from a crowded workbench, where 2-gallon cans stood open, with paint-brushes resting across their tops. It spread from 2 other punts, freshly refurbished,
that rested on sawhorses waiting to dry. "Bloomin' idiots they are," one of the men was saying. "Look at this bash, will you? It's carelessness, that is. They none of them have a stitch of respect." One of the other men looked up. Linley saw that he was young, no more than 20. His face was spotty, his hair was long, and his earlobe sported a glittering zircon stud. He said, "Help you, mate?" The other two ceased working. They were middle-aged and tired-looking. One gave Linley a once-over look that took in his makeshift running clothes of brown tweed, blue wool, and white leather. The other went to the far end of the shed, where he fired up an electric sander and began to savage the side of a canoe. Having seen the official crime scene notice still marking off the south end of the island, Linley wondered why Sheehan had done nothing about this section. He discovered soon enough when the younger man said, "No one shuts us out just 'cause some slag's in the shit." "Leave off, Derek," the older man said. "It's a killing they're dealing with, not some lady in distress." Derek tossed his head derisively. He pulled a cigarette from his blue jeans and lit one with a kitchen match, which he threw to the floor, casually oblivious of the proximity of several cans of paint. Identifying himself, Linley asked if any of them had known the dead girl. Just that she was from the university, they told him. They had no more information than what the police had given them upon their arrival at the workshop yesterday morning. They knew only that a college girl's body had been found on the south end of the island, with her face mashed up and some string round her neck. Had the police conducted a search of this northern area? Linley wanted to know. "Poked their faces everywhere, they did," Derek replied. "Cut right through the gate before we even got here. Ned was right cheesed off about that all day." He shouted through the noise that screeched from the sander at the end of the building, "Weren't you, mate?" If he heard him, Ned gave no sign. He was fully intent upon the canoe. "You noticed nothing out of the ordinary?" Linley said. Derek blew cigarette smoke from his mouth and sucked it up with his nostrils. He grinned, apparently pleased with the effect. "You mean aside from about 2 dozen coppers crawling round through the bushes trying to pin what they can on blokes like us?" "How's that?" Linley asked. "It's the regular story. Some college tart got bagged. The coppers are looking to nab a local, because if the university nits don't like the nature of the collar, all hell's going to break loose. Just ask Bill here how it works." Bill didn't appear to be willing to hold forth on this particular topic. He busied himself at the workbench, where he picked up a hacksaw and went after a narrow piece of wood being held steady by an old red vice. Derek said, "His boy works on the local rag, he does. Was following a story about some bloke who supposedly offed himself last spring. Uni didn't like the way the story was developing, and bang on the button they tried to quash it straight away. That's the way it runs round here, mister." Derek stabbed a dirty thumb in the direction of the centre of town. "Uni liked the locals to toe the uni line." "Isn't that sort of thing dead and gone?" Linley asked. "I mean the town and gown strife." Bill finally spoke. "Depends on who you ask." Derek added, "Yeah, it's dead and gone all right when you're talking with the toffs downriver. They don't see trouble till it smacks them in the face. But it's a bit different, isn't it, when you're rubbing your elbows with the likes of us?" Linley gave thought to Derek's words as he walked back to the south end of the island and ducked under the established police line. How often had he heard variations on that theme espoused religiously over the last few years? We've no class system any longer. It's dead and gone. It was always stated with well-meaning sincerity by someone whose career, whose background, or whose money effectively blinded him to the reality of life, while all the time those without brilliant careers, those without family trees whose roots plunged deeply into British soil, those without access to ready money, or even the hope of saving a few pounds from their weekly pay, those were the people who recognized the insidious social strata of a society that claimed no strata existed at the very same moment as it labelled a man from the sound of his voice. The university would probably be the first to deny the existence of barriers between gown and town, and why would they not? For those who are the primary architects of ramparts rarely if ever feel constricted by their presence. Still, he had difficulty attributing Elena Weaver's death to the resurrection of a social dispute. Had a local been involved in the killing, his instincts told him that the very same local would have been involved with Elena. But no local had known her, from what he had been able to ascertain, and, following any pathway that led towards town and gown, promised, he felt certain, to be a search for nothing. He walked along the trail of boards which the Cambridge police had laid down from the island's wrought-iron gate to the site of the murder. Everything that constituted potential evidence had been swept up and carted away by the crime scene team. Only a roughly shaped fire ring remained, half buried in front of a fallen branch. He went to this and sat. Whatever difficulties existed within the political arena of Cambridge Constabulary's forensic department, the crime scene team had done their job well. The ashes from the fire ring had been sifted through. It looked as if some of them had even been removed. Next to the branch he saw the impression of a bottle in the damp earth, and he remembered the list of items which Sarah Gordon had said she had seen. He wondered about this, picturing a killer clever enough to use an unopened wine bottle, to dump the wine in the river afterwards, to wash the bottle inside and out, to tamp it into the earth so that it looked like part of the general rubbish in the area. Smeared with mud, it would appear to have been there for weeks. Moisture inside would be attributed to the damp. Filled with wine, it suited the still limited description of the weapon which had been used to beat the girl. But if that was the case, how on earth were they to trace a bottle of wine in a city where students kept supplies of drink in their very own rooms? He shoved himself off the branch and walked to the clearing where the body had been hidden. Nothing was left to indicate that yesterday morning a pile of leaves had camouflaged a killing. Bladder campion, English ivy, nettles, and wild strawberries remained untrampled, despite the fact that every leaf on every plant had been scrutinized and evaluated by people trained to ferret out the truth. He moved to the river and gazed across the wide expanse of marshy land that constituted Cove Fen, along whose far edge the beige rise of the buildings of Peterhouse lay. He studied them, admitting the fact that he could see them clearly, admitting that at this distance their lights, especially the light from one building's lantern cupola, would probably glow visibly through all but the most impenetrable fog. He admitted also that he was checking out Sarah Gordon's story. He admitted also that he could not have said why. He began to turn from the river and caught on the air the unmistakable sour smell of human vomit, just a solitary whiff of it, like the breath of an illness that was passing by. He tracked this to its source on the bank, a coagulating pool of greenish-brown slop. It was lumpy and foul, with the tracks and the peck-marks of birds sinking into it. As he bent to examine it, he could hear Sergeant Haver's laconic comment, "Her neighbour's cleared her, Inspector. Her story checks out. But you can always ask her what she had for brekkie and cart this into forensic for a check-out as well." Perhaps he thought that was the problem he was having with Sarah Gordon. Everything about her story checked out completely. There wasn't a hole anywhere. "Why do you want a hole?" Havers would have asked. "Your job isn't to want holes. Your job is to find them. And when you can't find them, you just move on." He decided to do so, following the trail of boards back the way he had come, leaving the island. He walked up the rise in the path that led up to the Causeway Bridge, where a gate gave way to a pavement and the street. Directly across from it was a similar gate, and he went to see what lay beyond it. A morning jogger, he realized, coming along the river from the direction of St. Stephen's, would have three options upon reaching Fen Causeway: a turn to the left, and she would run past the Department of Engineering in the direction of Parker's Piece and the Cambridge Police Station; a turn to the right, and she would head towards Newnham Road, and if she persisted far enough, to Barton beyond it. Or he now saw she could proceed straight ahead, crossing the street, ducking through this second gate, and continuing south along the river. Whoever killed her, he realized, must have not only known her route, but also known her options. Whoever killed her, he realized, had known in advance that the only certain chance of catching her was at Crusoe's Island. He was feeling the cold beginning to seep through his clothes, and he headed back the way he had come, maintaining a slower pace this time, one designed merely to keep himself warm. As he made the final turn from Senate House Passage, where Senate House itself and the outer walls of Gonville and Caius College were acting like a refrigerated wind tunnel, he saw Sergeant Havers emerging from the gatehouse of St. Stephen's, looking dwarfed by its turrets and its heraldic carving of Yales supporting the founder's coat of arms. She gave his appearance a poker-faced scrutiny. "Going under cover, Inspector?" He joined her. "Don't I blend in with the environment? You're a regular bit of camouflage. Your sincerity overwhelms me." He explained what he had been doing, ignoring the cocked and leery eyebrow which she raised at his references to Sarah Gordon's corroborative vomit, and finishing with, "I'd say Elena ran the course in about 5 minutes, Havers, but if she was intent on having a fairly long workout, then she may have paced herself, so 10 at the extreme." Havers nodded. She squinted down the lane in the direction of King's College, saying, "If the porter really saw her leave round 6:15, and I think we can depend upon that, then she got to the island far in advance of Sarah Gordon, wouldn't you say? Unless she stopped off somewhere en route." "Where?" "Adam Jens said his digs are by Little St. Mary's. That's less than a block from part of Elena's run." "Are you saying she stopped off for a morning cuppa?" "Perhaps. Perhaps not. But if Adam was looking for her yesterday morning, he wouldn't have had much trouble finding her, would he?" They crossed over to Ivy Court, wound their way through the ubiquitous rows of bicycles, and headed towards O Staircase. "I need a shower," Linley said. "As long as I don't have to scrub your back." When he returned from the shower, he found her at his desk, perusing the notes he had written on the previous night. She'd made herself at home, scattering her belongings across the room, one scarf on the bed, another draped across the armchair, her coat on the floor. Her shoulder-bag gaped upon the desk-top, spilling out pencils, cheque-book, a plastic comb with missing teeth, and an orange lapel button printed with the message, "Chicken Little was right." Somewhere in this wing of the building she'd managed to find a stocked gyp-room, for she'd made a pot of tea, some of which she was pouring into a gold-rimmed cup. "I see you've brought out the best china," he said, toweling off his hair. She tapped her finger against it. The sound snapped sharply rather than sang. "Plastic," she said. "Can your lips endure the insult?" "They'll soldier through." "Good." She poured a cup for him. "There was milk as well, but there were white globs floating in it, so I left its future to science." She dropped in 2 sugar cubes, stirred the brew with one of her pencils, and handed him the cup. "And would you please put on a shirt, Inspector? You've got lovely pectorals, but I tend to go light-headed at the sight of a man's chest." He obliged her by completing the dressing which he'd begun in the icy bathroom down the corridor. He took his tea to the armchair, where he saw to his shoes. "What do you have?" he asked her. She pushed his notebook to one side and swivelled the desk chair so that she was facing him. She rested her right ankle on her left knee, which gave him his first glimpse of her socks. They were red. "We've got fibres," she said, "on both armpits of her track jacket, cotton, polyester, and rayon. They could have come from something in her cupboard. Right. Yes, they're checking for a match." "So we're wide open there?" "No, not exactly." He saw she was holding back a satisfied smile. "The fibres were black." "Ah." "Yes, my guess is that he dragged her by the armpits onto the island and left the fibres that way." He swam by that hook of potential culpability. "What about the weapon? Have they made any headway with what was used to beat her?" "They keep coming up with the same description. It's smooth, it's heavy, and it left no trace deposit on the body. The only change in what we knew before is that they've moved off calling it your standard blunt object. They've deleted the adjective, but they're looking like the dickens for some others. Sheehan was talking about bringing in help to have a go with the body, because apparently his 2 pathologists have a history of being incapable of coming to a clear conclusion, not to mention an agreement on anything." "He indicated there might be trouble with forensic," Linley said. He thought about the weapon, pondered the location, and said, "Wood seems possible, doesn't it, Havers?" As usual, she was with him. "An oar, you mean? A paddle?" "That would be my guess." "Then we'd have trace evidence, a splinter, a speck of varnish, something left behind." But they've absolutely nothing. Not a sprat. That's hell. Right. We're nowhere with trace evidence if we're hoping to build a case out of that. But there's good news otherwise. Lovely news, in fact. She brought forth several folded sheets of paper from her shoulder bag. Sheehan fielded the autopsy results while I was there. We may not have trace, but we've got ourselves a motive. You've been saying that ever since we met Leonard Thorson. But this is better than being turned in for sexual harassment, sir. This is the real thing. Turn him in for this, and he's had it for good. Turn him in for what? She handed him the report. Elena Weaver was pregnant. Chapter 10. Which naturally brings up the question of those unused birth control pills, doesn't it? Havers continued. Linley fetched his spectacles from his jacket pocket, returned to the chair, and read the report. She'd been 8 weeks pregnant. It was now the 14th of November. 8 weeks took them back to sometime during the 3rd week of September, before Cambridge was in session. But he wondered, was it also before Elena herself had come to the city? Havers was saying, and once I told him about them, Sheehan waxed anachronistically eloquent on the subject for a good 10 minutes. Linley roused himself. What? The pregnancy, sir. What about it? She dropped her shoulders in disgust. Haven't you been listening? I was wondering about the timeline. Was she in London when she became pregnant? Was she in Cambridge? He dismissed the questions momentarily. What was Sheehan's point? It sounded like a bit of Victoriana, but as Sheehan put it, in this environment we ought to be concentrating on archaic with a capital A, and his conjecture has a nice feel to it, sir. She used a pencil to tap out each point against her knee. Sheehan suggested that Elena had something going with a senior member of the college. She came up pregnant. She wanted marriage. He wanted his career. He knew he'd be ruined for advancement if the word got out that he'd made a student pregnant. And she threatened to let the word out, thinking that would bend him to her will. But it didn't go as she planned. He killed her instead. You're still hanging on to Leonard Thorson, then? It fits, Inspector. And that address on Seymour Street that she'd written on her calendar? I checked it out. And a health clinic. According to the staff doctor, who was only too happy to help the police with their inquiries, Elena was there on Wednesday afternoon for a pregnancy test. And we know Thorson went to see her Thursday night. He was done for, Inspector. But it was worse than that. Why? The birth control pills in her room. The date on them was last February, but they hadn't been taken. Sir, I think Elena was trying to get herself pregnant. Havers took a sip of tea. Your basic entrapment. Linley frowned at the report, removed his spectacles, and polished them on the tail of Havers' scarf. I don't see how that follows. She merely might have stopped taking them because there was no reason to do so, no man in her life. When one came along, she was unprepared. Rubbish, Havers said. Most women know in advance if they're going to sleep with a man. They generally know the moment they meet him. But they don't know, do they, if they're going to be raped? All right, given. But you've got to see Thorson's in line for that as well. Certainly. But he's not alone, Havers, and perhaps not even at the head of the queue. A sharp double knock sounded on the door. When Linley called out in acknowledgment, the St. Stephen's day porter popped his head inside the room. "Message," he said, holding out a folded slip of paper. "Thought it best to bring it over." "Thank you." Linley got to his feet. The porter curled back his arm. "Not for you, Inspector," he said. "It's for the sergeant." Havers took it from him with a nod of thanks. The porter withdrew. Linley watched his sergeant read. Her face fell. She crumpled the paper, crossing back to the desk. He said easily, "I think we've done all we can for today, Havers." He took out his watch. "It's after— Good Lord, look at the time. It's after 3:30 already. Perhaps you ought to think about—" She dropped her head. He watched her fumble with her shoulder bag. He didn't have the heart to continue the pretence. They weren't bankers, after all. They didn't work businessmen's hours. "It's not working," she said. She flung the bit of paper into the rubbish basket. "I wish someone would tell me why the hell nothing ever seems to work out." "Go home," he said. "See to her. I'll handle things here."
"There's too much for you to do. It's not fair."
"It may not be fair, but it's also an order. Go home, Barbara. You can be there by 5. Come back in the morning."
"I'll check out Thorson first."
"There's no need for that. He's not going anywhere."
"I'll check him out anyway."
She took up her shoulder bag and picked her coat off the floor. When she turned to him, he saw that her nose and cheeks had become quite red. He said, "Barbara, the right thing is sometimes the most obvious thing. You know that, don't you?"
"That's the hell of it,"
she replied.
"My husband isn't home, Inspector. He and Glynn have gone to make the funeral arrangements."
"I think you can give me the information I need." Justine Weaver looked beyond him to the drive, where the fading afternoon light was winking along the right wing of his car. Brows drawn together, she appeared to be trying to decide what to do about him. She crossed her arms and pressed her fingers into the sleeves of her gabardine blazer. It might have been a gesture to keep herself warm, save for the fact that she didn't move away from the door to get out of the wind.
"I don't see how. I've told you everything I know about Sunday night and Monday morning."
"But not, I dare say, everything you know about Elena." Her eyes moved off the car to him. Hers, he saw, were morning glory blue, and their colour needed no heightening through an appropriate choice of clothes. Although her presence at home at this hour suggested that she hadn't gone to work that day, she was dressed with nearly as much formality as she had been on the previous night, in a taupe blazer, a blouse buttoned to the throat and printed with a soft impression of small leaves, and slim wool trousers. She'd swept her long hair off her face with a single comb. She said,
"I think you ought to speak with Anthony, Inspector."
Linley smiled. "Indeed." In the street, the double tin ringing of a bicycle bell was met by the answering honk of a horn. Closer by, 3 hawkfinches swept in an arc from the roof to the ground, their distinctive call, "Tsk!" like a repetitive single-word conversation. They hopped on the drive and pecked at the gravel, and, as one unit, shot into the air again. Justine followed their flight to a cypress on the edge of the lawn. Then she said,
"Come in,"
and stepped back from the door. She took his overcoat from him, smoothed it round the newel post at the bottom of the stairs, and led him into the sitting-room where they had met on the previous night. Unlike the previous night, however, she made no offer of refreshment. Instead, she went to the glass tea-table along the wall and made a small adjustment to its arrangement of silk tulips. That done, she turned to face him, hands clasped loosely in front of her. In that setting, dressed and posed as she was, she looked like a mannequin. Linley wondered what it took to fracture her control. He said, "When did Elena arrive in Cambridge for Michaelmas term this year?"
"The term began the first week of October."
"I'm aware of that. I was wondering if she came here in advance, perhaps to stay with you and her father. It will take a few days to settle into the college, I should think. Her father would want to help her." Her right hand slowly climbed her left arm, stopping just above the elbow, where her thumbnail dug in and began to trace a circular pattern. "She must have arrived some time towards the middle of September, because we had a gathering for some of the history faculty on the 13th, and she was here for the party, I remember that. Shall I check the calendar? Do you need the exact date when she came to us?" "She stayed here with you and your husband when she first came to town?"
"As much as Elena could be said to stay anywhere. She was on the go, in and out most of the time. She liked to be active."
"All night?" Her hand climbed to her shoulder, then rested beneath the collar of her blouse like a cradle for her neck.
"That's a curious question. What is it you're asking?"
"Elena was 8 weeks pregnant when she died." A quick tremor passed across her face, like a frisson that was emotional rather than physical. Before he could assess it, she had dropped her eyes. Her hand, however, remained at her throat. "You knew," Linley said. She looked up.
"No, but I'm not surprised."
"Because of someone she was seeing? Someone you knew about?" Her gaze went from him to the sitting-room doorway, as if she expected to see Elena's lover standing there. "Mrs. Weaver," Linley said, Right now we're looking directly at a possible motive for your stepdaughter's murder. If you know something, I'd appreciate your telling me about it." "This should come from Anthony, not from me." "Why?" "Because I was her stepmother." She returned her gaze to him. It was remarkably cool. "Do you understand? I don't have the sort of rights you seem to think I have." "Rights to speak ill of this particular dead?" "If you will." "You didn't like Elena, that's obvious enough. But all things considered, you're hardly in a unique situation. No doubt you're one of millions of women who don't much care for the children they've been saddled with through a second marriage." "Children who generally aren't murdered, Inspector." The stepmother's secret hope transformed into reality. He saw the answer in her instinctive shrinking away from him as he asked the question. Quietly he said, "It's no crime, Mrs. Weaver, and you're not the first person to have your blackest wish granted beyond your wildest dreams." She left the tea-table abruptly and walked to the sofa where she sat, not leaning back against it, not sinking into it, but perched on the edge, with her hands in her lap and her back like a rod. She said, "Please sit down, Inspector Linley." When he did so, taking a place in the leather armchair that faced the sofa, she continued, "All right. I knew that Elena was—" She seemed to be searching for an appropriate euphemism. "Sexual?" "Sexually active." And when she nodded, pressing her lips together as if with the intention of smoothing out the salmon lipstick she wore, Linley said, "Did she tell you?" "It was obvious. I could smell it on her. When she had sex, she didn't always bother with washing herself afterwards, and it's a rather distinctive odour, isn't it?" "You didn't counsel her? Your husband didn't speak to her?" "About her hygiene?" Justine's expression was mildly, if only distantly, amused. "I think Anthony preferred to remain oblivious of what his nose was telling him." "And you?" "I tried to talk to her several times. At first I thought that she might not be aware of how she ought to be taking care of herself. I also thought it might be wise to find out if she was taking precautions against pregnancy. Frankly, I'd never got the impression that she and Glynn engaged in many mother-daughter conversations." "She didn't want to talk to you, I take it?" "On the contrary, she did talk. In fact, she was rather entertained by what I had to say. She informed me that she'd been on the pill since she was 14 years old, when she began fucking, her word, Inspector, not mine, the father of one of her school friends. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. As to her personal hygiene, Elena knew all about how to take care of herself. She went unwashed deliberately. She wanted people to know she was having sex. Particularly, I think she wanted her father to know." "What gave you that impression?" "There were times when she'd come by quite late, and we were still up, and she'd hang on her father and hug him and press her cheek against his and rub up against him, and all the time she was reeking like—" Justine's fingers felt for her wedding band. "Was she trying to arouse him?" "I thought so at first. Who wouldn't have thought so with her carrying on like that? But then I began to think that she merely was trying to rub his face in normal." It was a curious expression. "An act of defiance?" "No, not at all. An act of compliance." She must have seen the next query on his face, for she went on with, "I'm being normal, Daddy. See how normal I am? I'm partying and drinking and having regular sex. Isn't this what you wanted? Didn't you want a normal child?" Linley saw how her words reaffirmed the picture which Terence Cuff had painted obliquely on the previous night about Anthony Weaver's relationship with his daughter. "I know he didn't want her to sign," Linley said, "but as for the rest—" "Inspector, he didn't want her to be deaf, nor did Glynn, for that matter." Elena knew this. How could she help knowing? They'd spent her entire life trying to shape her into a normal woman, the very thing she could never hope to be. Because she was deaf. Yes. For the first time Justine's posture altered. She leaned forward fractionally to make her point. "Deaf isn't normal, Inspector." She waited for a moment before going on, looking as if she were gauging his reaction. And he did feel the reaction course swiftly through him. It was an aversion of the sort he always felt when someone made a comment that was xenophobic, homophobic, or racist. "You see," she said, "you want to make her normal as well. You even want to call her normal and condemn me for daring to suggest that being deaf is different. I can see it on your face. Deaf is as normal as anything else, which is exactly what Anthony wanted to think. So you can't really judge him, can you, for wanting to describe his daughter in the very same way as you've just done?" There was sheer, cool insight behind the words. Linley wondered how much time and reflection had gone into Justine Weaver's being able to make such a detached evaluation. But Elena could judge him. And she did, just that. "Adam Gent told me he saw her occasionally at your husband's request." Justine returned to her original upright position. "Anthony had hopes that Elena might attach herself to Adam." "Could he be the one who made her pregnant, then?" "I don't think so. Adam only met her this past September at the faculty party I mentioned earlier." "But if she became pregnant shortly thereafter?" Justine dismissed this by quickly raising her hand from her lap to stop his words. She'd been having sex frequently since the previous December, long before she knew Adam. Once again she seemed to anticipate his next question. "You're wondering how I could know that so definitely?" It was nearly a year ago, after all. She'd come in to show us the gown she'd bought for the Christmas ball. She undressed to try it on. "And she hadn't washed?" "She hadn't washed." "Who took her to the ball?" "Gareth Randolph." The deaf boy. Linley reflected upon the fact that Gareth Randolph's name was becoming like a constant undercurrent, omnipresent beneath the flow of information. He evaluated the manner in which Elena Weaver might have used him as an instrument of revenge. If she was acting out of a need to rub her father's face in his own desire that she be a normal, functioning woman, what better way to throw that desire back at him than to become pregnant? She'd be giving him what he ostensibly wanted, a normal daughter with normal needs and normal emotions, whose body functioned in a perfectly normal way. At the same time she'd be getting what she wanted, retaliation by choosing as the father of her child a deaf man. It was at heart a perfect circle of vengeance. He only wondered if Elena had been that devious, or if her stepmother was using the fact of the pregnancy to paint a portrait of the girl that would serve her own ends. He said, "Since January, Elena had marked her calendar periodically with a small drawing of a fish. Does that mean anything to you?" "A fish?" "A pencil drawing similar to the symbol used for Christianity. It appears several times each week. It's on the calendar the night before she died." "A fish?" "Yes, as I've said, a fish." "I can't think of what it might mean." "A society she belonged to, a person she was meeting." "You make her life sound like a spy novel, Inspector." "It appears to be something clandestine, wouldn't you agree?" "Why?" "Why not just write out whatever the fish stood for?" "Perhaps it was too long. Perhaps it was easier to draw the fish. It can't mean much. Why would she worry about someone else seeing something she was putting on her personal calendar? It was probably shorthand, a device she used to remind herself of something, a supervision perhaps, or an assignation. Considering how Elena was telegraphing her sexual activity, Inspector, I hardly think she'd be disguising an assignation when it came to her own calendar." "Perhaps she had to. Perhaps she only wanted her father to know what she was doing, but not with whom. And he'd have seen her calendar. He'd have been in her room, so she might not have wanted him to see the name." Linley waited for her to respond. When she did not do so, he said, "Elena had birth control pills in her desk, but she hadn't taken them since February. Can you explain that?" "Only in the most obvious way, I'm afraid. She wanted to get pregnant. But that doesn't surprise me. It was, after all, the normal thing to do. Love a man, have his baby." "You and your husband have no children, Mrs. Weaver?" The quick change in subject, tagged logically onto her own statement, seemed to take her momentarily aback. Her lips parted. "Madame, straighten her spine even further, but it may have been the result of the breath she took before she replied quite evenly, "We have no children." He waited to see if she would say more, relying upon the fact that his own silence had so often in the past proved more effective than the most pointed question in pressuring someone into disclosure. Moments ticked by. Outside the sitting-room window, a sudden gust of wind tossed a spray of field maple leaves against the glass. They looked like a billowing saffron cloud. Justine said, "Will there be anything else?" and smoothed her hand along the perfect knife-edged crease in her trousers. It was a gesture which eloquently declared her the victor, if only for an instant, in the brief battle of their wills. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. For the Sake of Elena, by Elizabeth George, continued. Cassette 6, Side 1. Justine said, "Will there be anything else?" and smoothed her hand along the perfect knife-edged crease in her trousers. It was a gesture which eloquently declared her the victor, if only for an instant, in the brief battle of their wills. He admitted defeat, standing and saying, "Not at the moment." She walked with him to the front door and handed him his overcoat. Her expression, he saw, was no different from what it had been when she first admitted him into the house. He wanted to marvel at the degree to which she had herself under control, but instead he found himself wondering whether it was a matter of mastering any revealing emotions, or a matter of having or experiencing those emotions in the first place. He told himself it was to assess this latter possibility, rather than to meet the challenge of cracking the composure of someone who seemed so invulnerable, that he asked his final question. "An artist from Grantchester found Elena's body yesterday morning," he said. "Sarah Gordon. Do you know her?" Quickly she bent to pick up the stem of a leaf, which lay barely discernible on the parquet floor. She rubbed her finger along the spot where she had found it, back and forth 3 or 4 times, as if the minuscule stem had somehow damaged the wood. When she had seen to it to her satisfaction, she stood again. "No," she said. She met his eyes directly. "I don't know Sarah Gordon." It was a bravura performance. He nodded, opened the door, and walked out onto the drive. Round the corner of the house an Irish setter bounded gracefully towards them, a dirty tennis ball in his mouth. He vaulted past the Bentley and hurtled onto the lawn, making a joyful racecourse of its perimeter, before he leaped over a white wrought-iron table and dashed across the drive to land in a happy heap at Linley's feet. He loosened his jaws and deposited the ball on the drive, tail wagging hopefully, and silky coat rippling like soft reeds in the wind. Linley picked up the ball and flung it beyond the cypress tree. With a yelp of delight the dog hurtled after it. Once again he raced round the edge of the lawn. Once more he leaped over the wrought-iron table. Once more he landed in a heap at Linley's feet. "Again," his eyes said. "Again, again." "She always came to play with him in the late afternoon," Justine said. "He's waiting for her. He doesn't know that she's gone." "Adam said the dog ran with you and Elena in the morning," Linley said. "Did you take him yesterday when you went alone?" "I didn't want the trouble. He'd have wanted to head in the direction of the river. I wasn't going that way, and I didn't want him to fight me." Linley rubbed his knuckles on the top of the setter's head. When he stopped, the dog used his nose to flip the hand back into appropriate petting position once again. Linley smiled. "What's his name?" She called him Townie. Justine didn't allow herself to react until she reached the kitchen, and even then she wasn't aware she was reacting, until she saw that her hand, grasping the water-glass, was clenched solidly round it as if she'd been suddenly afflicted by a stroke. She turned on the tap, let the water flow, held the glass beneath it. She felt as if every argument and discussion, every moment of pleading, every second of emptiness over the last few years, had somehow been both concentrated and compressed into a single statement. "You and your husband have no children." And she herself had given the detective the opening to make that observation. Love a man, have his baby. But not here, not now, not in this house, not with this man. With the water still running, she brought the glass to her lips and forced herself to drink.
She filled the glass a second time, forced the water down again. She filled it a third time and drank again. Only then did she turn off the tap, raise her eyes from the sink, and look out the kitchen window into the rear garden, where 2 grey wagtails bobbed up and down on the edge of the bird-bath, while a plump wood-pigeon watched them from the sloping tile roof of the garden shed. For a while she had harboured the secret hope that she might arouse him to such an extent that he simply lost himself, lost his control in the desire to have her. She had even taken to reading books, in which she was alternately advised to be playful, to keep him off guard, to become his fantasy whore, to sensitize her own body to stimulation so that she might more readily understand his, to become aware of erogenous zones, to demand, expect, require an orgasm, to vary positions, locations, times, and circumstances, to be aloof, to be warm, to be honest, to be submissive. All of the reading and all of the advice left her nothing more than bewildered. It did not change her, nor did it alter the fact that nothing, no amount of sighing, moaning, coaxing, or stimulating, kept Antony from rising from her at the crucial moment, fumbling in the drawer, tearing open the package, and sheathing himself with a millimeter's despicable latex protection, her punishment for having threatened, in the heat of a wretchedly futile argument, to stop taking the pills without his knowledge. He had one child, he would not have another. He could not betray Elena again. He had walked out on her, and he would not make the implied rejection worse by having another child that Elena might see as a replacement for herself or a competitor for her father's love. Nor would he run the risk of her thinking that he was seeking to satisfy his own needs of ego by producing a child who could hear. They had talked about it all before they married. He had been forthright from the first, letting her know that children between them were out of the question, considering his age and his responsibilities to Elena. At the time, 25 years old and just 3 years into a career at which she was determined to be a success, the idea of having a child had been remote. Her attention had been fixed upon the world of publishing and upon her rise to significance within it. But if the passage of 10 years had brought her a fine degree of professional success, 35 years old and publishing director of a highly respected press, it also brought her one step closer to the immutable fact of her own mortality and to the need to leave behind something that was her own creation and not the product of someone else. Each month ticked its way through another cycle, each egg washed away in a rush of blood. Each gasp of completion her husband experienced marked another wasting of the possibility of life. But Elena had been pregnant. Justine wanted to howl. She wanted to weep. She wanted to pull her lovely wedding china from the cupboard and hurl every piece of it against the wall. She wanted to overturn furniture and smash picture frames and drive her fist through the windows. But instead she lowered her eyes to the glass which she held, and she placed it with careful, decided precision into the unblemished porcelain sink. She thought of the time she had observed Antony watching his daughter, how that blaze of blind love had burned its way across his face. And all the while, confronted with this, she had still managed a disciplined restraint, holding her tongue rather than speaking the truth, and running the risk of his concluding that she did not share his love for Elena. Elena! The wild and contradictory currents of life that ran through her, the restless, fierce energy, the probing mind, the exuberant humour, the deep, black anger, and always beneath everything that impassioned need for unequivocal acceptance at continual war with her desire for revenge. She had managed to achieve it. Justine wondered with what sort of anticipation Elena had looked forward to the moment when she would tell her father about her pregnancy, exacting a payment beyond his every expectation for the well-intentioned but nonetheless revealing crime of wanting her to be like everyone else. How Elena must have triumphed in the potential embarrassment to her father, and how she herself ought to be feeling some small degree of triumph at the idea of being in possession of a fact that would forever dispel Antony's illusions about his daughter. She was, after all, so decidedly glad that Elena was dead. Justine turned from the sink and walked into the dining-room, and from there to the sitting-room. The house was still, with only the sound of the wind outside, rushing through the creaking branches of an old liquid amber. She felt suddenly chilled and pressed her palm to her forehead and then to her cheeks, wondering if she was coming down with something. And then she sat on the sofa, hands folded in her lap, and regarded the neat, symmetrical pile of artificial coals in the fireplace. "We'll be giving her a home," he had said, when he'd learned that Elena would be coming up to Cambridge. "We'll be filling her with love. Nothing, Justine, is more important than that." For the first time since receiving Antony's distraught telephone call at work the previous day, Justine thought about how Elena's death might actually affect her marriage. For how many times had Antony spoken of the importance of providing a stable home for Elena outside the college, and how often had he alluded to the longevity of their 10-year marriage as a shining example of the kind of devotion, loyalty, and regenerative love which every couple sought and few couples found, describing it as an island of tranquillity to which his daughter could retreat and gain sustenance to face the challenges and battles of her life. "We're both Gemini," he had said. "We're the twins, Justine. You and I, the two of us against the world. She'll see that. She'll know it. It'll give her support." Elena would bask and grow in the radiance of their marital love. She would come to her womanhood better for the experience of having been exposed to a marriage that was solid and happy and loving and complete. That had been the plan, Antony's dream, and clinging to it in the face of all odds had allowed them both to continue to live in the middle of a lie. Justine looked from the fireplace to her wedding photograph. They were sitting, had it been some sort of bench, with Antony behind her, his hair longer then, but his moustache still conservatively trimmed, and his spectacles the same wire-rimmed frames. They were both of them gazing intently at the camera, half smiling, as if a show of too much happiness might belie the seriousness of their undertaking. It is, after all, a sober business to embark upon establishing the perfect marriage. But their bodies weren't touching in the picture. His arm wasn't embracing her. His hands didn't reach forward to cover her own. It was as if the photographer who had posed them had somehow seen a truth that they themselves had been unaware of. It was as if the photograph itself would not lie. For the first time Justine saw what the possibilities were if she did not take action, no matter how little to her liking that action was. Townie was still playing in the front garden when she left the house. Rather than take the time to shut him up at the rear of the house or in the garage, she called to him, opened the car door, and let him leap inside, unbothered by the fact that he left a muddy paw-print on the passenger seat. There wasn't time to consider a minor inconvenience like soiled upholstery. The car started with the purr of a well-tuned engine. She reversed down the drive and turned east into Adams Road, heading towards the city. Like all men, he was most likely a creature of habit, so he'd be finishing his day near Midsummer Common. The last of the sunlight fanned out behind the clouds, casting apricot beacons into the sky, and throwing the fret-edged shadows of trees like lace silhouettes across the road. In the passenger seat, Townie barked his approval at the sight of hedgerows and cars dashing by. He shifted his weight from right to left front paw. He whined with excitement. Clearly he thought they were engaged in a game. And it was a game of sorts, she supposed. But although all the players had taken their positions, the rules were non-existent, and only the most skilful opportunist among them would be able to shape the horrors of the last 30 hours into a victory that would outlast grief. The college boathouses lined the north side of the River Cam. They faced south, looking across the river and onto the expanse of Midsummer Common, where in the quick-falling darkness a young girl was grooming one of 2 horses, her yellow hair streaming out from beneath a cowboy hat, and great streaks of mud on the sides of her boots. The horse tossed his head, flicked his tail, and fought against her efforts, but the girl controlled him. The open land made the wind seem both stronger and colder. As Justine got out of the car, snapping the lead onto Townie's collar, 3 pieces of orange paper soared like rising birds into her face. She brushed them away. One fell against the bonnet of her Peugeot. She saw Elena's picture. It was a handout from Destu calling for information. She grabbed it before it could blow away and stuffed it into the pocket of her coat. She headed towards the river. At this time of day none of the rowing teams were out on the water. They generally used the morning for their practices. But the individual boathouses were themselves still open,
a row of elegant facades fronting nothing more than capacious sheds. Inside these, some oarsmen and women were ending their day in the way they had begun it, with talk about the season that would come with the end of Lent term. Everything now was focused upon preparation for that time of competition. Self-confidence and hopes had not yet been dashed by the sight of an unexpected 8 flying by, as if air and not water were the element against which they matched their strength. Justine and Townie followed the slow curve of the river, the dog straining at the lead and eager to make the acquaintance of 4 mallards who swam away from the bank at his approach. He bounded and barked, and Justine wrapped his lead round her hand and gave it a quick tug. "Behave," she told him. "This isn't a run." But of course he would think they were meant to run here. It was water, after all. It was what he was used to. Ahead of them, a lone rower was bringing in a scull, moving against the wind and the current at a furious clip. Justine could imagine that she heard him breathing, for even at this distance and in the failing light she could see the sheen of sweat on his face, and she could well envision the heaving of chest that must accompany it. She walked to the edge of the river. He didn't look up at once as he brought the craft in. Rather he remained bent over the oars, his head resting on his hands. His hair, thinning at the top and curly elsewhere, was damp and clung to his skull like a newborn's ringlets. Justine wondered how long he had been rowing, and whether the activity had done anything at all to assuage whatever emotion he might have felt when first he heard about Elena's death. And he had heard about it. Justine knew that from watching him. Although he rowed daily, he wouldn't have still been here in the dusk, the wind and the stinging cold, had he not needed to find a physical manner in which he could purge himself of his feelings. At Townie's whimper to be off and running, the man looked up. For a moment he said nothing, nor did Justine. The only sound between them was the scuffling of the dog's nails on the path, the warning honk of ducks who felt the other animal's proximity, and the blare of rock-and-roll music coming from one of the boat-houses. "You too," Justine thought, a song she recognized but could not have named. He got out of the scull and stood on the bank next to her, and she realized irrelevantly that she'd forgotten how short he was, perhaps 2 inches shorter than her own 5'9". He said with a futile gesture at the scull, "I didn't know what else to do. You might have gone home." He gave a virtually soundless laugh. It was a reply not of humour but affirmation. He touched his fingers to Townie's head. "He looks good. Healthy. She took good care of him." Justine reached into her pocket and pulled out the handout which had flown against her. She gave it to him. "Have you seen this?" He read it. He ran his fingers over the black print and then across the picture of Elena. "I've seen it," he said. "That's how I found out. No one phoned. I didn't know. I saw it in the senior combination room when I went in for coffee about 10 o'clock this morning. And then—" He looked across the river to Midsummer Common, where the girl was leading her horse in the direction of Fort St. George. "I didn't know what to do." "Were you home Sunday night, Victor?" He didn't look at her as he shook his head. "Was she with you?" "For a time." "And then?" "She went back to St. Stephen's. I stayed in my rooms." He finally looked her way. "How did you know about us? Did she tell you?" "Last September, the drinks party. You made love to Elena during the party, Victor." "Oh, God." "In the bathroom upstairs." "She followed me up. She came in. She—" He rubbed his hand along his jawline. He looked as if he hadn't shaved that day, for the stubble was thick, like a bruise on his skin. "Did you take off all your clothes?" "Christ, Justine!" "Did you?" "No. We stood against the wall. I lifted her up. She wanted it that way." "I see." "All right, I wanted it as well. Against the wall, just like that." "Did she tell you she was pregnant?" "Yes, she told me." "And?" "And what?" "What did you plan to do about it?" He'd been looking at the river, but now he turned back to her. "I planned to marry her," he said. It wasn't the answer she had come prepared to hear, although the more she thought about it, the less it surprised her. It did leave, however, a slight problem unresolved. "Victor," she said, "where was your wife Sunday night? What was Rowena doing while you were having Elena?"
Chapter 11. Linley was relieved to find Gareth Randolph in the offices of DES2, Cambridge University's odd acronym for the Deaf Students' Union. He had tried his room at Queen's College first, only to be directed to Fenner's, the central gymnasium for university sports, where the boxing team worked out for 2 hours each day. There, however, in the smaller of the two gyms, where he was assailed by the eye-prickling smells of sweat, damp leather, athletic tape, chalk, and unwashed workout clothes, Linley had questioned a lorry-sized heavyweight who had pointed his side-of-beef fist in the direction of the exit and said that the Bant, apparently a reference to Gareth's bantamweight, was sitting by the phones at DES2 hoping for a call about the bird who got killed. "She was his woman," the heavyweight said. "He's taking it hard." And he drove his fists like battering rams into the punching bag which hung from the ceiling, putting his shoulders into each blow with such force that it seemed as if the floor shook beneath him. Linley wondered if Gareth Randolph was as powerful a fighter in his own weight class. He considered this question on the way to DES2. Anthony Weaver had made allegations about the boy that he could not avoid coupling with Haver's report from the Cambridge police. Whatever Elena had been beaten with, it had left no trace. DES2 was housed in the basement of the Peterhouse Library, not far from the University Graduate Centre, just at the bottom of Little St. Mary's Lane, little more than 2 blocks from Queen's College, where Gareth Randolph lived. Its offices were tucked at the end of a low-ceilinged corridor, illuminated by bright, round globes of light. They had 2 means of access, one through the Lubbock Room on the ground floor of the library, and the other directly from the street at the rear of the building, not 50 yards away from the Mill Lane footbridge, across which Elena Weaver had to have run on the morning of her death. The main office door of opaque glass bore the words, "Deaf Students of Cambridge University," and beneath that the less formal DES2 was superimposed, over 2 hands crossed, fingers extended, palms outward. Linley had given lengthy thought to how he was going to communicate with Gareth Randolph. He had played round with the idea of calling Superintendent Sheehan to see if he had an interpreter associated with the Cambridge police. He'd never spoken with anyone deaf before, and from what he had gathered over the last 24 hours, Gareth Randolph did not have Elena Weaver's facility for reading lips, nor did he have her spoken language. Once inside the office, however, he saw that things would take care of themselves. For talking to a woman who sat behind a desk piled with pamphlets, papers, and books was a knobby-ankled, bespectacled girl with her hair in plaits and a pencil stuck behind her ear. As she chatted and laughed, she was signing simultaneously. She also turned in his direction at the sound of the door opening. Here, Linley thought, would be his interpreter. "Gareth Randolph," the woman behind the desk said in answer to Linley's question, and after an inspection of his warrant card. "He's just in the conference room. Bernadette, will you—" And then to Linley, "I assume you don't sign, Inspector?" "I don't." Bernadette adjusted the pencil more firmly behind her ear, grinned sheepishly at this momentary display of self-importance, and said, "Right, come along with me, Inspector. We'll see what's what." She led him back the way he had come, and then down a short corridor whose ceiling was lined with pipes painted white. She said, "Gareth's been here most of the day. He's not doing very well." "Because of the murder?" "He had a thing for Elena. Everyone knew it." "Did you know Elena yourself?" "Just to see her. The others," with a jutting out of her elbows to encompass the area and presumably the membership of DES2, "they sometimes like to have an interpreter go with them to their lectures, just to make sure they don't miss anything important. That's my function, by the way, interpreting. I make extra money to see me through the term that way. I get to hear some pretty decent lectures as well. I did a special Stephen Hawking lecture last week. What a job that was, trying to sign. Astrophysical whatevers. It was like a foreign language." "I can well imagine." "The lecture hall was so quiet, you'd have thought God was putting in an appearance. And after it was over, everyone stood and applauded, and—" She rubbed the side of her nose with her index finger. "He's rather special. I quite felt like crying." Linley smiled, liking her. "But you never interpreted for Elena Weaver?" "She didn't use an interpreter. I don't think she liked to." "She wanted people to think she could hear?" "Not so much that," Bernadette said. "I think she was proud that she could read lips. It's difficult to do, especially if someone's born deaf. My mum and Dad, they're both deaf, you see. They never learned to read much beyond 3 quid please and tar, but Elena was amazing. How involved was she with the Deaf Students' Union? Bernadette wrinkled her nose thoughtfully. I couldn't really say. Gareth will be able to tell you, though. He's in here. She led him into a conference room that was roughly the size of an academic classroom. It contained little more than a large rectangular table covered by green linen. At this, a young man was sitting, bent over a notebook. Lank hair the colour of old wet straw fell across his wide brow and into his eyes. As he wrote, he paused to chew at the fingernails of his left hand. Bernadette said, "Wait a sec," and from the door she flashed the lights off and on. Gareth Randolph looked up. He got slowly to his feet, and as he did so he gathered up from the table a large pile of used tissues, crushing them into a wad in his fist. He was a tall boy, Linley saw, with a pallid complexion, against which the scattered pits of old acne scars stood out in crimson. He wore typical student garb, blue jeans and a sweatshirt onto which had been stencilled the words, "What's your sign?" superimposed over 2 hands, making a gesture which Linley couldn't interpret. The boy said nothing at all until Bernadette spoke, and even then, since his eyes were on Linley, he made a rough gesture so that Bernadette had to repeat her first remark. "This is Inspector Linley from Scotland Yard," she said a second time. Her hands fluttered like quick pale birds just below her face. "He's come to talk to you about Elena Weaver." The boy's eyes went back to Linley. He looked him over from head to toe. He replied, hands chopping the air, and Bernadette interpreted simultaneously. "Not in here." "Fine," Linley said, "wherever he likes." Bernadette's hands flew over Linley's words, but as they did she continued with, "Speak to Gareth directly, Inspector. Call him you, not him, else it's quite dehumanizing." Gareth read and smiled. His gestures in response to Bernadette's were fluid. She laughed. "What did he say?" "He said, 'Tar, Bernie, will make you a deaf woman yet.'" Gareth led them out of the conference room and back down the hall to an unventilated office made overly warm by a wheezing radiator. Inside there was not much space for more than a desk, metal bookshelves on the walls, 3 plastic chairs, and a separate birch veneer table on which stood a sea-phone, identical to those that Linley had seen elsewhere. Linley realized with his first question that he would be at a disadvantage in this sort of interview. Since Gareth watched Bernadette's hands in order to read Linley's words, there would not be an opportunity to catch a revealing if fleeting expression quickly veiled in his eyes should a question take him unaware. Additionally, there would be nothing to read in his voice, in his tone, in what he stressed or what he deliberately left unaccentuated. Gareth had the advantage of the silence that defined his world. Linley wondered how and if he would use it. "I've been hearing a great deal about your relationship with Elena Weaver," Linley said. "Dr. Cuff from St. Stephen's apparently brought you together." "For her own good," Gareth replied, the hands again sharp and staccato in the air. "To help her, maybe save her." "Through Des too?" "Elena wasn't deaf, that was the problem. She could have been, but she wasn't. They wouldn't allow it." Linley frowned. "What do you mean? Everyone said—" Gareth scowled and grabbed a piece of paper. With a green felt-tip pen he scrawled out 2 words, deaf with a capital D and deaf lowercase. He drew 3 heavy lines under the uppercase D and shoved the paper across the desk. Bernadette spoke as Linley looked at the 2 words. Her hands included Gareth in the conversation. "What he means, Inspector, is that Elena was deaf with a lowercase d. She was disabled. Everyone else round here, Gareth especially, is deaf with an uppercase D." "D for different?" Linley asked, thinking how this assessment went legions to support Justine Weaver's words to him that day. Gareth's hands took over. "Different, yes. How could we not be different? We live without sound. But it's more than that. Being deaf with a capital D is a culture. Being just deaf is a handicap. Elena was deaf." Linley pointed to the first of the 2 words. "But you wanted her to be deaf with a capital D like you? Wouldn't you want a friend to run instead of crawl?"
I'm not sure I follow the analogy. Gareth shoved his chair backwards. It screeched against the linoleum floor. He went to the bookshelf and pulled down 2 large leather-bound albums. He dropped them onto the desk. Linley saw that across each was imprinted the acronym DES2 with the year beneath it. "This is Deaf with a capital D." Gareth resumed his seat. Linley opened one of the albums at random. It appeared